Going on, Bike Nuker? Thanks for the brand new Prime. I appreciate it. Morning, good morning. Flammable, stay back. Yeah, if you're close to 1,000, you should definitely get over the hump. Hey, awesome. Glad you're enjoying the YouTube stuff. I appreciate you stopping by to a live one to support. So the stock Yondu deck is Death Wave. That's actually a scotch awkward for us. Although I guess, so I get to go Angela this turn, and then next turn I can go Mysterio into Viper, kick them the Mysterio. Hey, Watch, thanks for the sub gifty. That's very generous. Happy Friday. Ah, good old rock chat. So, Mysterio plays copies of himself at every location. Viper is going to donate that to our opponents. We're just going to cut Superflow off for both sides here. This is an early Killmonger. Oh, they have Angel in their deck. Okay. That makes the early Killmonger make sense. Angel flies out when something you have is destroyed. We're at a virtual 8 here, and I do technically have Captain Marvel that could fly over down the line, but I think I want to Green Goblin. Hopefully they don't play two things here. If they play two things here, we kind of get got. I think that's unlikely, though. And honestly, might be right to snap here. I'm just gonna Captain Marvel mid. Well, actually, if I'm putting them on Death Wave, how many things have been destroyed? They killed one. I think I actually want to Carnage plus Rock just in case they wave us this turn. It's a little bit worse if we draw Doctor Doom next turn, but I think the potential for getting waved here is high. And then, for anybody stopping in late, this is our fake Mysterio we kicked over to them, so we know this is 0 here. So, Marvel's actually great here on this last turn because she covers both of these paths, depending on where they play to. We're up 4 on the left because the real Mysterio is in killing with Angela. Good stuff. Hyde. Victory. Thanks for the two and a half years, Hyde. Solid first game. They need to announce how long they're keeping things in Series 4 and Series 5. Well, I mean, they announced that they don't have that number decided on yet. Which is, you know, in a way is probably kind of a good thing because it means that whatever they announce first, they're open to changing it if it's not good. Something that I'm kind of expecting, and this is purely speculation, I have no insider information. I'm kind of expecting, so if you note on the announcement, they said only some cards will be demoted through pools. So I'm kind of expecting Thanos and Galactus to be kind of semi-permanent pool 5, and then the other 4 cards in the pool to rotate, which would mean everything would sit in pool 5 for a month. So it would take a month for 4 cards to rotate through there with a weekly release, which I think would be fine. If they use a 1 in, 1 out system, assuming Thanos and Galactus stay pool 5, with the current pool sizes, it would be 1 month in pool 5 and then 2.5 months in pool 4, which is probably not unreasonable. These are main tech cards, Deep in Pull 3, Shang, Enchantress, Cosmo, etc. Yeah, all of those cards are super playable and see played through the endgame. Shang-Chi's a bit worse in Pull 3, but Enchantress and Cosmo are super popular. Alright, obviously want to Angela the Nexus. A decision I will have to make here is, do I want a Green Goblin the Nexus or Jotunheim? While obviously this getting smaller here is nice, there's two considerations. The first is that with Hood, they're likely a Carnage deck, so I kind of want to play this to a path they don't want to Carnage. This also triggers my Angela here and takes up space for them, so I think we go Green Goblin left here for sure. Alright, did I say Green Goblin left? I meant click the retreat button.
Escape.
Shout out to our opponent, not taking the holiday off for being toxic. Toxic gamers, rise up. Mute all emotes when button. The battle pass will be part of the 4 in a month. So the four cards per month means 3 direct to pool 5 releases and then 1 season pass release. And in a way, the season pass card will also be a direct to pool 5 release, because when a new season pass starts, the old season pass card will get added to pool 5. So there'll still be a new pool 5 card every week. Just go Hood into Carnage here. Welcome to a live one, guy. Kind of punished for playing the Carnage out right away, huh? I'm gonna chill on this for now. Am I? Yeah, I'm gonna chill on this for now. I think I might wait to do it. It's only 1 energy. Fit that in later. Thanks for the biddy, Scizor. You'll be the first of our deck submissions later. We go ahead and play Miss Jones over here on the right, and then I think it's like a rescue left angle. Wow, that's super punishing. Well, I kind of have to go all in here now, right? Yeah, odds they can beat this. Do I gamble a cube that they can't beat this? They're probably playing a card with more than 6 power, right? Yeah, I'll leave. Yes, you will no longer have to wait 2 months to get the season pass card as someone completely free to play. You'll be able to, if the season pass card is something you really want, you'll be able to spend 6,000 collector tokens on it as soon as it leaves the battle pass. I think they'll introduce non-creature cards. I mean, in a way, we kind of already have non-creature cards, right? Hulkbuster is a good example of that. Snap.fan or Snapzone. I prefer Snap.fan's deck editor in general. I also think the Snapzone's tier list for archetypes tends to be bad to the point of being borderline misinformation. It's very, very inaccurate a lot of the time. It's often is missing key archetypes or has archetypes that I don't think are very good, rated very highly. Now, all of these are unknown locations with Vestview coming up, which is good, because I like playing Hood to unknown locations. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, well, I'm gonna snap them. The Black Widow into Sinister London is super powerful, because Sinister London means the board's gonna get super gummed up, and she gums up their board further by giving them Widow's Bites. Garib, thanks for the 43 months. Welcome back. Okay, well, Green Goblin into Mojo World isn't necessarily stellar, but again, just coming up their board with Sinister London sounds great. Stereo down. This is a Viper, right? Well, do we storm here actually? Maybe we storm. This is the only location we could storm, and then we'll demon. Yeah, they commit to that. We gotta figure out how to win one of these two paths, because Storm over here is probably good enough. Does have Wasp? What are they playing with Cosmo and Wasp? They just have Cosmo in their Lockjaw deck? Carnage doesn't accomplish much here. We just play Jones on the right. Oh gosh, double Blue Marvel into all of the cards we've given them is not great for us. Yeah, I think we're probably torched here, huh? Fortunate beat, real downside to cards like Black Widow and Green Goblin if they're playing something like Marvel. Man, it's been a rough set this morning.
Escape.
Stellar variants to start. Could be Patriot. Yeah, that's true. It could definitely be a Patriot deck. Do I have any decks to try out, Dr. Duban? Never change Twitch chat. Or maybe consider changing? I don't know. Either way. Hey, Sinister London. It's Viper Raptor across here. Huh. So that's kind of interesting. So London can't add cards to Miniaturized Lab, because Miniaturized Lab is different than the flooded location. Do I want to storm London, or do I want to storm the lab? If I storm London this turn, whatever they play gets copied and my storm doesn't. I think I kind of want to just storm the Savage. I don't know. They're playing up what's probably a Patriot deck, right? So giving them 2 Patriots off of these. They could get 2 Patriots this turn anyways. Oh, jeez.
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay, well, we've got them choked on space. Yeah, Carnage would be our ideal draw next turn to clear out the left. And then we have Doctor Doom to cheat power through the center here as well. This is looking to kind of be one of those spots where Vision would be better than Captain Marvel, though. That's rude. Hey, there's our boy. There's our boy. Thought I'm snapping on that, but it's nice. Yeah, I think we're into the Patriot. I get 5 more power into the middle, but nothing else.
Escaped.
Alright, that felt like kind of a disaster. I'm gonna play something else. See if we can get some Gamora boosters. Yeah, Wasp is a great card. Early pull 3 is hard. Yeah, learning a new format is hard. Trying to figure out what you need to play around is tough in any card game. What does Wasp do? She gets stuff done. Carnage. It's a lovely draw. So I think we go Mysterio Nova. I'll fill in a Mysterio clone here. And we'll get to Carnage. Eat the lot. He says before getting Cosmoed. Sure. Think we still just Carnage this turn? Maybe it's right to Gamora. Take her down first. Giganto. Okay, if they play middle, we get to Gamora, catch them there. They did. Devil Dinosaur. Ha! With the Devil Dino... With the Devil Dino, I'd probably rather Shang-Chi the Giganto and then Enchantress this next turn, right? I'll snap them. Clean game. Shang-Chi's claiming another victim. Eric Tron, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. Welcome back. You always run when Daredevil snaps you. I don't think that's necessarily wrong. Depends on the board state a little bit. I think always is probably strong verbiage. I think leaves more often than stays when Daredevil snaps is probably true. Yes, you should get the weekly reset before the patch, silly cheese. In order for us to not get the weekly reset before the patch, it would have to happen on Monday, and they don't usually patch on Mondays. I'm expecting a Tuesday afternoon, evening, or Wednesday patch. Gamedia, thank you for the brand new Prime. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me around. Savage Lands is not bad for us here with Carnage in the opener. I can't resist a Black Widow on a cloning vets, chat. It's one of my character flaws. I feel compelled to snap and then also play her there. So we'll go Widow on Vats, Widow on Vats, Widow Carnage on Vats, and then we'll have an 8-power Carnage back in our hand. Ooh, okay. So probably a Killmonger coming up somewhere. A swap hands here eventually. It's a little annoying. They have a Carnage of their own here. Venom eating Widow. Wait, they played Widow Bite. I don't think you thought that through, bud. I don't think we thought through the Widow's Bite on coding. I think they were just like, oh, I want my Venom to eat this thing. Mistakes have been made. Yeah, I think we just do this. Opponent snapped. Okay. Come on. Let's go. Widow's Bite. Okay, I think we go Angela here, Carnage here. They have an 8-power Venom in their hands. They have a 4-power Deadpool. We're swapping hands here, so we are going to need to play around a Gamora on the last turn. I assume they're not. I assume they're gonna like Venom left, right? To have an 11-power Venom there, and I'm gonna have a 12-power Carnage on the left. Really? They just punt. I wasn't expecting them to punt the left here. Oh gosh, and we got a Taskmaster from them. Well, okay. Are we even Taskmastering though with the Shang-Chi? I guess they could... So we gave them Professor X and Gamora here is the scary part. And they have priority. If they think I'm gonna Shang-Chi, they Professor X. If they think I'm gonna Gamora, if they think I'm gonna Taskmaster, they Gamora. So it's kind of a 50-50. let's say they Professor X here. They go to 12. This puts me to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Opponent's just leaving. They don't want to kind of flip coins for. It's kind of less than a coin flip too, right? Because they have to guess where I'm going to play and then also guess what I'm playing where. It's a guaranteed win if we play mid, is it? So Carnage to Taskmaster. It's not a guaranteed win if we play mid, because they could Gamora mid and go up to 22, and I can only get 12 off the Taskmaster going to 20, and then 22 off of this. Yeah, if I play mid, Gamora mid beats this because they win the tiebreaker. So I think we have to play. You want to Shang-Chi right and then play 2 of these mid. Does that work? If we Shang-Chi right and play 2 of these mid, it would come down to their draw at that point, right? Because they could... Shang-Chi kills Gamora. So, let's say I play Shang-Chi here and I go Deadpool middle. That would mean if my opponent goes Professor X here and any 2 power 1 drop here, I lose, right? So maybe they don't have that, but it's also not accurate to say Shang-Chi right and these 2 here is a guaranteed win. Yeah, they have Nova in their deck that they could have drawn. Like, obviously that's not a guarantee, but I definitely just think it's important to acknowledge it's not as easy to say Shang-Chi Deadpool is a win, because it's not. There's a lot of permutations where we lose that. I like playing Hood to an unknown location. He could end up in the bar with no name or somewhere like Oscorp Tower. That's fine. I didn't want to play the demon anyways. Opponent snap. I honestly think I'm staying. I think our hand is fine. We'll see. Maybe they have one of the ones where like their hand is nuts because of the peak, but our hand isn't atrocious. Now check. Gamora's like almost back to her old self. She's feeling it. Demon's still unplayable. Morning Chaos, thanks for the prime, appreciate you. Ah, that's why they snapped. Okay. Okay, so we've lost the right. They've already snapped though, so like, there's no reason for us to really be leaving here. Let's go ahead and Black Widow and figure out, can we win center and left is the question. Sure thing. Oh, OBS isn't capturing my game cursor. That's weird. I wonder why that is. Let me try changing scenes real quick, see if that fixes it. Yeah, strange. I don't know what changed there. Everything in my setup's the same. Spite into Destroyer. Okay, I think we actually Gamora mid here because the play to win line is flip up a Shang-Chi next turn, right? True skill game, chat. A true through and through skill game. And they have both their Professor X and armor in play already. Oh my god, they have a free Iron Man. Hoisted. Everybody thought Shang-Chi was a good draw. He's actually a con man. Shang-Chi has conned me out of 2 more cubes. Fucking dead. Deader than dead. I don't know. So, I'm sure I'm gonna ban some mouth-breathing shitter in chat for calling me a shill for what I'm about to say. But the release system that Snap has proposed with the Pool 4 and Pool 5 genuinely feels like Ben Brode's comment of, we don't want everybody to have every card right at release, is like super accurate. Like, it feels like they were like, okay, we want this to be difficult to impossible, but here's a ridiculous amount you can play and a ridiculous amount you can spend if you really want to have everything right at release. This Gamora is great. We're getting close to splitting her. Because a lot of people aren't thinking about it. Like, everybody just looks at the pure dollar amount for getting all of the cards, but you also have to play an incredible amount to get all of the cards. Like, in order to have every card in Snap at release, in addition to spending a bunch to get through the collection level track, you also have to earn 9,000 boosters a month. Hey, congrats, Owl. And for reference, assuming 4 minutes per 6-turn game, getting 9,000 boosters a month requires over 3 hours of playtime a day. Which is a lot. That's almost triple digit hours. You worry about the longevity of the game, new players online will be intimidated. I actually disagree with that. I think that comment shows a fundamental misunderstanding of the system. So, Marvel Snap's system, unlike games like Magic Arena or Hearthstone, in basically every other card game, entering the game as a new player means you will literally never catch up because they release new sets of cards faster than you get cards. And Snap's proposed release model means that that's never true. The slowest that you ever get Pool 3 cards in Marvel Snap is 11 Pool 3 cards per month. And the fastest they will ever add new cards is 4 cards a month, which means even if someone starts playing Marvel Snap a year from now, they will still eventually have every Pool 3 card with 0 spending. Unlike most digital card games, it's actually possible to catch back up in Marvel Snap with their proposed model. Whereas, like, you know, Hearthstone, Arena, or whatever, like, and that's, people keep focusing on the price of having everything day one, but the difference between, again, this system and like Hearthstone or Arena again is the fact that all of your cards on Hearthstone and Arena, they cost the same 6 months later, right? If I show up to Magic Arena late and decide I want to buy in for sets that I miss, I'm going to have to go through and spend the same pile of money that other people did right at release. You get every card in the standard format easily in Hearthstone. All right, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we banned FUD here. So feel free to fuck off with that just not true statement. And again, I'm also not even just talking about all the cards in Standard. I'm talking about all of the cards in the game. Getting all of the game objects in a game that's built around collecting game objects. And the other thing about it too is the collector token system adds much needed player agency to the game in terms of what cards you're able to open. So the fact that you won't have everything, but you're guaranteed to have the specific cards that you want is a big deal. And that detail matters. I just Professor X the middle here and play for the left. The shell game here is really gonna matter. Oh, the vision's going up to 9 as well. There's a good chance we lose this. I think I'm actually gonna work on a video talking. I think I'm gonna work on a video titled the collection level track is not Nexus events, because that's something I keep hearing from people as well, which is pretty nonsense. Accusing these things of being Nexus events. And the key difference between the Nexus events and what the proposed model that they're using here with the tokens is, again, is the agency. There was no free way to get 1 card per month out of the Nexus events. Whereas with this, you get your choice of the releases every single month. I'm gonna stay in for, I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna stay in for 1 cube. Having priority here kind of sucks. I'm gonna play the shell game with Mysterio, I think. Oh wow, they didn't move Vision. Yeah, GG. Hey, I was expecting them to move Vision. I guess even if I Gamora here, we lose though, right? Because we'd have tied side to side. And they would have been up 18 and we would have been up 9. People aren't complaining about the token system specifically, Drunk Owl. They're complaining about the ability to get every card the same day it releases with the token system. Well, so another thing people are kind of used to, Drum Punk, and people are just assuming without cause that it will be the same here in Marvel Snap, is that other card games do power creep with new releases, right? And if Snap decides to invalidate every meta deck with every new card they release, that would be a bad choice, right? That would make things bad with the system. But like, assuming 4 times a month the metagame is going to get invalidated by 1 new card is pretty nonsensical, I think. No, the season caches are staying the same and there will be no collector's tokens in them. Do I want Vibranium in my deck? I think I'm okay with drawing Vibranium. Do this. Oh, Cosmo's such a frustrating card. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like this deck. It's so tough. There's so many Cosmos and armors. I hope Destroyer gets adjusted next week. There's so many Cosmos and armors. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I have 5,000 credits at release, Jay. Yeah, Cosmo being 4 to be in line with the other disruptive cards probably makes sense. Honestly, Killmonger could too. Like Cosmo, Killmonger, Shang-Chi. Look, Iceman understands, chat. Iceman is nerfing Killmonger, nah. It's a +1. Do I Black Widow mid? Maybe we Black Widow mid. We plan to build this up for Carnage. Oh, this reminds me, chat. The game balance experts in my YouTube comments on my nerfs video told me that the Destroyer is fine and the real menace that needs to be nerfed is Scorpion because it's OP. And their wisdom has opened my eyes and changed my opinion on things. I appreciate them showing me the light.
Victory.
There's no way these are real comments. I promise you, living, breathing human beings wrote that comment. Morning, Tang. Iceman didn't hit Angela. Somebody mark the calendar. It really is a holiday. Hey, look, we got rewarded for Hood into the center. Although, might be a Killmonger angle. We'll see. All right, it's certainly a Killmonger angle, chat, turns out. Little did we know. Steady as she goes, do 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 do. The Destroyer deck is one of, if not the best deck in Marvel Snap currently. It is very, very good. Yeah, this looks like Cerebro 2 from our opponent.
Wind, aid my hand.
Huh? If I Mysterio mid, it puts me up to 16 on the left, with which means a Cerebro plus a Blue Marvel beats us. Guess we'll wait and see if they play either of those this turn. Maybe I'm supposed to put the real Mysterio left, and then Gamora mid's enough to win on her own. Yeah. Yeah, if I would have put the real Mysterio left, we'd be 21 to them being less than that. Okay, that's cute. This lets us tie the left with Cerebro, and then it gives us 9 over here and 6 in the middle. Yeah, I'll stay for a cube. I think my Mysterio is in the wrong spot, but Carnage gives us a real shot to win this. And an Agatha Harkness video up on my highlights channel this week. check it out on the YouTube side. Okay, so it's probably going to come down to a tiebreaker here then. Is 5 going to be enough? Or sorry, 3? Looks like we're going to lose the tiebreaker by a little bit here. And I'd have won this game if I would have put my Mysterio in the right spot. So worth noting that my sequencing mistake there on turn 5 cost me. I should have thought about how tall they were going if they played both of these. And then counted our Nova. Scorpion claims another victim. Cerebro is a pool 3 card. Series 3 card. Do we say series now, chat? I'm gonna play Widow in the sewer, because the sewer is gonna end up somewhere else. So I guess Carnage is eating Widow this game. Okay, I'm actually gonna play her not in the sewer, expecting Carnage to eat her. Hey, Watcherez, thanks for the sub gifty. And Jake Guns, thanks for the brand new Prime. I use them interchangeably to confuse people. It's the power play right there. Assert dominance. They have a video with the Destroyer deck. Yep. I also cover the Destroyer deck in my top 5 decks video here, and the longer video guide to it is linked in the description. Shang-Chi is nice into Nidvalur, wherever that's going to end up at. Can Enchantress the Captain America and snap them before that happens. Yeah, there's just no guarantee I play Killmonger this game, is why I didn't wait to pop the Nova. I think a lot of the data mined and leaked cards are pretty subject to change before they come out, so it's not kind of hard to focus on them. I did have a top 5 strongest unreleased cards video that I posted, that I pulled some of the ones that jump out at me a little bit, but I think there's a good chance that a lot of the cards on that list have different text by the time they make it to the client. I prefer Black Widow to Daredevil. Daredevil we don't need down until before turn 5. Getting Black Widow into play, I'll cut them off of a draw. Well, so Galactus is a flavorful ability. Y-Sticks, it's very clearly a top-down design. A lot of the other designs I'm suspecting could change a little bit before they release. Look like they're probably bottom-up designs. And I think that it's far more likely that we see a bottom-up design that seems too strong change before release, as opposed to a top-down design like Galactus. If that makes sense. Do we know what the next season is? Yeah, Silver Surfer is confirmed to be the next season. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, Black Panther was originally data mined to be a 4/2 and released as a 5/4. So even if the actual abilities don't change, even if the actual abilities don't change the numbers on the cards could, right? Yeah, all discards tie randomly if they discard a specific card. I think Galactus will be predictable. Galactus could force a metagame shift. Is definitely accurate. I don't have anything good to play here. Our mid game's super awkward with this list. We just like have this hand's kind of a good example why I'm actually not sure if you're supposed to play like Enchantress, Shang-Chi, and Killmonger. Because it's like I feel like I have to play one of them out for stats here, right? I think it's just Enchantress. Season pass cards will be added to Series 5 after their pass ends. Yeah, they're probably a Dino deck, but I have Shang-Chi to kill Dino, so I think playing Enchantress here is fine. Let me choose the cosmetic I've earned for a given card has been a much requested feature. So I have to assume that that's coming eventually. Hey, thanks for the 13 months, Bills. Welcome back. Oh, they're a Cerebro deck. Yikes. I put them on Dino with the Sentinels, but they're Cerebro.
Escaped.
Yes! I woke up and claimed my 300 Genshin Primos first thing this morning. I log in for like 20 minutes and use all of my Genshin resin before I go live post mornings. Sometimes if I'm running behind I don't, but usually I get my anime gaming out of the way before I sign on. It's a solid start here on the left. We have Hood into Widow into hopefully a Carnage to clean these out. I'm playing this here now? I think I'm playing this here now. Am I? Nah, I guess I'm not. Yeah, I'm just gonna Black Widow. That's the third time we've played this person in a row. It's at least the second time. So this path is hosed. Oh, they also got Wakandan Embassy in their Cerebro deck, though. That's noteworthy here. Oh, I killed man. I'm just talking and clicking. If I Shang-Chi left, does Nova-ing let me win there? It does, right? This puts me to 2. I guess it puts me to 1. That might be fine, though. Even tying there forced them to commit another thing? Sure. Okay, so I have to win middle here. Is that enough to win middle? Might be. I'll stay for a cube. Go fish. Oh, they're playing the good Destroyer deck, chat. That's not fair. I thought our opponent was playing the shitty Cerebro 3 deck, and they're playing the best Cerebro 3 deck. Destroyed. We posted a highlight with this deck on the channel yesterday, chat. I think it might legitimately be the best Destroyer deck and best Cerebro deck. It's very, very good. In part because the Destroyer mitigates variance from things like this. If you haven't seen that deck, that means you're not checking the daily uploads on the Snap channel. You should make sure to do that. I covered that in my update video, Joke. I would be holding your credits if you're past the breakpoint. That's true. Killing our demon didn't matter. I think my least favorite card gamer interaction that guaranteed gets you banned in my channel is when you come in here and you disagree with something that I said and you give me nothing except it doesn't feel that way to me. If you want to have an actual discussion and say, Jeff, I disagree with that, or I don't think that's true, and this is why I think that, and you like explain yourself, like that's a way to have a discussion. But just come in here and say, that deck's not good, you must be lucky, is like, fuck off, bud. You don't need to roll your face across your keyboard in my chat anymore. Hey, Bills. Thanks for the 13. I think I caught that one already, actually. Adelian's so annoying for these interactive decks like what we're playing. Normally you want to like build up a plan. It just like means we can't store anything up. Someone asked, would I be spending collector tokens on series 3 cards or 4/5? I would do whatever sparks joy. If it would be fun for you to have the cards from series 4 and 5, I would save your tokens for that. If it would be more fun for you to have more cards from series 3, I would do that instead. Snap is not running any in-client deals. Why would I retreat here, chat? Just because this location's like kind of annoying for us? There's no reason to retreat. My opponent hasn't snapped either. It's actual zero reason to leave. It's very nonsensical. Yeah, and like Adelian's annoying for planning our turn, but like this worked out just fine, right? So remember, my Mysterio here is 10 power, is noteworthy. Yeah, I think we're shanging the lab, right? I'm gonna reinforce the Baxter building. There are data mined locations that are not in the client yet. One of the things that it seems people were incapable of hearing in I made an explicit point to say in my location review video that there were a number of locations that were data mined that weren't in the client yet, and the comments were still just a bunch of people being like, oh, I've never seen Fogwell's gym before. It's like, yeah, I said that at the start of the video. Could I play it next? No. I start with deck submissions usually around 11:30. And yours would be the second or third this way. It looks like the third. If that doesn't work for you, I'm happy to refund your $10 donation. But we have a line, and I always play decks that I want to play to start the day. Q and Torch would be better as a 2 cost instead of a 1 cost. Would he get anything else, or you just want to increase his cost to not die to Killmonger? I'm gonna put the real Mysterio left because the fake Mysterio will get a bonus to Nidavellir, and the real Mysterio in the middle can get eaten by Carnage to help the Baxter building out. Can you play Lockjaw without a 0 level card? Without a 0 mana card? Yeah, you can. It's a touch worse, but it's still fine. Speaking of Lockjaw and 0 mana cards, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I just Shang-Chi this turn. Get it cleaned up. Maybe I'm supposed to Daredevil? I don't know. There's an incentive to use my energy this turn. Do this for the bonus over here. Leech inside of Lockjaw is cute. But it's playing a lot of really cheap cards in our Lockjaw deck. Guess it probably loses this, but I'll limp in for a cube. The Leech didn't really matter here, right? Like, maybe I would have considered Gamora, but the Killmonger is probably still a play. Killmonger to the right. Killmonger center or right are both pretty similar. It's my highest rank. You can always have exclamation point rank in chat to keep up with my rank. Hey, thanks for the 5.5 years, Admain. Welcome back. We're good? I think we're good. Cool.
Victory.
They are top deck, yeah. Well, they can be. Most of them are me looking at people's collections and building decks. People could also submit specific decks they'd like me to play, but typically it's, hey, look at my card pool and build something. Is there a Scar diff? It's a pretty fair Scar, all things considered. Angela dodged Iceman. Good beats, good beats. Sometimes lucky, chat. They should really file for compensation with their Iceman. It didn't hit my 2-drop. That's so annoying. I really wanted. If this wasn't Wakanda, we would have had the perfect curve here. We would have gotten to go like this. I guess we do this now, and then we'll Killmonger here next turn to pop the Nova before it slides. A little bit of location variance here for sure. Okay, and we have priority here at least, so I do get to Killmonger before the armor comes back down, which is nice. And obviously can't wait on the Killmonger for the hood, because otherwise the Nova's gonna slide into Wakanda, which would not be ideal. Dracula. That's playing an interesting build. Show me all secrets. You play any other video games in your own time, like God of War, etc.? The only thing I'm playing other than Snap right now is Genshin Impact. But we do other things on stream with some consistency. We're doing some sponsored segments for Moonbreaker right now, a turn-based strategy game. Usually I have one other game I'm playing, in addition to whatever the main game I'm streaming is. And right now that's Genshin. My favorite Genshin character, probably Sucrose or Rosaria. Two cards in their hand. I almost feel like I'm just supposed to like Mysterio left and play for all three, huh? Yeah, I think I like Mysterio left, play for all three. That's gonna come down to, is their last card in hand enough to beat 15 here? Could be. Or sorry, 14, math. They have Infinite as their last card. Sure thing, bud. Hey, thanks for the sub, Top Deck. Yeah, the Dracula Zoo deck sees a reasonable amount of play, and I think it's quite fine. But usually they don't play something as big as. Usually they don't play something as big as, what's it called, Infinite. That's pretty greedy. Peak was positive for us here, so we snapped. Well, Angela on the left. The person that I just banned for saying collector's tokens were Nexus events. This isn't a Republican safe space, so you don't just get to post bullshit here in my chat and have no repercussions for it. So feel free to fuck off into the sun for spreading your nonsense. I'll be here all week.
Wind, aid my
I think I'm actually going to get a video posted up this weekend talking about how there is a really important difference between what the Nexus events were and what the are. The token shop, and what the key differences are. I was very loud and opposed to the Nexus events when they were posted. I think the current proposed system is fine if the tier down timers are reasonable. The devil is really in the details that we don't have yet. Is the thing. Oh my god, they get to Machine World the Widow's Bite. LOL. LOL. I didn't even think about that. That's so bad for us. I guess I get to Machine World the Widow's Bite back here. Go mid, go mid. Okay. So the brand new tier 1 sub Gixxer. I have played Slay the Spire. I'm not a huge fan of it. The deck builders that I tend to enjoy tend to be like more colorful or have better animations, and more importantly have more story to them. Because I don't find any of the actual gameplay of a lot of deck builders particularly deep enough. It's not said there's going to be a limit to collector's tokens held in your collection. They have the Odin here. Unfortunate. It's probably an L. Yeah, close game. They missed 2 draws over the course of this game, so I think not playing around Odin is fine, but obviously we lose to it here. What's the interaction between Cosmo and Enchantress? Cosmo's a very bad dog and he stops Enchantress from doing anything. Yeah, I'm gonna switch off this deck. I was thinking about posting a highlight with it, but it just hasn't been very good. There's so many armors and Cosmos and stuff. I am not a fan. Play the Wave Cat deck for a little bit, see if we can get a couple of Gamora boosters to split her before, 60 bacon strip, by the way. Thanks for the tip. So you got your deck submission. I have, how many deck submissions for the day? I think I have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have room for 2 more deck submissions for the day, and we'll start with those in probably about an hour and a half. Important distinction here with Mysterio versus things like Squirrel Girl. So Mysterio has to play his copies out at every location, which means Mysterio does not get into the Crimson Cosmos because it's not legal to play there, whereas something like a Squirrel token from Squirrel Girl would be added here, because play and added are key different keywords in Snap. So, The thing about Mysterio in that deck, God of Roar, is you should basically only be playing it out early when you have Carnage teed up to clear it out. Otherwise, it's your turn 6 play. All right, we need our Nimzola to not go left, chat. God bless America. Are we dead? I think we're dead. Well, I mean, I guess Magneto mid could pull a Brood out of here. But I guess this could also be the real Mysterio. Alright, well, the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We're not going to have a problem here, folks. So, my 2 rules of thumb for energy curve in my decks is I think you need a minimum of 4 cards that cost 2 energy or less in your decks. Some exceptions for decks like Domino, obviously. And the second is that missing playing cards on a turn in Marvel Snap is not always a big deal. So it's fine if you skip on turn 1 or 2, but usually you don't want to skip on turns 1 and 2, if that makes sense. There is a point where you fall behind for not making plays if you do it too much, but it's also not a big deal if you just pass on like a turn or 2 sometimes. And obviously how much you get punished for passing or not can depend on the matchup too. Yes, yeah, for deck submissions you could donate and say, hey Jeff, try and build your best deck around card X. Keep in mind, I am not a miracle worker and not all cards are playable, but I will do my best to attempt to build a card around a deck around a card or cards. Kazoo Croc, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Just because I haven't said it yet this morning, and then I'll start using the command, listen, chat, for the love of God, please don't ask me if you can replace a card the deck is named after. The answer is no. The cards the deck is named after are not replaceable. Slight Man, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Storm the sewer there. What if you change the deck name? Building a different deck with a different name is a great way to approach replacing cards in a deck. In fact, I would highly recommend, instead of cutting cards you don't own from the deck that I'm playing, instead build a different deck with cards that you have. Get a Magneto in the middle here. Why aren't you using Summoner's Bag to get Vizier of Remedies? There's a throwback. What's going on, Marty? Would Sentinel cheat the minimum number of early plays? Not really, because when I say you want 4 cards that cost 2 or less, that's so you have a likelihood to have one of those cards in your deck. Hey, that Google Sheet does not have permission for me to view it, so make sure you share it and make it so anybody with the link can view it. Yes, what am I nails it. Sentinel is really good. It's a good playable card, but it doesn't show up more frequently like something like Domino does. Lizard is not particularly welcome in Mojo World. You can slide on into the ice box though, just fine. You cannot filter cards by series in your collection. I hope that's something that they add. The fact that they've officially acknowledged series or pools or whatever, I'm hoping means that we'll see I'm hoping it means that we'll see them, see them add filters like that to the client. I think Shuri would have a home in this deck. Quite possibly. And if not this deck, then a different deck for sure. I think Shuri is likely very good. She seems very playable. Shuri will be a 1-2 punch with Black Panther, similar to how Zola is a 1-2 punch with Black Panther.
Opponent snapped.
So if I Zola Jessica Jones, I get 8 left and 8 right, right? Because Jessica Jones is tracking Mojo Worlds? It does, Marty. Snap.fan has some tracker data, but remember that it's a voluntary tracker and it doesn't have that great of sample sizes, so it's still some bias. I'm gonna have a video posting this afternoon in about 2 hours on the YouTube channel talking through the Series 3 cards I think you should be keeping an eye out for the most. Oh my gosh, they lost because they moved their Nightcrawler. That's hilarious. They thought I was gonna play mid, and Zola juked them. Lovely. Lovely. Victory. Yes, Jones could really use a visual indicator like Hawkeye and Rescue. Agree. It's a solid archetype to slot HUD into any of the disruptive mid-range decks. The 1,000 threshold is going to be before the end of the season, Boss Monster. We know for a fact the patch will be early next week that's bringing collector's tokens with it. They've been upfront and clear about that. Say that. Thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back. They haven't given us an exact date for the patch because I assume they don't know the exact date yet. Because it's not quite ready yet. They don't want to give you a date and then miss it. Ah, the lizards own the sewers, chip. Hey, thanks for the Prime Sassy. Good to have you here for some Snap-a-Lappin'. $5,000 credits is 100 collector levels. Is that how the math works out? It's 50 credits per level. That math sounds right. This bishop is about to go all around the world, chip. think of Kingpin's archetype deck. I think Kingpin does something different than a lot of people seem to think it does. Kingpin isn't actually very good at... Kingpin doesn't actually kill a lot of cards. Kingpin instead, Kingpin doesn't actually kill a lot of cards. Kingpin instead simply dictates where your opponent is forced to play on the last turn. Well, they're playing Shang-Chi in their strong guy deck. That is not what I was expecting. Okay, Gamora's a nice try. I was hoping to Arnim Zola Magneto across this turn, but Gamora hopefully does it now with Jessica on the right. Yeah, Kingpin kind of forces your opponent's hand on the last turn. Kenobi, thanks for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Could be Sera, strong guy discard. Yeah, but like that's a lot of 4s to get your hand empty, even with Sera. Balrog, thanks for the quarter of a year. Ooh, they made my lizard small. All right, I believe 10 power gets us here, huh? Yeah, we're good. I think we're good. There's my gal.
Victory.
The Cerebro Destroyer deck is really good. Where are my Gamora boosties, chat? I just am a simple man who wants Gamora boosties, okay? Give me Gamora boosties. Chibi. Thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Angela into Wakanda sounds lovely. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a Lizard into Jones into Gamora right into Zola right angle, unless we draw a Panther. We had a new Shillionaire, Kenobi. I did miss that one right before. Thanks for watching so much. Just make sure the trickle down stays in action. The next Shillionaire is cheaper for those folks at home. The next Shillionaire will now only have to spend 999,906 shillings. What a steal. And Kenobi, make sure you ping me on Discord to get your Shillionaire roll there. Is 12 power Gamora gonna be enough to win left? Maybe? Oh, okay, so Nova left here implies that they're about to Killmonger, right? Which means these will go away, and then this is 12 at most, and we'll have 12 here, so we'll tie, and we'll have 30 mid, so we probably win the breaker if the real Mysterio's left. Oh, our Lizard's getting smaller, sure. Oh, but our Gamora gets bigger. Hey, Watatamarin, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. And Quasicotal, thank you for the 30 months. Happy Friday, folks. Oh, wow, they didn't have Killmonger. Sure deal.
Victory.
Come on, deck, we deserve Gamora boosties. She won the game. She won the game. Give me the Gamora boosties. Never lucky rubber ducky. I would wager that at 942 you probably get to 1,000 without spending any dollars. Hey, Hager, appreciate the prime. It is a 1 in 12 chance to get Gamora boosties, yes. I don't see crazy about inked variants. I actually really like the inked variants. I just don't have any inked variants. Because I've spent a lot of time splitting a lot of different cards. I don't have a lot of deep splits. Like, I think the card I've split the most, I've only split it 5 times. But I also have like 120 out of 174 cards split at least once. That's the thing. Coming at Jones left. They seem to be contesting Kiln. Are the splits random? So they're random but weighted. So splits like gold backgrounds and Inkify you can only get until you split a card a few times. Full breakdown on how infinite splits work here along with all the possibilities. Vision. Oh. Okay, I would like 1 Zola, please.
Wakanda forever.
This. Does this win the game? This is 30 if they don't play here, and it's 40 if they do play here. And if they move this, I guess they could like move this here, not play here, play here. Is this better? This might be better. It's close. I'm staying for a cube either way. Us. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the mouse and OBS here. Hold on, my game screen's gonna go funky here for a second. That back? All right, weird. All right, glad that fixed it. Someone mentioned that earlier. I should have tried it earlier. What type of card effects am I hoping they might add to the game someday? I'd really like a silence or reset kind of effect, which we're kind of getting in Valkyrie. So Valkyrie sets the power of everything to 3, but I'd kind of like to see this card sets a card's power back to like its base power, if that makes sense. So a broad Enchantress. It's different than Enchantress, right? Enchantress doesn't wipe off bonuses. She gets rid of ongoing text. I'm talking about resetting modifiers on the card. No, Enchantress doesn't do that at all, chat. Enchantress gets rid of a very specific type of ability. You don't understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a card that if Gamora has +5, she would get reset back down to 7. Or if Collector was +6, it would get set back down to 1. Yes, a silent style of effect. Is turn 3 negative? There are Nightcrawlers. Probably not negative. I don't know, Unreal Me. I'm not the game designer. I don't decide stuff like that. Someone asked me for what effect I would like to see, and I answered the question. Got an upgrade for Lizard here is lovely. That's also not true. God, people are so weird. I must not be communicating what I'm trying to describe have happened, that people keep comparing it to Enchantress, because it's nothing like Enchantress. What I'm asking for is a silence, and Enchantress goes shh, so I guess people are confusing it that way, but like, it's really weird to have people are like, that's Enchantress, when it's nothing like Enchantress. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Never lucky rubber ducky. Wait, did we win the tiebreaker? I think no, we're short on the left, right? Our coin flips have not been great this morning. Yeah, in fact, if you like look through the list of ongoing effects, I don't think the card I'm suggesting would touch any of the ongoing cards in the game. It's very, very different. Mindscape's the worst location ever. You should play some location interaction. Hey, Roar, I missed your deck submission a little bit ago. I will get that added into the queue. That'll be our 5th one up when we start with those in a little bit. So I have room for one more deck submission today. We do not play Magic the Gathering anymore on this stream. We are full-time snaps and snap released. I think Agent Coulson is a great design, and I'm excited to play with it. Like, I like Coulson's design a lot. Card gamers see the word random on a card and always knee-jerk into thinking it's not a good thing. Random is good, chat. Random makes games fun. Which decks I consider top 3? I have a top 5 decks video you can watch here. I don't know, Greg. Like, again, like, people asking me to describe the nitty-gritty details and edge cases with the effect that I'm describing. I don't know. I'm not a Marvel Snap card designer. It wouldn't be my job to figure something like that out. So, maybe, possibly, also not my job. Sleeper Cells, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it.
Wind, aid my hand.
Gamora was an excellent top deck, yeah. I think they were planning to destroy her this turn, but we flooded the 6 drops cost 1 less here. The opponent's archetype doesn't usually play Shang-Chi. They're a destroyer deck. Yeah. And they're actually leaving because they were planning to destroy her here and now they can't. And they don't think they can win, right? You have to manually claim event rewards, Borutel, and you cannot claim them if you're over the 5,000 credit limit. You'll need to spend down. Angela is so mediocre into Sinister London, and their Ebony Maw is so good into Sinister London. This might be a no Angela game. We just like double other things up. I think Spectrum Destroyer is definitely the best Destroyer variation. Maybe the Cerebro Destroyer is better, but I haven't played with it enough to know that for sure one way or another. Oh man, they got double the Ebony Maw ability here. Yes, it is normal for you to play against people with pool 3 cards before you have pool 3 cards. The person that told you otherwise was lying to you to clickbait you. Interesting that they elected to fill that. Okay, so what if I do nothing here, and then we get on Mr. Arnim Zola's Wild Ride next turn? I don't even know if it'll be good, but it should be funny, right? I think I'm passing, and then we'll send Gamora onto Mr. Arnim Zola's Wild Ride.
Wakanda forever.
So Zola destroys the random card and then creates copies, and then Sinister London will give us another Zola. All right. We knew that was likely the outcome. we were hoping we needed Zola to go left and then Gamora back across, right? I'd like if they shared their balance changes so people can provide feedback. By provide feedback, do you mean so people could bitch about them on the internet in advance? No, I think saving the balance notes for the day they go live is fine. They should do it so I can earn my own high wine on the internet title. Yeah, exactly.
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
Chat, if you want to know the types of comments a posting a nerfs in advance video would get? When I posted my thing talking about cards I would like to see nerfed, I had a comment that told me the Destroyer was fine and Scorpion was actually the biggest problem in Marvel Snap currently. So if you're ever wondering what are the types of takes they would experience, like, it's things like that. Oh my gosh, it didn't even occur to me that they're probably a Cerebro player. That's probably the case. They're probably just like a Cerebro one trick. Just like, please take this card out of the game, it's killing my family. Cerebro or Deadpool. Oh yeah, getting your Deadpool Cerebro to 0 power is just like the biggest sad. Just big womp womp energy. Oh my gosh, chat! Look at this scum cheater with this busted card. It's coming for me. Dear second dinner, please nerf the menace. Someone must stop it. Power. We're gonna put 17 power in the middle, duck. We're coming for you.
Victory.
Bum, 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 bum. Why do you only get Agatha boosters when you play her? Because Agatha's doing all the work. Why would some other lesser deserving card get her boosters, chat? You want some other card to get Agatha's boosters? That sounds dangerously close to socialism. Agatha is overworked and underboosted, mood. Yes, Brood plus Silver Surfer will introduce another another lesser played card. For the record, I always forget we have a lot of new people coming in, so I should probably clarify when we make the socialism jokes here. We're what I would describe as aggressively progressive on this channel, chat. So the that sounds like socialism is mostly an LOL reference to everyone on the alt-right in my country, describing literally everything that helps people and is good for people as socialism. Every single day when my children go to school, they get picked up by the socialist school bus. They then go to the school that's funded by socialism. When it snows here, the socialist snowplow drives down my block and clears it all off. It's truly lovely. Wakanda forever. Yeah, the socialist school bus drives on the socialist roads that are paid for by tax money. What a hellscape full of services that I benefit from. We just died at Odin, right? Yeah, I don't think we can stand against Odin here. Reiki Air TV, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. I think that Wong needs a nerf. No. I think Wong is explicitly very good against largely linear decks like what I am playing. My deck is not very interactive. On average, I don't think Wong is very good in this current game. If you look at my top 5 decks, none of the top 5 decks I listed play Wong, and they all are full of cards that are counterplay to Wong. If anything, Wong could probably, I think that take in chat is good. Wong could stand to have a buff by virtue of nerfing Cosmo a little. Cosmo's a very bad dog chip. Isn't Wong standard in this deck with Panther and Zola? No, and I actually think this deck's a good example of why I don't think Wong is very good. Wong is very telegraphed and bad against a lot of the best decks in Marvel Snap. When you play Wong, it's very easy to counter your thing. Also, Panther into Zola is 16 power in 2 lanes on its own, which is already fine. You don't really need Wong to crank it up to 32. Where are we playing Angela? There could be, I think I might Angela Hala, and then like wave, and then Magneto pull their 3s and 4s into Hala. Sounds fun. That's a district X. Womp womp. What's better, Okoye or Scorpion? It depends on your deck. If you're a deck that's gonna play everything out of your hand over the course of the game anyways, you probably want Okoye. If you're not gonna play every card you draw, Sera's probably better. Or, Scorpion's probably better. Alright, well now I'm not expecting them to play here, so I think I'm gonna play right to split my power up. We could get hosed by them having a big 6-drop into Hala, and then we'll just retreat because it's a District X game anyways, but... You look more relaxed playing Snap than playing Magic. That's because when I play Snap, I don't constantly feel angry. Johnny California, thanks for the tip, by the way. You're our final deck submission for the day. Closing us out. Deck submissions are closed. You know, it's funny, Marvel Snap and Genshin Impact are the only games I'm playing currently. I said to my wife the other night, you know, it's kind of weird not playing Magic and not playing Unite at the moment, that my games don't piss me off anymore.
I am Iron Man.
It feels strange. It's the correct way to play things, smash them into both sides. 37 is Prime on my Twitch Prime. Thank you for the over 3 years, Panda. I think I play, oh, actually, so if I play Khazar mid, he gives Nightcrawler +1, meaning they have to play 1 more here, and then we also get 9 in the middle, so that seems pretty good for us. Look at that, we beat Leader, chat. We beat Leader, my YouTube comments will ever believe it. Yeah, I'm interested to see if the card game they're adding to Genshin next patch is like a real card game or if it's like not worth looking. I'm probably gonna poke at it. We'll probably make a point to poke at it on stream. I mean, I like Genshin explicitly because it's basically a single player game with co-op mode. I don't want to play an MMO. Fine, I find MMOs dry and uninteresting. I prefer Genshin to not. Do I want to draw Vibranium? I don't think so. Kind of want to draw a big card to play with this. All right, there's Mr. Zola. I think I'm playing Iceman into Luke's Bar because I don't want to put Vibranium in my deck. I want to draw Panther or Gamora to go with Zola, and I don't want to fill Asgard, so I want to be able to Panther into Zola middle and get it, let it go right. Yeah, I think the Vibranium Mines is a great location. Letting you think about whether or not you want to have things in your deck. Yeah, if you don't have Magneto, you can play Hulk in this deck. It's a bit worse with what's it called? Those were my cards, Wanda. God damn it, Wanda. Come on. Come on, Wanda. All right. I guess it's time for a pivot, huh? We Venom here and then we Zola the Venom. I'm gonna snap them. I think we're in a good spot. Can you make a list of pull 3 cards you think once tokens go live? In 95 minutes, my top 5 cards to get from Series 3 with collector's tokens will be up on the YouTube channel. Yeah, Venom Zola could definitely be worse. He says before getting Shang-Chi. All right, take my 6 cubes with your Shang-Chi. Take my 6 cubes with your Shang-Chi, you monster. I'm a fish. Reel me in. We're a fish. Why do I release videos during my stream rather than after? Because Twitch is a much, much smaller platform than YouTube, and a majority of the people that watch my YouTube videos are active between the hours of 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. Central on YouTube. So when I release 2 videos in a day on YouTube, I post them at 8 a.m. and noon Central, because that is when a majority of the people that watch my YouTube videos are on the platform. Chat, if you want a good comparison of how small Twitch is compared to YouTube, I've been one of the biggest Snap streamers since this game released, and my channel here on Twitch has had 545,000 views on Twitch in the last month streaming Snap. My Snap YouTube channel is just shy of 2 million views at the moment. So from a pure number of page clicks perspective, the YouTube channel is 4x the number of views the Twitch channel has gotten. Metrics. For people that are new to the channel, in a former life before this, in addition to having 2 degrees in mathematics, I spent time working as a data analyst and process automation person for a Fortune 50 company. I am very, very involved in my metrics. So from an advertising revenue perspective, YouTube makes significantly more than Twitch in terms of ad revenue. For the previous 30 days, I think my YouTube ad revenue is about 4 times what my ad revenue on Twitch is. But Twitch has direct support via subscriptions and especially Prime subs. So while YouTube has channel memberships, a lot of people that watch on YouTube don't use that feature. Whereas subscribing directly on Twitch is something that Twitch users kind of have ingrained in the culture of the platform a little bit more. So direct support is much higher on Twitch, whereas direct support is higher on Twitch, whereas ad revenue is better on YouTube. I love Oreo. Thank you for the 46 months. Welcome back. What percentage of my YouTube viewership is from Europe? I don't know that metric offhand.
Wind, aid my
Well, so God bless you, Iceman. We were gonna curve Panther into Magneto, but I guess not. So Amazon Prime subs actually make Twitch revenue vary pretty wildly. In any given month, my income has a like plus or minus 50% range. I think we're dead here. I think the Panther getting hit and only having Daredevil happening. I think we're bouncing.
Escaped.
Wave is important for this deck because Wave is the reason we are able to play 4 cards that cost 5 or more resources. Wave makes our Zola better by making it possible to play Magneto and then Zola the Magneto. Wave basically makes it so my deck has 3 good Arnim Zola targets. I've managed 70 months to Twitch Prime in a row. Yep. You definitely have. You said something about capitalism. So there's a culture, especially in the United States, of discouraging people from talking about how much money they make, because if people feel comfortable talking about how much money they make at traditional jobs, it becomes easier for employees to realize that some of them are underpaid. Because you gotta remember, capitalism dictates that you pay all of your workers as little as humanly possible. So if one person is willing to do a job for 50 grand a year and one other person is willing to do that same job but for 60 grand a year, and you can afford to pay both of them 60 grand a year, well, you'll underpay one of them. Yes, you should always talk about how much money you make with your coworkers. It is to your benefit and the benefit of your coworkers to discuss together how much money you are all paid. The wildest thing I realized was how little time you guys get in the US versus the UK. Yes, so I have a 2.5-year-old, and when my wife's job is considered to give an incredible amount of maternity leave when our daughter was born. She had 6 weeks of paid leave when our daughter was born. And you'd always learn really quick who was from Europe and who wasn't when I would bring that up, because people from the United States would be like, "Wow, you got 6 weeks of paid maternity leave? That's so much." And people from other real first world countries would be like, "Wow, she only got 6 weeks of paid maternity leave? That's so sad." I think when I talk about political stuff from the US on stream occasionally, it's really hard for people in a lot of other countries to parse how bad things are here and how shitty the right-leaning people in my country push to keep things bad. Like, those are the types of things we talk about, right? Like, it's not just the endless mass shootings that refuse to get the gun lobby under control. There's other things like paid leave and stuff like that. Like, there's a big difference between here and other places. And again, that's even before you get into stuff like mass shootings and bodily autonomy and all of the other things. All right. Are we making a double flooded zone? We have Kiln here. I feel like I kind of want to like Angela into Storm, and we'll just like lock this into the only location that plays on 5 and 6, huh? My wife and I get a combined 40 weeks of paid paternity leave. Yep. Squirrels! Okay, so the squirrels actually make this plan worse for me. Oh, God bless America. All right.
Escaped.
I'm a contractor. What's this time off you speak of? Correct. Okay, Nightcrawler can slip into the Sanctum, and this could possibly be another Sanctum, so we definitely want to play left here. Just in case. Hey, Luddy. Welcome to a live one. Glad you're enjoying it. Good to have you here. To the by the way, this person is subscribed to my channel. They have paid me money, and you can still fuck off into the sun with your Chicago is a war zone conservative bullshit. Do you know what the reality is? The reality is the highest per capita murder rates in the fucking United States are in deeply red countries. So you're right, the highest raw number of murders happen in places where people actually fucking live, but you, being a hillbilly idiot out in some deep red place, has no idea how things actually fucking work. God forbid you understand the statistics instead of just gobbling down whatever bullshit the fucking gun lobby feeds you. I get that ratios and statistics are a hard concept for a lot of fucking idiots to grasp, but they're really important when talking about things like gun stats. Chat, the mass shootings aren't all happening in places like Chicago. The mass shootings happen all over the country. It's a huge problem. And I know that this is a hot take, chat. But the country having the most lax gun laws in the world, also having the most gun problems and mass shootings, those two things are related. Chat. And again, this is when I talk about people from other countries not realizing how bad things are in the United States at times, my 7 and 8-year-old at grade school run fucking drills in case someone walks into their school with a gun. My 7 and 8-year-old have drills in case that happens. So, in the least polite way possible, fuck you if you're responsible for that being a thing that's necessary. It's like, they're my kids, and there are lots of other kids out there, and it's atrocious that that is a thing that's necessary to happen. So when the people often ask me, like, why can't you just agree to disagree with those people? It's like, well, those people are why my children have to run those drills. And those people are why women can't have bodily autonomy and why people can't marry who they love. All right, we've been talking about this for a little bit. I don't want to be angry all day, so I'm gonna take a deep breath. We're gonna move on from this topic. If you're someone that subs to support my channel, we have a politics channel in the subs Discord where you can talk about it endlessly. And I'm very involved in that channel when I'm not streaming. But I'm gonna choose to be less frustrated about it because it's a very frustrating topic. I feel for you, and I'm gonna move on from it now. Let's play Snap. We're gonna play with this deck for another 20 minutes or so, and then we're gonna start on our build around submissions. We've got 6 decks teed up in the queue. Should be fun. The Bifrost, but I wanted to be in the Baxter building. Am I storming the Bifrost? All of these locations are kinda eh. Because we have a lot of important 5-drops here. I think I'm actually supposed to storm the Dream Dimension. These locations are super awkward.
Wind, aid my hand.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Dream Dimension is like really bad for any deck that wants to play 5s. Yeah. I think I have to Jones middle, because if I Jones left and slide her into the mid, I can't Gamora left next turn. I think I want to be able to Gamora left on 5. I have a personal favorite card in the game. I really like a Moon Girl for copying cards. My favorite deck I've been playing lately is a Moon Girl deck, the Moon Miles deck. Well, I mean, what you take into account going into a turn of Marvel Snap really depends on what you're playing against, right? So like the range of things I consider changes based on like what deck they're playing, right? So like, for instance, we know here that they have Mjolnir and Wasp, and then this is a Lockjaw deck, so there's a good chance they have something big like Giganto or Hulk as well, which I honestly think means we probably have to bail out here, right? Unfortunately, this is one of those spots where Magneto is just like not great, because pulling Thor into the Baxter building is bad for us. There could be a world where like they fill the Baxter building, but in the event they play Hammer or Wasp here and Magneto pulls Thor to the left, Thor's gonna be 10, and then I think we lose with whatever 6-drop they play, right? And if I pull Magneto, if I Magneto the Thor right, they're gonna take the Baxter building bonus, and that bonus means they're still gonna win the flooded. I'm also gonna lose Baxter. I think we leave here. Oh, Lockjaw moves too. That's true. That's true. Lockjaw's moving too. I think that still plays out the same way though, right? Because Sunspot's 2. I guess we tie middle. I think like there's just too much chance. There's too many chances for them to play big things here, right? Like Hulk, Giganto. I don't know. Maybe they have a Magneto and things are awkward for them too. I think I'd stay here if this was like Hulk and it wasn't moving these things. But I think the fact that this is gonna pull these is like not great for us. But Zipples, I think I missed your sub, by the way. Thanks for the 29 months. Welcome back. I think that's one of the design spaces I'd like to see added to Marvel Snap more than anything. I think cards that screw with the priority system would be awesome. Like a card that says this always flips first or this always flips last. Or maybe even a more powerful card that says all of your cards flip first or all of your cards flip last would be sick. It would be really powerful, I think, in an interesting way. Smiling Coyote and Santa, thanks for the primes, appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. We could have taken a probability flip there as if he is accurate. I don't know that I wanted to do that, though. Ooh, yeah, that could be an interesting but slightly less powerful way. A type of on-reveal card that says you only go first or only go second on the following turn. Like a steal priority as a one-of.
Opponent snapped.
Huh? They snapped. They snapped Limbo. So they think Limbo is good for them? Limbo's pretty good for us. We got a lot of beef. There's the beef, chap. So the person that I just banned that said mass shootings in the United States are not a problem because a lot of people live in the United States, I'm going to take the extremely controversial opinion that one school shooting is too many fucking school shootings. And I know that makes me a dirty, filthy liberal to have that opinion, but it's one that I hold dear and true in my heart that I'm not going to change my mind on, so you can fuck off. Chat, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I make a point to talk about politics on stream once or twice a week while we're bringing in new people, because rooting right-wingers out of my community makes the community better overall, because the types of people that are gonna support those types of things are gonna be shitters in a lot of other ways as well. And in general, it just makes a more positive environment. It's like preemptively rooting out people you don't want around for other reasons. Daredevil does not work if he gets destroyed. He has to be on the board the entire time. Breaky Air, thank you for the sub gifties. That's super generous of you. Am I punting the middle here? I think we are, right? Oh, I don't have Zola in my hand. I was looking at Magneto. I keep thinking he's Zola, but that's not true. My brain is bad. Do we Magneto left and then hope for Zola next turn? Yeah, I think I'm on that line. Let's Magneto left and hope for Zola next turn. So the brand new tier 1 subliminals. One of your finest Zolas, please, deck. So they have a spot in the middle, and they very likely have Onslaught, right? How unlucky is that it's literally the 12th card in our deck? Never lucky rubber ducky. So we could do this, and then we could like do this. And this puts me to 20 in the middle, but we like really die to an Onslaught, right? Yeah, I don't think it's worth staying in for 2 keeps here. The odds of them having their big payoff here are just so high.
Escaped.
So, the big thing about the new card pulls we don't know yet is how long it's going to take for them to go from pool 5 to pool 4 and series 4 to pool 3. I should just switch them back and forth, chat, and confuse people, right? How long it takes to go from series 5 to pool 4 and from series 4 to pool 3. And that detail really matters. Like, I think if I think if... What's the word I'm searching for? I think if cards only sit in Pool 5 for a month before they move to Pool 4, the proposed release system is probably good. So here's what I would like to see. If you said, Jeff, you work for Second Dinner, or Jeff, Second Dinner comes to you and says, how are you going to work the pool system with the time delay? Here's what I would do. I would say, and so, can someone clip this? Here's how I would set up the pool system. I would say Galactus and Thanos are always Pool 5 because they're special and rare. Then there's 4 other cards in Pool 5. Every time they add a new card to Pool 5, one of the 4 other non-Galactus, non-Thanos cards would get demoted to Pool 4, and one of the Pool 4 cards would get demoted to Pool 3. Meaning there would always be 6 cards in Pool 5 and always be 10 cards in Pool 4. That's how I'd like to see things get set up there, I think. It would mean there's a static number of cards in both series. So there would be a finite number of cards you wouldn't have access to at any given point if you're not collecting everything. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about with series and tokens and stuff, exclamation point breakdown and exclamation point update gets you videos describing those. What are we doing here? I guess we're playing Lizard here. I like that idea, but I think it's too fast. It would mean 1 week after release, one of the fresh Pool 4 cards would no, that's not true, brother. So the way it would work with what I'm suggesting is the oldest card in Pool 4 would go to Pool 3, and the oldest card in Pool 5 would go to Pool 4. And for people that are bad at math, that would mean it would take 1 month for a card new to Pool 5 to get to Pool 4, and it would take 3.5 months for a Pool 5 card to get to Pool 3. So cards would sit in Pool 5 for 1 month with that suggestion, and they would sit in Pool 4 for 2.5 months with that suggestion. Original Chicken, thanks for the brand new Prime, appreciate that. Okay, so Magneto here pulls Jones and Storm into here. And I'm actually gonna put Nightcrawler here as well, because Vision is going left to win left, and I bet they're assuming they're winning here. Having to wait 3.5 months without spending a lot of money is not fun. Well, that's not what I just suggested, and it means you haven't watched my update video. So, again, if you haven't watched my update video, a completely free-to-play player can have every card as soon as it enters Pool 4, if that's the way you want to do things. Oh, this game was so close. Oh! Danger, Killmonger! Danger, danger! To be fair, chat, the Danger Room also killed our Magneto. We only needed the Danger Room at the end because it killed our Magneto. The Danger Room killed everybody there, okay? It was carefully calculated. But yeah, so with my suggestion there, it would basically mean without spending money, you'd get almost every new card a month after it releases, and the like 1 new card a month you wouldn't be getting right after it releases, you would get when it hits Pool 3. It means that with what I suggested with those timelines, it means for $10 a month, you have every card in the game guaranteed a month after they release in the long term. And again, if you want to see all those timelines broken down, What I'm talking about, check out the breakdown video. You also, and I know this is gonna come as a shock to people that think otherwise, but you also don't have to have every card Marvel Snap releases. There's gonna be a lot of cards that release that are super niche in use that will only be playable in decks you don't need and aren't going to be good or you aren't interested in playing. And again, with the proposed system, you will get them all eventually. You just won't have them right immediately on release day. You're super far behind if you don't have M'Baku. Yeah. What card am I looking forward to the most releasing? I actually think, here's a spoiler. I have a video going up tomorrow talking about the Pool 4 and Pool 5 cards I think look the strongest. And I have She-Hulk at number 1. I actually think her design's gonna be real good. I think she's gonna go in a lot of stuff. Going to be quite strong, I would predict.
Wind, aid my hand.
If you wanna know what the other 4 that I think are gonna be great, check the YouTube channel tomorrow. Long Nightcrawler. Ooh, this is an amusing interaction. So when you re-storm the flooding, you get another turn with it being flooded. So we're actually gonna lose the middle now. That's unfortunate. Yeah, shoot. I think we might be dead, Chip. Hey, Bushi, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. We could peel Magneto. I don't know that I'm willing to take a 25% around Magneto for an extra cube, though. I think I'm leaving. Yeah, if they don't snap, we'll hang out and see if we can peel Magneto. But I think without the Magneto rolled up here, we leave when they raise the stakes. Yeah, I agree with that too, Ziffy. I think a lot of people coming at the Marvel Snap plan for cards are also coming at it from the perspective of other card games like basically turn their meta games on their head every time new cards release. And with smaller regular card releases, the odds of Marvel Snap's entire metagame getting flipped on its head at a new release are much lower than other traditional card games. Everyone's basically assuming everything Snap's gonna do is the exact same as Hearthstone and Magic with everything, and part of the reason why this game is so much better than those games is because they're doing things that are different. I don't think it's fair to assume everything's gonna play out the same way. Delicious Jones, thanks for the Prime. I feel like, to give the crux of my thing, is it a lot of the people complaining about the proposed token system are assuming worst case scenarios are the default. And while I agree, if things get messed up or go horribly wrong, there's a lot of room for this proposed system to suck. I think preemptively assuming that everything's gonna get messed up and go horribly wrong is not the correct attitude to have. Ooh, our opponent believes in magic, chat. It's kind of awkward for us. Let's get a Gamora down here. Our big play is typically Zola, though, and like these Raptors, the way we spread out means I can't Zola anything. Let's get a Gamora down here. Our big play is typically Zola, and like these Raptors, the way we spread out means I can't Zola anything. Let's get a Gamora down here. Our big play is typically Zola, and like these Raptors, the way we spread out means I can't Zola anything. Well, so even the phrasing of what you've said there, Orphilax, I think is bad. So you're saying they're not helping themselves by not letting players know how quickly cards will be downgraded. They literally told us point blank they don't know what the timeline's going to be for that. They were honest and transparent that they don't know what those timetables need to look like to meet their metrics. And I appreciate that honesty. I'd rather they be upfront about this. Mr. Negative variant is a banger, by the way. I'd rather they be upfront about not knowing rather than set the expectation that this is what we're doing and then pull the rug out later. I feel like we're dead here, Chip. Super dead here, right? They drew 2 Mr. Negative cards. They have a copy of Sera. Guess there's a chance I win the left. Sport team win here. Can I talk myself into staying for a cube? All right, I'll talk myself into staying for a cube. Was wave not the play last turn? Well, if I wave, wave's not graded to Sera, but I guess it's. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Oh, wow. They're just not playing for the left?
I am Iron Man.
Be close. Gonna be close. Wow, and we actually only won this because Magneto pulled Mr. Negative. If Magneto hadn't pulled Mr. Negative, our Lizard would be -3 here and they'd be +1. Ares, so when I say max spenders can spend $22 per day, what I mean is the maximum amount of money you can spend on credits per day is $22. So you can buy an endless amount of gold in a single day, but you can only spend $22 worth of that gold advancing your collection track level. There's a finite amount you can spend on progression. You can whale harder on variants and stuff, but you can only spend about 22 USD per day on progressing your collection level. Craven. I think I'm gonna storm Necrotia against a Craven.
Wind, aid my hand.
Although I guess with Nexus being on the left, maybe this is bad. I Jones the Nexus, and then we'll go Gamora into Zola, I think. Oh, wait. Actually, I can go... Do I wave into Magneto and then Zola the Magneto? Because the second Magneto will trigger here, meaning the Vulture ends up right? Yeah, I think this is actually the big brain line. We do this, and then we Magneto mid, and then we'll go Magneto. If you don't have Magneto in this deck, I would recommend playing Hulk instead. It does get dragged twice, but so long as it's not on the Nexus, that's fine for us, right? I think is my point. I feel like Snap is asking for a lot of time commitment to get the cards. The journey is part of playing the game. They want you to take time to get the cards. Even people paying money are spending a lot of time to get the cards. As for the 3 years, I'll be grateful for the cantrips you played to Narset so I wouldn't have to, but I think maybe the real treasure was the kills we mongered along the way. God bless. All right, so let's move Nightcrawler here. And then let's Zola. Actually, Nightcrawler here is neutral because of the Kraven, right? But Zola's going to end up Magnetoing the Vulture over this way, right? And then I'll be at 719 here. Oh, is that not enough? Do we lose to that still? Yeah, I'm only going to have 19. They're going to have 24 here, huh? There isn't a way to see what your opponent discarded after the fact, which is not great. I think you should spend your tokens on whatever cards you would enjoy playing. I think if you think 1 pool 4 card will give you more joy than 3 pool 3 cards, then you should do that. You should, however, keep in mind that until you finish Pool 3, you will only get around 1,000 collector tokens a month free to play. So which cards you pick are a big decision because you're not going to get to pick a ton more. So those first 3,000 tokens are big in terms of what you're getting with them. And it might make sense to wait to get some of the cards that you pick until you see what other cards you get organically on the track. Maybe we'll get tokens in the next battle pass. That would be interesting. That is a possibility. They have said the season caches aren't going away. If they put like some amount of collector tokens in the season pass and juiced up that $10 purchase even more, that would be kind of hot. I think I want to get Daredevil down this turn. Cancel theirs out. How many tokens do you get a month with Pool 3 complete? You get about 6,000 tokens a month with Pool 3 complete. And again, if you want to watch me break down all of the metrics on tokens and stuff with a spreadsheet to show my work, there's a YouTube video there talking about it. I do not expect them to put collector's tokens inside season caches. I would not be surprised if they put some amount of tokens along the levels 1 through 50, but putting tokens themselves inside of the season caches means you can endlessly farm for them, which is something they clearly don't want. Hey, congrats on hitting 90, Bora. Solid W. Huh? So it's like Lizard, Iceman, Wave. Just play for all 3, I think. I want to put some more power here because that way if Captain Marvel has to jump, they likely lose here. How many seasons were there before global release? Wave, Daredevil, Nick Fury, Thor. 4. Ooh, Doombot's real good. I think that beats us, unfortunately, right? Lizard Center would have beat this. Dr. Doom is very good. Higher, further, faster, baby.
Faster, baby.
Oh no, I'd have lost regardless because of the left. Yeah, Dr. Doom's really good at playing for all three paths. Very, very good. We didn't get our Gamora boosties this morning, chat. Maybe someday. Someday over the rainbow. We have 33 Gamora boosties. We need 17 more to split her. Hey, appreciate that, Wyvol. Thanks for the prime. All right, shall we begin the viewer polls? This is Scizor's spreadsheet. We have Zola plus Panther, which is what we were just playing, but that's a good 1-2 to top end. The Storm Disruptive Shells. Connecting the pull sheet that will show how long it'll take to finish collection would be sweet. Oh, you want like an estimate based on what you tick in on here, how long you have to finish? Yeah, that's a lot of macro and stuff. A lot of macros to come up with. So sorry, looking at this pull, we have Panther Zola. We technically have Wong too, but I really don't love the Wong Panther Zola decks. We have Lockjaw. We don't have any of the big dogs that go with him though. I think our best bet here is probably just Panther. Probably just Panther Zola with the disruptive top end. I don't think that's true, Zolf. I think Zola's tough with Wong specifically because Wong's very telegraphed. But I think just Panther Zola as a 5-6 top end is like more than fine, especially when you're storming a location. The problem with Wong is that like a bunch of good decks are playing Cosmo and Armor and Enchantress, and making it telegraphed what you're going to be doing starting on turn 4 puts you at a pretty big disadvantage. I think Wong is probably the biggest delta between players that have played a lot and players that haven't. Players that are new to the game seem to really think Wong is busted because they don't like playing interactive cards. Wong's okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna build Zola Panther Disruption here. I think that core is fine. I think the Dracula Lockjaw deck really wants Hellcow. I also don't think the Dracula Lockjaw deck is very good. I actually have a highlight on the Dracula Lockjaw deck this morning, and I made a point to say in the video, this deck is really fun, and it's high rolly, but I don't think it's very good. Yeah, Wong's one of those cards that has like a little bit of polarized matchups, and it feels kind of bad to lose to, so it always stands out in players' minds. What cards should you prioritize buying in pool 3 in 46 minutes? I'll have a video up on my YouTube channel answering exactly that question. Storm Jones in here. Yes, that's true too. In addition to being very counterable, Wong's also pretty clear when he's going to beat you, so you just leave for minimal cube loss. We could play Gamora as just an okay 5. I don't know. Gamora's kind of a tough sell without Daredevil or Hood. Taskmaster is not good without Wong. We only have 8 power things here. Probably could play Vision. I kind of want one more way to get power into the flooding zone. You know what we could play that's kind of adorable? We could Claw and Zola the Claw. That's probably not good enough. Oh, you know who's kind of okay with Zola? Spider-Woman could be fun. Spider-Woman's kind of reasonable with Zola. What's the first deck card I want to build a deck around? Whichever one appears in my token shop. Remember, chat, I'm gonna have to wait a bunch of hours to get new cards. They removed the 5K credit limit. They did not. M'Baku. Yeah. Yeah, it's one card every 8 hours. Also, their patches usually go live in the late afternoon, early evening. So, there's a good chance I get to pick up a card or two before I stream the following morning. You have 5,400 credits. The 5K credit limit prevents you from claiming new credits after you're at 5,000. It doesn't stop you from going over 5,000. All right, I need one more pull 1 and pull 2 card here. Probably Scorpion or Cable. And for people that are new, I see a lot of good suggestions for pull 3 cards in chat. This is a viewer pool, and the only real pull 3 cards they have that are playable here are Panther and Zola. This is still a lower level collection. Let's play a few games, huh? I love the Spider-Woman variant. Is this a magic deck? I don't think so. So, Second Dinner has confirmed that your token shop card only updates when you log in. So if you don't log in for an 8-hour period while the shop goes, you're not going to miss a card in the rotation. They thought about that. And the cards that go through the shop go in order and don't repeat till you've seen everything. So if you log in and see something and don't pin it, it's gonna be a little bit before you see that thing again. Yeah, agree that it's great. What order do the token shop cards appear in? They are random among the cards that you don't have and haven't seen in the token shop yet until you see all of them. The cards in the token shop chat reset their timer on the same timeline you get new missions. So that's currently 1 p.m., 9 p.m., and 8 a.m. Central, right? Or 7 a.m. Central? Is that right? No, it's earlier than that. What's 1 p.m. minus 8 is some early time in the morning. What other card games have I played before? I make a point to try most digital card games, but the primary game that I played before Marvel Snap was Magic the Gathering. 5 a.m. Central, 1 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Central. Okay. Thank you for the Cornfield time translation. How do we feel about Nova Carnage Middle? Because I kind of want to leave this location open so I can Panther Zola here if possible. They play any Magic in person or mostly Arena? So before Arena, I played a ton in person. There was an independent tournament series called the Star City Games Circuit in the United States, where I competed regularly.
Opponent snapped. Wakanda forever.
That was not the Zola I wanted for Christmas. Are they gonna Odin mid now? We lose to Odin mid. Take my cubes, Odin. They could be Odin with Jubilee here. It does appear that I will probably die with the record of most SCG Open top 8s without a win. Thanks, Magneto. Appreciate you. He's got our back, champ.
Victory.
If you can afford to buy gold to get to the 1000 collection level breakpoint to get the extra tokens, it is definitely worthwhile to do so. It's effectively giving you 3 extra pool 3 cards, which is basically the same as getting 150 collection levels. And 150 collection levels typically costs like $70 or so. So for the 500 breakpoint, chat, the 500 breakpoint will always be there. If you're someone that's new starting out, all players coming into Marvel Snap in perpetuity will get 3,000 collector tokens when they hit level 500. However, there is a one-time bonus with this patch at levels 1,000 and 3,000 to get extra tokens for those of us that have been playing a bunch and opened caches and missed tokens and caches we've already opened. Yes, the 1,000 and 3,000 is essentially payback for saying, hey, you leveled up while the system was worse. So we're giving you a little something something. That's so bad for us. Oh, thanks, opponent. Appreciate you. We got our back, chat. This might be a little too late. Also, it's kind of awkward enchantressing Wong in DC because we're going to give him +5 power here. Us not having priority here is a big deal. The fact that I didn't have a turn 3 play is rough. If we'd have had a turn 3 play and thus priority here, we'd be set, but I think we're dead here. Yeah, feels dead, man.
Escaped.
Yeah, and them getting to be a DC on top of it all. Just like an extra kicker. Yes, Enchantress takes all abilities away from an ongoing card, so they then get better in DC. Okay, so I think we storm into Jones here with the plan to Killmonger Lizard after. I think I'm gonna step on that. We're gonna go storm into Jones, and then we'll go Lizard, Killmonger, Spider-Woman, or Lizard, Killmonger, Panther over here in Olympia. They snapped me back? Really? Third time today, I Scarlet Witched the location my opponent had no cards at, and it turned into Super Flow. Have you considered being luckier? This is the Wong player again. Got it.
Wakanda forever.
All right, chat. Are we down to Gamba? It's a big Gamba for 4 cubes angle. Flip the coin. Oh, really? I did these in the wrong order, chat. I did these in the wrong order. Lizard should be +1. Ah, they have Doctor Doom. I thought they were gonna get us. Okay. Thought we were flipping a coin against Zola. I would be incredibly surprised if the patch happened on Monday. In order for the patch to go out on Monday, that would require that the patch had been mostly ready to go last Wednesday before people left for the holiday. And chat, let's be honest, who gets work done on a holiday week when you're leaving for a couple of days? I assume the patch is close and they'll clean up the details. And the patch will hit. The patch will hit Tuesday. Clean up the details on Monday and the patch will hit Tuesday. Finally hit 75, mostly thanks to your snapping tips. Awesome, you love to hear it, Double. Congrats. How long of a break do employees get for Thanksgiving in the US? Typically it's Thursday, Friday. Unless you work in retail, and then never. Them pulling Lizard is unfortunate. I wanted the Spider-Woman here into Zola the Spider-Woman across, but now we can't cleanly do that. Okay, so Sera actually makes it harder here for them to play their stuff out into these two, right? Enchantress mid might get there. What's up, my dude? What's up?
Where's the white case of the Switch?
The white case with the Switch. I might still be in the car. Ask your mom if it got brought in. It was in the backpack. I bet it's still in the Pathfinder. You can run out and get it if you want. Just ask your mom. Thanks for the brand new Prime. And Mr. Never was here. Appreciate that as well. Good morning, good morning. I do drive a Pathfinder, and it will be the last Nissan vehicle I ever pay money for. Oh, Zola the Lizard is more power, isn't it? Yeah, that's a good shout. We'd have won if we Zola'd Lizard, right? We'd have been 12 and 13. That's a good shout. I own a Nissan Rogue and a Nissan Pathfinder, and my 2015 Nissan Rogue has had a recall warning for the better part of a year that they haven't addressed yet because the car literally catches fire under certain conditions. But we just don't drive it that much, and it's kind of rare, so we're just letting it ride because we're not replacing the car that works otherwise. And my Pathfinder that's less than 4 years old, I think it's a 2020. We bought it in 2019, I believe. The button that opens the lift gate had all the plastic casing around the edges of it crack just from normal use. And apparently that's a thing that just happens because of the cheap plastic casing that they use. So between the lack of a proper response on the recall for the Rogue and the cheap plastic casing breaking around the liftgate button, I will never give Nissan money ever again. It's a Panther and a Zola and a Shuri's Lab. Is that a snap? Maybe I don't snap because of Professor X possibility. It's just a real life Ghost Rider, LOL. Someone said they picked me as a Telsa guy. I mean, Elon Musk is kind of a giant tool. And I have 3 small children that need various forms of car seats. We're gonna get Professor X out of this, aren't we? Isn't Cosmo a bit too good for a Pool 1 card? Well, that's not how Marvel Snap views cards. Cards aren't better or worse because they're in Pool 1 or Pool 2 or Pool 3. All of the card pools in Marvel Snap have pretty similar power levels, they just have different utility.
Wakanda forever.
See if we get farmed by another Shang-Chi here. Nailed it. Wakanda forever! Yeah, in fact, Pool 1 and Pool 2 are explicitly designed to give you disruptive interactive cards like Cosmo, like Enchantress, like Shang-Chi, like Killmonger, so you have the tools to be competitive into any deck in Marvel Snap by the time you hit collection level 474. The pool system was very carefully designed to make sure you get the right tools up front to play lots of Snap decks and be successful. All right, let's take a look at our next card pool. Something other than Destroyer. We could definitely do something other than Destroyer. Destroyer, Electro are both here, and they are fantastic. If you are missing cards from that last deck, I'd encourage you to check out my Pool 2 deck build-arounds. This deck has Lockjaw, and it has Wasp, and it has Giganto. It has Black Widow as a 2-drop. I think I'm down to do that. Oh, we have Jane Foster too. We're missing, so like, this is a card pool where like, for most people, Thor would be a very low priority card to get with collector tokens. However, with Deertay's pool here, if they like the Lockjaw archetype, Thor is probably the #1 card they want to watch for with collector tokens. And this is why I think the token system is such a great supplement to Snap's card collection. Is I've heard a lot of people say, oh, the token system means everybody's just going to net deck. And that's not, the tokens are sparse enough that the correct thing to do with them in most places is supplement the cards you've already opened in an instance like this, right? And this packages page is so good for that, right? Like, they have a bunch of cards that are good with Panther Zola. Arnim would be a good priority for them. They're 1 card off of Beastly Slide. Beast could be a great pickup for them with tokens. Looking in here and figuring out which key bit you're missing goes a long way. Thank you for bringing me lunch, child. I appreciate you.
Very hot. I cannot.
The children have delivered me lunch, chat. They are wonderful. All right, so I think we're gonna build Lockjaw without Thor here, which I think is fine.
What Lockjaw?
Lockjaw is a pup who fetches things from our deck. I can show you Lockjaw here.
Wait. So it literally a pup. It literally a retriever.
He is basically a retriever, yeah.
But dog version. I am right about that.
You are, Jacob.
Yeah. Oh, I see him. The dog.
We have dogs. No, I have 3 small children.
And I want one.
Jacob would like a dog.
Yeah.
Dogs are a lot of work, dude, and they're also expensive. You kids are already a lot of work and expensive.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Are you serious? I guess yeah. I don't know what we should have for lunch.
There's plenty of stuff upstairs, bud.
Maybe mac and cheese.
Yeah, I can help you make mac and cheese.
I want scrambled eggs, but I don't know where my mom go with.
I can make eggs for dinner, okay? That sounds good. All right.
And also eat your scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs are delicious.
Yay.
All right, what else do we want in here?
Yeah.
We have room for 1 more card. Yeah, I like Jubilee. I like 3 pieces of bottom end. I think that's a good one. Good amount of that. Yes, this card pool does not have normal Thor. Great addition to this archetype when you have it, but we do not have it here.
Hey, Daddy.
Love you, bud. I feel like I probably want... What's one other big thing we could play? There's no Dr. Doom. We don't have any other 6-drops in the deck. I don't know that I like Odin without fitting in White Tiger, and I don't know that I want to fit in White Tiger. No Mysterio. That's why we have Black Widow. Captain Marvel's okay. I kind of like Spider-Woman or Gamora could be okay. I kind of like that Spider-Woman can give -4 and then tuck into our deck for something else. I also have this fantastic Spider-Woman variant, so that's clearly the winner. Clearly the winner. I don't think you want more than 3 cheap cards. So we're playing Wasp, Sunspot, Black Widow, and then Lockjaw Jubilee, and I like the rest to be beef. And let's be honest, there's some beef here. That is, the children delivered me garlic bread and then a rice dish with beans and corn in it. It never fails, chat, that we queue up with Lockjaw and Subterranea is immediately on our game board. Remember, chat, you can always retreat for 1 cube, okay? You can always retreat for 1 cube. I mean, the best combo with Hobgoblin is Daredevil. I definitely prefer Black Widow to Scorpion and the Disruptive Shells. Denying them a card draw is huge. I believe Shillionaire takes about 2,000 hours of watch time to get for about a million channel points. So it's about little over 1 year of watching regularly daily. And before anybody says, wow, that's a lot, it is, and we have like 90 Shillionaires on the channel. I stream before Snap. Magic the Gathering is the thing I've streamed the most over the years, but I've done a bunch of other card games too. We played Hex TCG back in the day. We played some Legends of Runeterra, Mythgard, smattering of variety stuff here and there. All right, we snapped the Scar Diff in this house. I have not played Gwen. Hey, Paul, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Honestly, chat, those back-to-back games are a good example of the location variance and Snap being fine, right? For games that you get run out of because there were a bunch of rocks that went into your Lockjaw deck, you also get free wins in other locations with locations like Scar, right? So, like, the cubes you auto-lose wash out with cubes you auto-win in the long run, for sure. I'm waiting on these for post-Lockjaw, I think. Exclamation point card sheet in chat to get access to the card sheet that I used for build arounds, yep. Little bit of an X-Mansion diff here.
Opponent snapped.
I played Lockjaw out to the sewer system because one, I'm going to be able to pull things out of the sewer into New York on the last turn, and two, I'm incredibly likely to be able to have a lot of high power things flip out of this path here. So we'll Jane to redraw Wasp here. Yeah. Did you not just hear me talk about how location variance like this is fine because it balances out in the long run? I promise you, Marvel Snap is a better game because of the location variance. Location variance is good, actually. Nah, I'm just not gonna contest the left, chat. I'm gonna play mid here. Vulture's gonna kick up to 8 here in the middle too, right? What I remove from this deck to fit in Thor? Exclamation point, top 5 decks in chat. The stock Lockjaw Thor deck, I think, is one of the best decks right now. If you want to see my preferred build of this archetype with no card restrictions, it's in that video. Is it not easier to just answer their question? Well, 2 things about that. 1, I would like for them to click on my YouTube video and give me a view. But 2, their question, what would you replace for Thor in this deck, implies that they want my ideal deck list. And my ideal deck list for this archetype does more than just swap in Thor. So I get that I didn't answer their question directly, but what I did heads off other questions at the past preemptively and generates engagement for my other content. Retreat here. They're losing middle, but definitely a step. Yeah, honestly, I probably should have snapped the previous turn. There's nothing big left in the deck. There's literally an Infinite on my deck. Right? My deck right now is Infinite, Sunspot, Black Widow. And I don't need more power to win the middle. So hitting Black Widow there is fine. Chat. Why do you include this deck in your top 5 video and not this other deck that I personally think is better? Well, obviously my personal opinion is that the deck you're saying is better is not better. Is it really that hard to infer that from that? It's Jane Foster for. Jane Foster draws Wasp, and Wasp gets things done. If you max spend on credits, which costs about 22 USD per day, you can achieve about 50 collection levels per day. Hey, howdy SK. Welcome to a live one.
Wind, aid my hand.
Miss Angela variant is sick. I am waiting for her to grace my shop. It's definitely the best one. Alright, hit me, dealer. Oh, yeah. Come to Papa. Is this a pass Infinite angle? I think it's a pass Infinite angle, chat. Well, shit. We're gonna lose mid, so we have to hope 13 holds up on the right. How much do you need to play to get boosters for 50 collection levels a day? 3 to 4 hours. And that's one of the things that I feel like doesn't get mentioned enough when people talk about the spend on Marvel Snap, is it's not just you're swiping your credit card and you're getting progress like other games. You have to play a ton. In order to sustain the credits for a max spend in Marvel Snap, you have to be playing constantly. Oh, look at the way they massacred my boy, Chip. Is it possible for Jubilee to pull Chavez? It is, yes. Alright, so them having Vision there unfortunately meant that playing Vision on 5 would have been better. They had Killmonger too, which also made it worse. Kind of a worst case scenario for the decision we made there. I actually don't think the distinction between ongoing and uninteractable templated abilities is blurry. As a card game nerd, things like Angela and Collector are very clearly triggered abilities versus a static effect that's constantly being checked or applied. I know that line can be a little bit blurry for people that like haven't played card games for a lot of time, but the things that aren't ongoing effects in Marvel Snap basically say when condition X happens, condition or thing Y is the output. So it's watching for a condition to happen and then outputting something, as opposed to always applying a static effect. Was Jubilee nerfed before? Kind of. So Jubilee used to always fetch the top card of your deck, which meant if you played Jubilee in a deck with America Chavez, she was incredibly likely to get Chavez because Chavez sits on top of your deck for most of your games when you play her. Daredevil's actually kind of a funky one. Daredevil could definitely be templated as an ongoing effect, even though it only works on one turn, right? Bully mid. Yes, Collector versus Morbius is a good example of why Collector isn't ongoing, but Morbius is, because Morbius's ongoing effect doesn't have to see the things happen. It's not triggering, it's just counting something that happened over the course of the game. That's true. Lockjaw, or Jubilee pulling Lockjaw was also an interaction that was technically nerfed. Yeah. So we'll Wasp the Lockjaw path. And then we'll Jane Washington, DC. And honestly, I think we're kind of hoping to pull Vision here. I'd like to be able to move him off. Getting him off a draw is fine too. How is Jubilee and Lockjaw nerfed? It used to be that when Jubilee pulled Lockjaw, Lockjaw would put Jubilee back into your deck and draw you another card. Yeah, I think this might actually be a Wasp into DC to go to 12 here, so that way we beat Vision jumping over and then Hulk mid, because I don't really need more power here on the right. Alright, so one of these is Mysterio, right? The real Mysterio is probably right? Oh, but the Mysterio in DC gets bigger. Damn. Yeah, and I bet the real Mysterio is right here. Yeah. Close. King Cheese claims another victim. Need a Vision of our own there. Giganto boosties, chat. It's on the list of cards I don't have an infinite split for yet. All of the Giganto boosties, please. You can tell we talked about politics earlier on the stream chat because there's 5 unbanned requests in the queue. Mods, leave them there. I'll get to them when I'm done streaming. Don't the Mysterio illusions go away? They do not. They stay in play, which is part of what makes them so powerful. We got their goose, chat. Cats and dogs can work together. I waited to play Black Widow because I want to tuck her in with Lockjaw, and now we'll get to play Goose and Black Widow with Lockjaw.
Wind, aid my hand.
Hey, Live Free, thanks for the resub. Folks like you make this possible for me to do content. Ghazi Games, thanks for the 3/4 of a year. Oof size large. Oof size large. I think we're dead, huh? This is the Ultron Patriot deck, and we drew Vision, which means I can't cheat over into here now. Hey, Hendrik. Thanks for the brand new Prime. And it's Newman. Thanks for the brand new Prime, man. It's always nice when a couple of Jeff Bezos dollars fall into my pocket. Vision wouldn't do it anyways. I mean, depending on what else they played, right? Like their Ultron was currently adding 6 power to the right, so Vision could potentially beat that. I don't know the difference between the templatings, Mr. Joker. I haven't played with Absorbing Man, and I don't know how it interfaces with other things yet. There could be a gameplay difference for that wording difference, but we don't know yet. We can't play with the cards. Hey, Ghost. Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. It could just be wording inconsistency. It could actually be functionally different, though. I don't know if you heard me just say that, Beetle, but I literally just said exactly that. Thanks for the almost 5.5 years and the tier 3 and everything else you've done here over then. Welcome back. Good to see you. Happy day after Thanksgiving. You did it, you just joined, yeah. We did in fact have a politics hour earlier today, and that is in fact the reason why there's a bunch of unbanned requests. Well, I almost called Cosmo a good boy when he stopped my opponent's leader, but then he also stopped my Green Goblin. So I have mixed feelings, chat. Is Cosmo a bad dog? I don't actually know. I don't actually know. The stream's kind of like a sitcom running jokes and all. You're not wrong, Carrie. You're not wrong. Oh, you know what? I messed up here, chat. Sunspot should go first because Black Widow doesn't do anything with Cosmo. So if Black Widow comes back out, it could have been Sunspot coming back out. Actual, factual best hit in our deck. I'm moving Vision to the left here because they could Professor X Death's Domain this turn, and I want to play around that. I want to step them back. This is a 2 YouTube. We're probably going to have all double YouTube video days between now and when the things release. If you want to know what Series 3 cards I would recommend you watch for collector's tokens for, that published on YouTube today.
Victory.
Yeah, and I bet they're retreating because Vision flipped up and they were gonna Professor X here. Oh, Giganto boosters 2 games in a row. Chat, it's like Christmas. It's like Christmas, chat. Yeah, but the sweet thing about decks like Mr. Negative and Marvel Snap is that even though they're inconsistent, they're still very good, right? Because you just punt the games that aren't good for you for 1 cube. And the games that are good for you, you could often get, you know, a lot more cubes than that out of. I'm not playing any of these cards out, chat, because Lockjaw is going to play fetch with all of them. Oh, wait. Did I mess up my publishing? Did I publish 2 videos at once this afternoon? Oh my god, I did. That's actually really bad for the algorithm. God damn it, Hogland. Alright, I might have been up really late editing videos last night and messed that up. Well, shit. It's actually bad for the algorithm to publish 2 things at once, chat. Listen, I'm not saying I'm stretched a little thin, but also I'm doing a lot right now. Forgive me. The second of those was supposed to go tomorrow. The second of those was supposed to go tomorrow. Look at this puny little human torch, chat. Black Widow's pretty good into the movement tech, too. So 37 should win mid, and then 21 should win right. I'm gonna snap. Step too late. Ooh, are we not gonna win right? Oh, we might not win mid, actually. Oh, shit. My late snap might have saved us, actually, huh? Because if they Heimdall right, they end up with 48 mid. Monka. And then we lose mid and right? Like I can reinforce here or reinforce here, but I lose whichever one we don't. Oh my god! And I can't retreat because I said my late snap was good for us, but it's not. I can't retreat and I'm stuck with 3 more cubes because of the late snap. Take your 3 cubes because the interface sucks. It should not be possible. It should not be possible for you to snap while the animations are going up. It just shouldn't be a thing that you could do. And if it does happen, you should definitely be allowed to retreat still the next turn, but it just shouldn't be possible. While the animations are playing for the turn, it should lock you from being able to push the stakes up. Okay, chat, I need to run to the restroom really quick. I'm gonna hit an ad roll. While I do that, you're not gonna miss any gameplay. I promise I never run ads over actual gameplay here, but I'm stepping away anyways. If you want 2 minutes of snap content while I'm running to the restroom, check out my YouTube videos that just published. When I get back, we're gonna do a bunch more viewer pool build-arounds and other content. BRB. Thanks for the submission, Deertay. Rise up, gamers. Rise up. Wait just a second for the ad roll to finish before we dive in. Sub should not get ads, Dark Rider. Definitely contact Twitch if that happens. Admiral just hit you. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. And you were logged in, right? Because it says your sub icon is there. What's there between a collector's reserve and a collector's cache? What's contained in them? Thank you, my chum. Hey, Laz, thanks for the 6 months of Prime. Appreciate that. Somnolent, are you hanging out in chat? I've got some notes here from you, so I can work from those, but if you're here, we can chat as well. We've got a request for Magneto, which is a very powerful card. So, I'm not going to build this deck because we just played it, but it is worth noting you have Lockjaw and Wasp, and Magneto and Giganto are both very good things to flip out with Lockjaw. So there's a good Lockjaw deck in your card pool here for sure. As far as Magneto deck goes though, we have Arrow here as well and Kingpin. So I think I want to build a disruptive deck with Arrow, Magneto, Kingpin here as our top end / ways to get people on occasion. They're a very, very fun 1, 2, 3, as indicated by the move their stuff package. I don't think you need Spider-Man for those to be good. Those are just like 3 pretty reasonable cards. We have Daredevil. I actually don't love Daredevil with Arrow because Daredevil dictates you want pretty specific 5-drops. And the 5-drops you want are decidedly not Arrow, right? Yeah, I will take specific deck submissions too. Most of what people prefer is me building from their pool. But yeah, with tokens coming, you can submit specific decks to get an idea for how it plays before you invest in it. You could also say, Jeff, I'm gonna submit my pool. Assume I'm willing to buy 1 or 2 cards with collector's tokens. Oh, you don't have Arrow Solvent 1. That's a misclick on your sheet. If you don't have Arrow, we'll play Kingpin, or we'll play Daredevil. I am closed on deck submissions for today, but we'll be open again with them on Monday. We got 3 more queued up after this one, and then we'll play some decks that I want to play at the very end of the stream. I think I still like Kingpin with just Magneto. He's like a fine 3-drop. I think I might try a deck without the Destroy package at the bottom, since we have Daredevil. We can play a couple of other good 1-drops. They do have Juggernaut. That's true. Juggernaut's fine with Storm and it's good with Kingpin. I like that as a 3. They do not have Spider-Man in their collection. They do have Juggernaut though. I think I want 1 more 2-drop here. They're missing Polaris. Yeah, 70 levels is probably doable, Og. Probably. Obviously no guarantees, but probably doable. Yeah, we're playing Magneto. He's here on our top end. I want one more cheap card. I could just be like a Korg. One of the nice things about not playing Killmonger is we can play actual 1-drops in our deck. I believe you can now get border effects without background effects and such. I believe. FA, thank you for the over 3.5 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Will it get released in a week? Probably 5 to 6 days. We're expecting Tuesday. I think I want to play here because this could be turning into Lechukagulya here in a second. Hey, D-Fox, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. They played into Lechukagulya? Really? Maybe their hand's just like really good. Oh, this is kind of fun. So we both get to play any 2 cards because it got set to 4, but then reduced by another 1. What do we think this wins? Do we think this wins?
Opponent snapped.
All right, YOLO. They get to play any 2 cards out of their hand too.
Wakanda forever.
Oh no! Brutal, savage, wrecked. I almost snapped them back. I'm glad we didn't.
Escaped.
All right, into the raft.
Oh, snap.
That was a late snap. Rock. Perfect.
Assemble.
We just like storm into Jones. We could storm into leader here, actually. It's kind of hot.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yes, Thanos and Galactus have been generatable via random cards for a little bit now. This is the best Goose variant, agreed. Oh my gosh, we're losing to the Rock. We did here.
Escaped.
I got a Google opinion survey about your new video. What does that mean? They give surveys about individual YouTube videos? What kind of questions does it ask? I've never heard of that. Or is it just on the video? Or about the video? Like, it asks you about, like, the content of the video?
Assemble.
Wind, aid my hand.
Let's keep them out of the flooded here. It's more about checking their algorithm. Yeah, that makes more sense. Hopefully we kick this into the left. Damn, never a lucky rubber ducky. And then we get to Magneto these friends into Warrior Falls here, which will be pretty good since it's happening on 5. We have to, like, kill Captain America and kill Ebony Maw. I'm gonna snap them here before it's apparent that that's happening. Hey, Brackers, thanks for the brand new Prime. They could, like, Professor X Warrior Falls here, which would be bad for us, but outside of that, I think we're in a good spot. Oh, they can't play left because of Ebony Maw. Right. I don't play against that card enough for that to be something I think about. And they might actually skip playing this turn because they only have one spot left. Hey, Lost In, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yeah, and they did nothing here. Come here, friends. Over here and sit on Papa Magneto's lap. It's time to fight. Hey, Envy, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. We do lose to Dr. Doom here. Is noteworthy. Well, there hasn't been a patch since Warrior Falls released as a location pseudonym. Could have X mid and then Magnetoed on the final turn. And I don't think I had enough power to win the center with X, right? Because they had Warpath at 10, and they had like 17 here. Angela plus X left wins. No, I still lose to Magneto that way. Or Dr. Doom. I think we do this to beat Onslaught, right? Because this is +6, which puts us to 12. Onslaught puts them to 11. Oh, you're saying I should have played Professor X here because it locks in the loss, but then they can't play to the yes. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, you are correct. If we would have Professor X middle on turn 4, guaranteeing the loss, the Ebony Maw locks them out of here. Okay, so we tied, which is a best case example. Yeah, the better explanation is better. So if Professor X would have lost middle, but it would have locked them out of being able to win left and right, which that's a really interesting Professor X line, right? Like, it's optimal to play him into a path where we're losing because it guarantees the win in the other two. It's a very atypical situation that came up because of Marvel Snap's wonderful location variants. Gamora boosties! Wonderful Gamora boosties, chat. I would like to live dangerously. We pulled 2 decks that Spider-Man slots into. Not really. Don't really want to give them these cards in Machine World, so I guess we're chilling for now. So we're giving them Nightcrawler. I really don't want a Gamora Machine World, chat. Yes, if you're spending Press a Pick and you think you're gonna finish Pool 3 relatively quickly anyways, I would just save all your tokens for Pool 4 and Pool 5 cards. If you're someone that's progressing at a slower rate, I'd recommend getting the key Pool 3 cards you want right away, though. I think I'm leaving here. Hey, Health Loss, thanks for the sub gifty, appreciate it.
Escaped.
Oh, they already have Gamora from the White Queen too. Yeah, that's true. Definitely a good to leave. We definitely want to Angela the Nexus. I think I might be holding Korg or post Angela. Nice, rewarded. Hey, Eep, thanks for the prime. Afternoon. Huh. Okay, so I think this is Korg here, Iceman here. play Jones in the Mojo World to up our unit count there. More of the left tier. Okay. That was not the Magneto I wanted for Christmas, chat. Is Nexus a must-win location? Yeah, usually. I've had one Nexus game where I lost the Nexus but won the game. That was a real weird one. I can add 5 more here, going to 30. I'm gonna go fish. This feels like it might be Shang-Chi. If it's just a big 6-drop, we lose, but it might be Shang-Chi. Yeah.
I am Iron Man.
Storm, Nexus, Daredevil on the right. How does that win the game? I still lose the game if I lose Nexus. So I'm not winning the embassy, chat. So if I storm the Nexus, I still have to win center and right if I lose the Nexus. So I might as well just leave the Nexus and see if we win it to win the game, right? Retreating there is probably the better choice. I think Iron Man's fine as a 5-mana card. Iron Man's another one of those cards that newer players seem to really dislike for some reason. I don't know that I understand. We have had, anecdotally, a number of Elysium games today. Good to have you here for a live one, Sublime. Yeah, I mean, like, that last game was kind of a peak Iron Man kind of game, right? Because it... what's the word I'm searching for? It was a game where everything was all about a single location. Normally, Iron Man requires you to commit hard to one spot, and winning one location doesn't always win you the game. Yes, and to be fair, coming from other games, like if you look at the starter cards in your average Magic the Gathering Arena starter deck, like, they don't really give you anything playable, right? People are used to being hurt by other games. You didn't mention Zola in your best series 3 cards to craft. You think he's not first off? Yeah, Zola is like exclusively a card that's playable with Black Panther and not really outside of that. Honestly, we're probably pretty behind here. We're kind of hoping they don't play to the Strange Academy and we can steal with Professor X and like maybe Gamora wins mid, but like they're gonna have turns 5 and 6 to play to the middle. You like Zola with Venom? Yeah, it's fine with Venom. I just don't think any of the Venom decks are very good right now. There's too much armor and Cosmo in the game for that to be good. Okay, well now I do this. And then we hope Gamora wins, right? Hey, Silver Oak, thanks for the 22 months. Appreciate it. Gamora may win left. I think we're more likely to win right with 14 than to win left going +7. But they have to play right? Yeah, maybe that's true. We lose the tiebreaker by 1? What a tilter. Yeah, I guess that's a consideration. We just consider they have to go all in on right because they're winning mid. Yeah, I think that's probably a good consideration. When do you get Lockjaw? Lockjaw is a pool 3 card. So collection level 486 plus. I like Moon Girl. I like the Devil Dino Shells. I like the Moon Miles deck we played a bit of. Please go left, Carnage. Please go left, Carnage. To the left, to the left. Magneto do? He pulls some stuff around. You can always have exclamation point followed by a card name in my chat to pull up the rules text to that card, and also learn what card pool that card is found within. I think saying a particular card needs to be in pool 2 is a moot point non-issue now that everybody has access to collector tokens. I think Daredevil is a pretty appropriate power level, and I think if you think if Daredevil actually is too strong, it's not actually that Daredevil's too strong, it's that Professor X is too good of a 5-drop. I think Professor X deserves to lose a point of power or two. And doing that would also incidentally make Daredevil marginally worse. We did get some Gamora boosties, but we also only got up to 43, so we need 2 more games for Gamora boosties, which is sad. Daredevil limits design. I think cards that limit design are fine, and you should just ignore them and design your cards anyways, and if those cards become a problem in the future, you address them in the future. One of the things I always hated about Magic the Gathering players is when they parroted bullshit like, you have to ban Birthing Pod or keep Stoneforge Mystic banned because it limits future design space. Preemptively banning or changing cards for sins they may or may not commit in the future is so ass backwards and idiotic. Like, it's not wrong to say this card could be problematic in the future, but it's beyond baffling to me that this card could be problematic in the future is a reason to, like, get rid of it now. So it's probably the best Lockjaw variant at the moment. I don't know. I don't really love any of the Lockjaw variants that are currently available. Okay, apparently you are now just posting memes in my chat. Please stop.
Clear for takeoff.
Well, but I mean, like, so Lockjaw's a perfect Mr. Negative's a perfect example of what I mean, right? I think they should just design their low attack cards as they will, and if one of those cards becomes a problem with Mr. Negative in the future, then you address it in the future. Like, don't limit the design space now because of something that may or may not be a thing. Wow, getting waved again here is awful for us. Oh, I think that means we lose, right? We didn't draw their Magneto. What feature would make Marvel Snap better? If I could undo pressing end turn. If my opponent hasn't ended their turn yet, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to undo my end turn. It's really frustrating when I hit end turn and then quickly realize I could have made a better line and then have to sit there and stare at the screen for 30 seconds while my opponent takes forever when I could have just clicked undo and then fixed my line. The current system of not letting you undo not being able to undo press end turn competitively incentivizes you to wait to the last possible minute to end your turn every round, which is a bad thing to incentivize in a game that's designed to encourage quick play. Yes, end turn should be I'm ready for the turn to begin, and if both players have readied, then the turn starts. I think that's a great way to phrase it. Yes, Miles Morales will be the last season pass card that goes directly into Pool 3. Starting with Black Panther. Black Panther will move to Pool 5 after its season pass is done. So at the beginning of next season, Black Panther will become a Pool 5 card, and Miles Morales will become a Pool 3 card. And then moving forward, all new additions to our calling off the season pass will always go through Pools 4 and 5. How did you pin a comment? We can pin comments? When is that a thing? That's super useful. Well, that's sick. Alright, well now I can just pin... Well, that's great. We're probably losing this game to Cerebro here, but I'm excited about being able to pin things. You can shame pin people now. LOL. Greg V, thank you for the Prime, by the way. I think I missed that one. Do you think since Season Pass cards go to Series 5, they can increase the power of the Season Pass cards? I don't think where a card appears in the card pool or how it's acquired should be a factor in the power level of the card, chat. They should design cards that are interesting and balanced. Not cards that are good or bad based on the area they appear in.
Escaped.
The pinned links redirects to the YouTube main page. That is not true. Just clicked it. Is the Season Pass worth it to buy? Yes, if you're going to spend any money on Marvel Snap, the Season Pass is an incredible ratio. I think they're likely to ever add new cards to Pool 1 or Pool 2? No. And I actually think with the addition of Season Pass, or with collector's tokens, there's no need for them to add new cards to the earlier pools. I was a proponent of adding Wave and Mystique to Pool 2, but since they're giving everyone 3 free cards at level 500 with collector's tokens, I think if those are cards you actually want, you can just go easily get them now. Is a fine. Yes, the patch will be early next week. I have priority here, and having priority means that my Juggernaut can kick their things out of the Angela path before they trigger their Angela, which is great here. So long, friends. You think Silver Surfer will be meta-defining? So, there's an important distinction between a card being meta-defining and introducing a new playable deck, right? I think there's a good chance that Silver Surfer creates a new archetype around itself because it seems like a cool build-around card. But do I think you're gonna have to play Silver Surfer or you won't be competitive on the Marvel stat ladder? No, that's not likely to be the case. And that's what a lot of people don't seem to get. Like, whenever I see FUD being posted about the collection system, it's always people being like, well, what if there's a meta-defining card that gets added and you can't get it right away? Or what if every card for an entire month is meta-defining and you can't get them all right away? And it's like, well, a card can be playable and not be meta-defining, right? Like, in an ideal world, no new cards are meta-defining. You want new card releases to add new playable things to the game. You don't want them to invalidate everything else that already exists. And again, I know many of you are refugees from Magic like myself, or Hearthstone, or Runeterra, where new card releases mean that things are gonna get flipped on their heads every single time. But in an ideal world, I'm gonna gamble Professor X-Men here. In an ideal world, God, we just got toasted. All right, harsh but fair. In an ideal world, that's not what's happening, right? Under ideal circumstances, there's going to be a variety of things that are playable. Any meta-defining cards should go in the Battle Pass. I actually disagree with that. Battle Pass cards are actually more inaccessible to free-to-play players than directly to pull 5 cards. I will have video highlights covering my favorite Series 4 and Series 5 cards posting on the YouTube channel Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. The next 4 days I'll have Theorycraft deck videos up there. We could lose the lab here. I guess they could also play right or left. Wow, they played left. Damn, I wasn't expecting them to go left. Especially with Spider-Woman, that feels mighty spooky. Like, they literally lose to any card played here? I don't know, maybe they're just like a master, but... Any one drop beat them there. Hey, Cons, thanks for the prime, appreciate that. Yeah, people use meta-defining interchangeably with playable. Agree with that.
Opponent snapped.
What's going on, Inspector? Thanks for the prime. No? Doo-doo? Take a freebie here. Are we storming? I think we're storming, chat. It's like storming to jug angle.
Assemble.
Wind, aid my hand.
I have all 5 of the cards you mentioned in your Series 3 cards to buy video by collection level 850. Someone burn the witch, please. That's not fair to the rest of us, okay? All 5 of the best Series 3 cards by collection level 850. You and Mr. Broad like good friends from way back. You notice when I get to higher ranks, as soon as you snap, they retreat. That's because you're not snapping well. If your opponents are always retreating when you're snapped, you're not playing the game appropriately. And you should check out my when to snap video. Do I like movement decks? I do not think movement decks are competitive, no. Snapping into Daredevil. It's a bold strategy. It's a bold strategy. I can't Juggernaut chat, they have Cosmo. I can't Gamora there either, because he's a bad dog. No, Claw used to give 5 power and he was buffed to 6. I think we're actually leaving. I think we're actually leaving, because Grand Central's not good for us either, and they up the stakes.
Escaped.
Alright, let's get one more in with this, so we'll move along to our next deck build.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, that's good enough for that. This person always snaps on one, because they're a degen. Good there. We can make a post. Best Series 3 cards to use tokens on it that I can pin it to the top of the chat for the rest of the stream. I don't know what title I want. What kind of title I want for that. I played against this person this morning and they snapped on 2. It's very disappointing. Well, maybe they just hadn't realized the game started. Huh. Sangamora. What's a series? It's a thing that goes towards infinity in a summation. Yeah, it converges as it goes towards infinity, chat. Oh, fucking leader, chat. Why? You can tell this person only plays the finest string cheese because I always play. I should just concede to this person from now on when they step on one. I think they basically always play leader and they always step on one. And most of the decks we play here don't beat leader because they're fair. This disruptive fair deck basically never beats leader. And this disruptive fair deck is one of the more interesting things you can build out of people's limited collections. So you're basically just fucked if you play against it. Which is actually one of the reasons why people dislike leader as a card so much, because it's so good against decks like this. People play these kind of feel smart decks, and then they lose to that. Well, this collection is thoroughly stacked. They want something with Hood or Destroyer. Well, I don't really love building and playing Destroyer on stream because I find it a little dry. Yeah. So I'm going to point it out. The Spectrum Destroyer with Electra and Destroyer is very good. Oh, you have Cerebro here too. You should have the cards here for the Cerebro Destroyer deck as well. I think the Cerebro Destroyer deck is quite good. You have most of the cards for the Sera Spew deck. Let's build that. Sera Spew plays Hood. So we can do. You've got Max, Mysterio, Hood, Sera. Like this is the core for the Sera Spew deck. If you haven't seen Cerebro Destroyer, that means you're not keeping up with the daily highlights on my YouTube channel. Be sure to check those out. Lot of great deck highlight ideas up there almost every single day. Exclamation point snap YouTube in chat if you haven't seen that one. All right, these are lovelies. Any other pool 3 cards we want in here? Oh, you have Goose. I actually think Goose is pretty good right now. It's pretty decent with this deck because you don't have that many expensive things. I get to play my sick Goose variant. Why run Maximus in a Sera deck? Because Maximus is 2 power or 7 power for 2 energy with Sera, which is very good. You play Maximus on the last turn of the game, chat. Yeah, it honestly might just be Lizard to full max out on the cheap cards display on the last turn. Because you even play Enchantress for alongside Lizard. It could also be a Chavez angle to add a little consistency, but drawing Enchantress in the last turn is really good. I'm not a huge fan of Bishop. I think Bishop's kind of a trap. It could be Swordmaster. I don't know. He's a little on the expensive side. I think it's tough to play too many 3s. I think I'd rather play Lizard. I think Lizard's better than Khalid. Because Lizard you could just play on curve too and not feel bad about it. Oh, someone just asked about Mojo in chat. Is Mojo in this collection, actually? We're missing Mojo. Mojo could be an okay option for this slot, too. I think if you don't have Max, you play Swordmaster, but Max is better than Swordmaster. What builds do I have in mind for Silver Surfer? I haven't sat down to brew with him yet, because Silver Surfer is going to be coming out after the Series 4 and Series 5 cards, the start of the new season, so I'm going to save my Silver Surfer brain power for when that card's ready to drop. I mean, I don't know that Lizard's... I think Lizard is very appropriately rated. Most people seem to understand that Lizard's a very reasonable card. Could Moon Girl be good here? I don't know that I like Moon Girl inside of Sera decks. I think Moon Girl's more appropriate like the Quinjet deck we tend to play. Crystal's not really a playable snap card, unfortunately. Then
opponent snapped.
Does this mean they're filling the raft? This feels like I'm filling the raft snap, huh? Off of being able to do the same. Oh my god.
Escaped.
Hood is a unique and powerful card. If you don't have Hood, I wouldn't play this deck. I'd wait till Collector's Tokens drop, and I'd make it one of the top 5 cards you should get. If you want to know what the other 4 cards besides Hood are, you should check out the video pinned in the channel. Enter a streamer tournament, sure. I feel like it's kind of hard to have like a balanced streamer style event with this. Like maybe you'd have to do like all pool 1 and pool 2 decks. Because like someone like me who has everything would have, I don't want to say an advantage, but there wouldn't be enough variety, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like I think having tournament style stuff for more established players, but like picking up a bunch of people off the street, I guess they could give everybody loaded accounts. I wouldn't be surprised if they have the ability to give everyone loaded accounts. That would probably be ideal for a showcase style thing. A competitive format would be series 1 to 3 only. If anything, typically speaking, the purpose of competitive play is to encourage people to have the latest and greatest things. So competitive play, at least any sort of competitive play pushed by Second Dinner themselves, would almost assuredly use all of the cards. Okay, so I know this looks really good, but keep in mind our opponent also has a free 5-power Iron Man because we got this off of the Daily Bugle. I despise pick ban. I think pick ban formats in card games is a lazy excuse to make up for balancing your game. I'm also a little biased because I come from a Magic the Gathering background and greatly prefer playing with the side deck to playing multiple decks. Yes, I agree with that, Blazer. Second Dinner also, from all of their decisions, really seems to be indicating that their goal is a collector card game, not a competitive card game. And honestly, a collector card game probably has a lot more appeal long-term to a lot of people than a competitive card game does. Competitive gamers often really fail to recognize what kind of a huge minority they are among card gamers as a whole. They tend to think the world focuses around them, and it really doesn't. The best version of this deck plays Arrow and Rescue. I don't know that we can definitively say what the best version of the Sera Spew deck is, or the Sera Disruptive deck. We don't really have regular tournaments or data sources to pull from. Okay, so I think we play Sera to the left, so that way they can't Professor X anywhere. Hold on, Jeff. Are you saying I'm not the main character? I am, in fact, saying you are not the main character. Even in a balanced card game, you can't avoid having an oppressive deck. Good God, Hearthstone, Magic, and other card gamers are a fucking burned bunch. Even in a balanced card game, there can't not be an oppressive deck. What the fuck has to be wrong with you for that to be an opinion that comes out of your mouth? Like, seriously? It's impossible to balance what? Come on, chat. I feel bad. That's just such a battered lot of people. What does it mean, impressive deck? They're basically saying it's impossible to not have one deck that's significantly better than the others, which is just like, huh. You can replace Maximus with Swordmaster. Mysterio doesn't really have a good one. Maybe Colleen Wing? I think we're a favorite to win here. I don't know that we're a lock, but we're definitely staying in. We're playing for all three paths here. Remember, they have a free Iron Man as well to play somewhere. So we probably win our Iron Man lane, and they win theirs. So, like, what happens in the third is the question. Yes, there will always be a deck that has a slightly better win rate than other decks in the game if you look at everything. However, there doesn't have to be a deck that's 5 percentage points or 10 percentage points above the field, right? There doesn't have to be a deck that's 30% of the metagame in your tournament. You're right. An accurate statement is there's always going to be something that's a bit better, but the delta between the thing that's a bit better and everything else is something that's very, very controllable. Try and play for the raft here. Only 30%. What game are you playing, Jeff? I remember 60 to 70% for Magic. I mean, you're not wrong. But like one Nova, please. Nova, one drop. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Appreciate you. Then we want to draw Carnage or Killmonger next turn. Are you a fool for trying to get Heimdall splits? You are only a fool for trying to get Heimdall splits if Heimdall splits don't bring you joy. Chat, if the Heimdall splits make you happy, then Heimdall splits to the moon, okay? Those are rookie numbers, Yu-Gi-Oh! Tier 0 format right now, 80% representation. I'm on Cyclops split number 6. I am confident that's a world record. Just so we're clear. Cyclops split number 6 is world record territory. Poker tier 0 decks with 100% representation. Oof. Oof. Dream Dimension shutting down our Sera is super unfortunate. I think this is a play max angle, but... They Killmongered for us, chat! How Pog champion of them! Alright, I can't play this here because of Goose. Yes, splitting a card is what it's called when you get a new variant of that card by taking it to infinity and beyond. There's so many red pimples on my home screen, chat. It's so incredibly difficult not to clear them. You should definitely get to collector level 1000 if you can. Any reason you're not opening caches? So the reason I'm not opening caches is because holding the caches technically lets me save up more than 5,000 credits. So I'm going to have 5,000 credits, the limit when the patch drops. I'm going to have unopened season caches and unopened collector's reserves. And credits will come out of all of those. So the held reserves, I would not be holding my reserves if I didn't already have a full collection. I would just be opening them to get cards. But like, my reserves just have cosmetics and credits and gold in them anyways, so it's like whatever. You will not reach 1,000 from 750 without spending money. Probably a good chunk of money, like $100 plus.
Wind, aid my hand.
Probably good to go from 924 to 1,000. Probably. Maybe. Flooded on one side, Crimson Cosmos on the other. Not great for us. What if we do this? This is a 7 power Carnage and a 6 power Maximus. Yeah, I kind of just feel like we're dead here. I haven't snapped those, so I guess we stay. Yes, you can theoretically disable the auto updater on your application and play on the old patch for a few days after the patch goes live to try and push your collection level past the breakpoint. All right, Crimson Cosmos also screwed our opponent. God bless. If you're right around 800, you think you can get to 1,000 if you play a lot. You can't. The only on-demand rewards you get are from farming season pass experience to get season caches, and each season cache has approximately 45 credits in it when you average them out, and it takes 1,000 season pass experience to get one cache. And you get approximately like 15 season pass experience per game. Let's even be generous and say 20. So 1,000 divided by 20, it's 50 games per 45 credits. And 45 credits is less than one level. So yeah, it's actually not possible to free-to-play farm that in the time period given. Yeah, it's roughly 1 credit per game. Yeah, is a good take. A little less than 1 credit per game is a good way to parse it. If you're close to 500, the reward of extra tokens at collection level 500 is permanent in the game forever. So anybody coming into Marvel Snap at any point will be able to... All right, we're killmongering here because I don't want them to get these Nova bonuses. Do I like the old foil system better? You mean the system for collecting boosters or something else? You say foil system? Yes, for people that are just looking at collection level 500, you can get to that point whenever. No, the season caches will still have boosters in them, is my understanding. They have their Sera and we don't. Yeah, I think we're dead here. Can you get collector's tokens before level 500? You cannot.
Escaped.
It also doesn't take long to get to 500. People spending $0 on Marvel Snap get to collection level 500 in less than a month. Is there a minimum collection level for deck submissions? There isn't, but if you submit me a collection that doesn't have much in it, you should be ready to hear me say, hey, we're just gonna play a pool 2 deck. I mean, it sounds like you missed something, 6 Points Deep, is the answer to your question. Did they play any of the power stones or whatever they're called? If they didn't play any of the stones, it was randomly generated. When did this game come out? About 5 weeks ago. Well, we don't want a lizard Novaroma. Yeah, probably Kingdom. What is the incentive to pay to get advantages like Black Panther when there are counters to them in the pool? Because contrary to what lazy shitters on the internet have said, you're not actually paying to get an advantage by getting more cards in Marvel Snap. All the cards you need to be competitive in Marvel Snap are in pools 1 and pools 2. You're spending money on something like Black Panther because you're interested in having a variety of gameplay experiences, not a more powerful gameplay experience. You're paying for content, you're not paying for power. That's the model. The Dino deck viable in pool 3. Yes, definitely. It's very good. Do I need to Enchantress Khazar if I'm playing Killmonger? Probably not. I kind of want to play into the left path though, right? Although I guess I could max Killmonger there. They're probably not going to have priority going into the last turn though, right? Yeah, I think I need to get rid of Khazar. There's going to be a blue Marvel and then they're going to Ultron me. Okay, so this is actually perfect, chat. Because, oh fuck, there's Wakanda on the right. Do we lose because of Wakanda? How does this work out? Okay, they Ultron mid, and they gain 9 going to 23. I Maximus, I gain 9 going to 16 and 21. Yeah, we lose because of Wakanda. So we don't have priority, meaning Killmonger flips after them, but Wakanda protects their stupid bots over here, so we lose.
Escaped.
Killmonger losing to Wakanda is a flavor win. That's true. It's true. Thor Daredevil midrange deck. Thor is kinda directly at odds with Daredevil because Thor wants to be played with Jane, and Jane isn't a 5-drop that works with Daredevil. Yeah, but you'd have to spend a bit, Bushi. It's kind of a medium peak for us. I'm gonna let Socio have it.
Escaped.
You get close to 50 levels a day if you spend the max. We're on Dino with access to all pool 3 cards. I like the Ronin Dino deck. Is my favorite pool 3 all cards Dino deck, Legend. If you look on the YouTube channel, there's a Ronin Maximus highlight. Yeah, definitely, Evan. No, there's no extra credits for 2000 Launchpad. Yeah, it's a really good one more game experience, Tepic. They storming the Bifrost?
Wind,
Aid my hand. What's going on, Socio? Thank you for the 52 months. Welcome back. Wow, they didn't play for right. Surprised me. I thought they could just beat me and kill him, sure. Not snapping them, because Max and Shang-Chi are scary ones to be giving them.
Opponent snapped.
Is it ever right to play Max here? Yeah, maybe Max Goose is right. I can see that.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Good snap, bud. Good snap.
Escape.
Their Jessica Jones gamble didn't get punished. If I would have played Killmonger here, we'd have won left and right. We lost a lot of 50-50s today. It's been a rough morning. Not a big deal. Hoping to draw Carnage to clean this up. Kind of one of those days. It's kind of one of those days. For fuck's sake, chat. Holy crap. Okay, so I have Enchantress here for 4, and then I can Carnage on 5. I'm gonna snap them. I can't play Mysterio though, because if I Mysterio, Enchantress will fill, and then I can't Carnage. On a Carnage on 6? Well, if I Carnage on 6, I can only play one of their cards, so I don't think that's good. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff right there, chat. It's the good stuff right there. Yeah, I think this is a Mysterio Carnage angle. And or you can find the Electro Destroyer deck, exclamation point top 5 decks in chat. Yeah, no problem, cowboy. Well, I mean, that's great for us, right? They lose the left, and like we're ahead in the middle. Yeah, seems good. Seems good. I assume they're leaving. Oh, is the pin chat a bad experience on mobile? It's good to know, I suppose.
Victory.
We're almost at 1,000 Angela boosties, chat. We're almost at 1,000 Angela boosties. Now, what is kind of interesting, considering I accidentally published them both today at the same time, is the Series 4... I had 2 videos published today at the same time by mistake. One of them was the Pool 3 card recommendations that's pinned in chat, and the other was Series 4 and Series 5 cards to watch out for in the token shop. And the Series 3 versus Series 4 or 5 is way overperforming, which I think I expected. That's actually going to be kind of a noteworthy balance from a content perspective, that new Series 5 card content is probably going to do worse in the short term. But it also creates a kind of interesting dynamic of you kind of have cards get released twice. Like, you can make content with something right when it comes out, and then also like, oh, this is now more accessible, so let's focus on making content with it again. Yes, I'm saving all of my things that can have credits in them, so I can have the maximum number of credits when the patch drops. My breakdown video that I posted that details how long it takes to get a full Pool 3 collection with tokens assumes you are buying Series 3 cards with tokens. And thanks for dropping by, Evil Bart. Always good to see some of Sean's people in here. He's great. I always have him on when he's snapping or playing something else I'm interested in. One of the OGs here on Twitch. Gluten-free Boomer, thanks for the Prime. So, for people saying they said you won't get tokens from stuff you hold on to, that's true, but I will get credits out of the things I'm holding on to. So, by sitting on it, I'm giving myself more credits, because you can only have 5,000 credits, and I would like to have the most credits I can possibly have when the patch drops, so I can get the most collection levels to get the most tokens. So any credits I have to spend to keep collecting to not be at the cap exactly are going to turn into reserves, which I'll then sit on. Who thinks they're gonna play for center and right here? Because I'm at least +9 on the left. Realistically, I'm probably +14, huh? I guess I could Shang-Chi the right. I have two options here. I could Shang-Chi the right, and then hope that that wins. Or I could max plus Killmonger middle to kill their demon and our demon and play for these two. I think we've got the left locked regardless. So I basically got to decide, do I want to play for mid or do I want to play for right? Shang-Chi is probably the best chance to win. I guess Shang-Chi's a little worse against Arrow. Yes, I'll be showcasing Series 4 and 5 cards as quickly as I can get my hands on them. I'll have to be a little bit selective at first, but I will eventually have all of them. I plan to go back into full spend mode until I have a complete collection again. As long as Snap content is providing me with a livable income, I plan to be a massive sea creature here and have all the cards as quickly as I can for content purposes. How long will it take me to get all 60 of the cards? I actually haven't done the math on that yet, because it's a little muddy because you open pool 4 cards inside of collector's reserves. My guesstimate is it will probably take me a month to a month and a half, but that's just like off the cuff. I haven't actually sat down and crunched those numbers yet. Yeah, I have She-Hulk as the #1 on my Series 4 cards list. I think she's very, very good. She-Hulk not only fits into Deathwave, she just fits into other archetypes as well, right? Like she'll also be good, just like Wave She-Hulk basically goes in any deck. Oh, we could have gone rock with Angela into Killmonger. No, I think we have enough other things to do here. Maybe if I didn't have the rest of my curve lined up, but I think what we currently have, this is fine. We're gonna crack Thanos. Yeah, I'm definitely spending tokens on Thanos and Galactus. If you noticed the verbiage in Second Dinner's announcement, they said not every card will leave Pool 5 and Pool 4. So my money is that Galactus and Thanos, because they're special class of characters in the Marvel universe, they probably will be Pool 5 cards in perpetuity, or at the very least much longer than the others. So I think if you're someone that's interested in playing with those cards, it's worth paying the premium because they're probably not getting cheaper. Any expectation for balance changes? Yeah, exclamation point balance in chat for my preferred balance changes. Yes, and I would put money on Kang and the Tribunal getting a similar treatment. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if like Galactus and Galactus and Thanos are like perpetually pool 5, and then Kang and the Living Tribunal are also perpetually pool 5 when they show up. Yeah, my understanding is that Kang and Tribunal are like Galactus and Thanos class characters in the IP. Now, I'm not huge into Marvel lore, but my understanding is that's the case. Is Kang not? Tribunal definitely is, right? Kang will be the next big bad in the MCU movies, okay? Hey, look, chat. You heard us talking about him. So you could randomly generate Thanos. But you can't get the stones, because he didn't start in our deck. He was randomly generated from here.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Ooh! Look at that, chat. We drew us up a combo. They're snapping. I think we can stay with Zero Maximus. Hello? Yeah? I mean, okay, if you insist. All right, sorry, chat. That was the fun police on the line, and they've insisted that we Enchantress swung. They said they cannot stand for any amount of fun to happen here, and he's gotta go. This is technically +1 power in the mid for a tiebreaker. The big thing, chat, that Thanos is going to introduce to the game, and I talk about this, is there aren't really cards in Marvel Snap that draw cards, right? Because of the deck size. Like, drawing cards is normally a very powerful game design. So the fact that Thanos is going to let you cantrip is something that's unique to his design space, right? Like, he is obviously also making your deck thicker, so it kind of balances out, but a lot of people like the gameplay mechanics of drawing cards, so Thanos is adding a new dynamic / new gameplay pattern to Snap. If you're spending money on Marvel Snap, it depends on what your goals are. So if you want to progress your collection as quickly as possible, you take your gold and you turn it into credits. If you want to just have sweet stuff, you can buy variants. But turning gold into credits is the way you get cards quickly. You think Galactus is going to be a problem card with its current design? I disagree. I think there's a chance that Galactus is, Galactus. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were saying that. I was talking about Thanos. Galactus could be problematic with its current design. I agree with that one. Space Throne. Our deck is really bad into the Space Throne. How terrible is it to just punt the Space Throne? Because our deck doesn't play into it well anyways. I agree with you that Thanos might end up getting a buff. Yeah, Galactus is an interesting one because if you want to play counters to Galactus, you can, but it probably also won't be popular enough for a while to be worth playing counters to, right? Which is kind of a catch. I think I just Carnage here, because then we Sera here next turn, everything's too cheaper. Galactus is on reveal, so Cosmo can stop him as well. That's true. Well, so Thanos does more than just be one big card. I don't think it's accurate to say, well, Thanos is just one big card. Thanos also does a bunch of stuff with his the actual stones do stuff too, right? The stones give you energy, they let you move a card, they make your opponent's cards smaller. Like, the stones have utility as well. Yeah. So like, yeah, they ultimately make Thanos' power if you do all of it. You're probably dead here. Oh wow, they didn't play for the center at all. Quinjet does work with the stones, yes. They get us? I think the Apocalypse gets us, right? I think the Monster Metropolis flipping gets us. This goes to 20. Yeah. We lose 3, they gain 3. Hey, James, thank you for the 32 months. Hope things are going well with you. All right, I think we're gonna move along to our next deck submission. I'm gonna restart the client here really quick because my VM tends to start to leak memory if I don't do that every little bit. It's been like 5 hours. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. We've been a bunch of new followers. For anybody new that's coming in that's not familiar with me, I'm Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch and I also make content on YouTube. I've been making content here on the internet for the better part of a decade, streaming full-time on Twitch as a job for 5 years now. Before Marvel Snap, I played Magic the Gathering, other turn-based card games, and strategy games, but Snap is something I've absolutely fallen in love with and is the focal point of my content for the future here. We're here Monday through Friday, U.S. daytime, usually about 9 a.m. to 5 or 6 p.m. We play a bunch of different decks. I do my best to maintain a full collection. We have everything right now, but with the new cards releasing, we'll have to work to build back up again. If you're into that sort of thing and you haven't already done so, make sure you tap the follow button and come back again sometime. Shop update is sometime early next week. Oh, actually, our next one is not a viewer pool build around. They submitted a specific deck called Zero Control. Let's see what this looks like. Is Zero Control an Agatha deck? Asking the real questions. Exclamation submit in chat for details on how deck and build around submissions work. I am closed on additional submissions for today. We'll be back with them on Monday. Usually we do 6 submissions a day. Storm. All right, so what do we got going on here? So we're looking to leverage 0 here to effectively play Red Skull, it looks like. There isn't anything else in our deck that benefits from 0 explicitly as noteworthy. One thing that jumps out at me offhand that I'm not sure that I love is the fact that we're playing Killmonger alongside of our 0 and Iceman. We have Daredevil. We have Daredevil. Yeah, we've got a lot of good variants at this point, Gara. I've been playing for a bit. I don't really like Ebony Maw. I wouldn't hate Maximus over Killmonger, because like 0 plus max is just like 10 power on turn 4. Well, Killmonger didn't do anything into the Wakanda location. Okay, I think I might make that swap. The rest of this seems fine. I want one more card that's good with 0. And I don't really love Killmonger alongside our things. Yeah, let's try this. Like, don't get me wrong, chat. Killmonger ruins a lot of people's streams. He just will also ruin 0 streams. So our gold limit, there is not a gold limit. For a large sea creature like myself, you could have tens of thousands of gold. I currently have 23,005 pieces of gold. And in fact, there's a Black Friday deal running on the Google Play Store for double play points on Android through Monday, so I'm probably gonna load a couple $100 extra into the machine. I joined with the wrong deck. Someone was asking me earlier about features I would like to see. I would really like it whenever I edit a deck in my list of decks, whatever last deck I edited should default to being here. Going and making changes to a deck and then queuing up with the deck you were playing before it again is so annoying. Yeah, and I actually don't do that often, but it's still annoying when it happens. I didn't leave because of TVA chat. I left because I joined with the wrong deck. If you're someone that's playing Marvel Snap on Android, all purchases through the Google Play Store through Monday give you double Google Play points. Those points can be used to buy Google Play Store gift cards or get bonuses in other specific mobile games. Marvel Snap doesn't have specific bonuses, but you could buy Play Store credit with those points to then use the Play Store credit on Snap. So it's basically like getting a little bit of a discount. So I will probably load up gold for my next couple months of purchases this weekend and just let it sit on the account so I can get the 2x points on it all. We snapped the 2 raptors into the Invisible Woman path, right? That's gotta be the line. If possible to migrate an account you have on mobile to PC. Yeah, if you logged in with mobile with Android, you can migrate it to PC quite easily. If you logged in on mobile with Apple, you should consider using a real login next time. You had an offer in your Play Store that had to be activated with 7x play points over the next 4 days. You know, I haven't actually logged in to check this morning yet, Carrie. Thanks for the heads up. I'll check on that. Oh. I'm just playing Red Skull here. Yes, Matt. All right, thank you, Gamba. Thank you. Is it max here for max stats on the left? It's really good, Gia. I play most new card games that release, especially digital ones, and this is the best new card game to release in a very long time. Maybe I'm not supposed to max for the sake of giving them cards to discard, because they only have 2 cards in their hand, so they actually can't get Morbius bigger. They might just be leaving. What's the value of a play point? I don't know. You have to go look at what the Play Store ratio is. My phone is upstairs. I'll have to check that. Well, I guess I'm logged into the Play Store on my VM here. I could check it out on here before we sign off today, Tim. Mojo World. Angela loves Mojo World. Will this game have a competitive scene? I expect Marvel Snap to have something of an organic competitive scene where the community puts stuff up around it, but I'd be kind of surprised if Second Dinner has puts a competitive scene up for themselves.
Wind.
Red Skull loves the Isle of Silence too, that is true.
Avengers, assemble.
Yeah, it's probably a decent idea to snap here. Hello, JK, LOL. Yeah, I'm supposed to save Red Skull for the last turn and play Jones out this turn. I might be right that I'm supposed to like Jones plus 0 left. Since we're losing mid. Oh, that's a piece of candy. Best draw? Best draw? Best draw. My body is ready to die to a Spectrum. Nope, we good? Higher, further, faster, baby.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
When are we getting new cards? Series 4 and 5 will be releasing with the token shop next week. You have to often play to gain initiative or intentionally lose it in some spots. It's more of an edge case than something you're doing every... It's more of an edge case than something you're doing every game, for sure. No, the patch will explicitly come before the season ends. They always patch before the season ends, chat. They gotta add the stuff for the following season. If you'd like confirmation of that, exclamation point, patch date in chat will get you a tweet from Ben Brood as a first-hand source for the patch early next week.
Aid my hand.
It's kind of scary. Well, I wanted to play Max and then Zero this turn and just let them have 2 cards here, but I don't think I can Maximus them after they Mr. Negatived, right? Yeah. I think we do this with the intention to Red Skull next turn.
All systems go.
So this puts us plus 17 to 39. 41 with the Angela trigger. They're going to lose at least 1 card, going down to 33, meaning they need to put 9 power into Stark Tower to beat us. All right, take my cubes, Tony Stark. Whoa, that was a huge gamba. Got me. Got me. Why is Red Skull left a better play? Can you explain? All of the cosmetics from the closed beta will come back available to players again. Nothing from the closed beta will be exclusive. I was only down 4 on the left. Sure. But how will it come back? We don't know the details on that. It was originally a paid cosmetic in the closed beta. We don't know if it will be paid or free afterwards. So far, all of the card backs have been paid or ranked only. command curve here. We do actually have it confirmed that collector's tokens will be able to buy some special variants, and there will be 2 variants in the collector's token shop when the collector's tokens go live. We do have that confirmed. So 0 into Red Skull. If you don't have Juggernaut, I'd probably just play like a different 1 or 2 mana card that you like. Think they'll make card backs more accessible than ranked so a higher percentage of players can get it. Everybody can get a card back without playing any ranked, chat. You just have to slide Mr. Bro to $10 bill. Easy peasy. Max technically has a drawback. He draws your opponent's cards. Does he take checks? No personal checks, chat. Those bounce. They confirmed that the infinite reward next season would not be a card. Do you have a first-hand source on that? Because I haven't seen that. Would love a first-hand, second-hand source on that one. Yeah, links are enabled in chat.
Victory.
Our chat rules are pretty simple. Act like an adult, you'll be treated like an adult. Act like a child or a Republican, you'll be treated like a child. Sweet, thank you. And this is directly a comment from Stefan here in the Discord that we can share. You should be proud. We'll change up the rank rewards from time to time. Next season, we'll have something different than a card back for Infinite. Appreciate the first-hand sourcing there. You rock. You've never spent a single cent on mobile games. Good for you if that gives you joy. You know what gives me joy, chat, though? Swiping my credit card, buying sweet variants, getting lots of collection levels. Find your joy, chat. Be happy. This was a deck submission. Yeah, it actually seems pretty reasonable. 0 with Red Skull's a lot of stats. I would say it's okay to be wrong, Madrid, but in this case, it's not okay to be wrong. Am I humming American Woman? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what that song is titled. Yes, choosing which border your card has is a heavily requested cosmetic feature. absolutely enchanting card here, chat.
Wind, aid my hand.
Assemble.
Well, it worked out that the flooded ended up over on the right. What is the core of this deck other than Zero and Red Skull? I think Max is probably important too, having a second way to leverage Zero. The Daredevil's probably not key here. I'm actually not even sure if he's good. So we have priority. We have priority here, meaning if I Enchantress, I turn off these two, meaning they're gonna have 3 plus 5 is 8, 9, 10, 11, 15 here, even if I Enchantress. So even if I Enchantress here, I'm still losing this path, huh? And that means, oh, and the flooding moved over here, so I can Enchantress here next turn, right? And I'll have priority going into the turn, so if they destroy, okay, yeah, I'm gonna step them. I think we're good to go.
Victory.
No, the Citadel Shuffle is random. Citadel Shuffle is random. Fight! Insert Spider-Man meme here. I do hope their metrics show that they should hit the Destroyer in the next patch. I think that would be a good thing. Well, Zero costing 0 is probably good for us, actually, right?
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
What about Arrow and Leader? I actually don't think Leader is very good, and I don't expect any changes to that card. I think Arrow's one of, if not the best 5-drop in the game, and she probably deserves a power reduction. She should lose a stat or two. How do we feel about just Jug the left? What if I Jug into Enchantress mid in a turn? I think I'm kind of into that. I think I'm into it. Speed is 7 here. I'm gonna play Iceman here as well, not only for the disruption, but Iceman here means that if they play Spectrum, we tie the left still. So this is me playing around Spectrum. Enchantress mid kills both classes, I am aware. I think it's still worth spending tokens on the Destroyer if it gets nerfed. It depends on what they nerf it to. I think if Destroyer has 14 power or more, it's probably still one of the better decks. I think every card in my balance review video where I talked about nerfing, if they made every nerf on my list of nerfs, all of those cards are still playable and still good. Which is why I think they're good nerfs. How can they nerf Sera? She just needs less attack. She should just be another 3 attack card.
Victory.
Some people say that breaks Mr. Negative. Okay, then you fix Mr. Negative. Chat, the answer to every change can't be, well, it breaks Mr. Negative. I honestly think the game's probably better off in the long run if they change Mr. Negative's design a little bit. Or just make Mr. Negative such a huge negative power, you're punting whatever lane you're putting him into. But even that might not be enough with Bass. You should probably just get a little bit of a design change. Honestly, I think Mr. Negative should probably set their cost equal to their power, is probably what he should do. Zero mana Iron Man, still very good. It keeps kind of, I know it doesn't invert like they're going for from a flavor perspective, but from a game balance perspective, it's probably preferable. Get out of here, friends. Is Mr. Negative applying his modifier to cards in hand more broken? Yes. Yes, definitely. If he was like Nakia and he inverted like the left 2 most cards in your hand, that's probably fine. I think that would be a good / fun take. They wanted to keep the full invert going on. I don't feel like Angela Storm, right? Get into it.
Wind,
Aid my hand. All right, well, the real Mysterio is looking to stand up on the right here. Yeah, anecdotally, Elysio's been very popular today. Hey, Jonathan, I almost missed yours. Thanks for the over 2 years. Congrats on hitting rank 80. It's a good break point to get. Nope, Steam players and mobile players play in the same pool, Chris. You log in with your Google account, you can use the same account on both. We need to draw Red Skull. How do Steam players access the event? They don't. The Steam client is very much early access. Very, very much early access. Much wow. We're dead. We needed our chunker. He did not show up. Max is also kind of shy here.
Escaped.
You just got Taskmaster. Can you put him in your Black Panther deck? Let me answer your question with a question. Is playing Taskmaster, copying an 8-power Black Panther good? Is that a good use of your 6th turn, or is that below rate? It should really make the events more obvious. I mean, what the hell, chat? Like, seriously? I think Moon Girl is unnecessary inside of Deathwave. She's an additional moving piece that often doesn't line up well for you and is largely unnecessary. Chat, I wasn't paying attention. Did I have priority there, or did they? Chat, was my Jessica Jones here when she flipped up? I had priority there, right? Okay. This is important. This card really needs a visual indicator. Because if I play Captain Marvel here, or anything here, Jones won't get bigger. Well, caches have season caches have tokens in them, not to my knowledge. Only reserves and collector's caches are changing. Okay, well, I mean, wave means that I get to play 2 cards at least. One of your finest red skulls, please, deck. Womp womp. Taskmaster will be good inside of Black Panther decks once you have Shuri. Shuri, Black Panther, Taskmaster is a very real curve. Fair decks and losing to leader, chat. Aim a more iconic duo. 90% of the decks we play from viewers on stream can never beat a leader. So these mopey fair disruptive decks. I said leader is not a good metagame card because outside of the leader isn't very good against any of the 5 best decks in the format. Exclamation point top 5 decks. Leader is very good against decks like this that are mopey and disruptive and trying to play individually good statted fair cards that don't have direct synergy with each other. This archetype is not a top 5 deck. Leader gets countered by things that are synergistic, and a lot of the top decks in Marvel Snap are heavily synergy based.
Wind, aid my hand.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Clear for takeoff.
There is not a competitive Pool 3 ongoing deck without... There is not a competitive Pool 3 ongoing deck without Destroyer. Did I stutter? There is not a competitive Pool 3 ongoing deck without Destroyer. That includes your pet ongoing deck. It's literally what I'm playing in the 90s right now. And again, just for clarity's sake, because people always seem to get upset when I tell them their pet decks are bad here. When I tell you I don't think a deck is competitive, that's not saying you can't play it and win games. That's not saying you shouldn't play it if it makes you happy. That's just me being honest with you about the power level of the thing you're asking me about. Don't ask me a question about your pet deck if you don't want to hear me be honest and tell you it's bad if I think it's bad. Okay, wait, so we're winning the right, we're winning the mid? Good beats, good beats. Maximus. Do-do-do-do, ba-dee-doo-doo. For anyone that missed why we didn't play into the compound the previous turn, yeah, we got webbed by Spider-Man. Spider-Man did his thing. Is Cerebro 2 bad? I think Cerebro 2 is close to competitive. Cerebro 2, the core problem with Cerebro 2 is that the Cerebro archetype suffers a lot from location variance, which I think keeps it from being a top tier archetype. That being said, the Cerebro Destroyer deck I posted a highlight with yesterday is superb, explicitly because the games where you get got by location variance, you just play Destroyer and then win the game. What's going on, Wiener? Thanks for the 15 months. Welcome back. Are move decks viable in Pool 3? They are not. And again, that's not my way of saying you can't play with them if it sparks joy and you can't have fun and do all right with them, but they're really just not top tier. A lot of the power of the move decks in Pool 2 comes from the fact that you're playing against other inexperienced players that can't count and figure out when your Heimdall beats them. The move deck's best play is very telegraphed, which makes it very mediocre for acquiring cubes. Go right! Go right! Damn. Damn. So, Arrow and Magneto are not move decks. When someone says, Jeff, what do you think of a move deck? I assume they are talking about Heimdall movement on your decks. Yes, the Magneto Arrow decks are great, but those are disruptive decks. They're not move decks. And maybe you could argue that that's pedantic, but when I think of jargon related to this game, that's the way I sort those things in my head. You think this person could have Magneto? Why is that a retreat? Because of Fist Tower? I have Jessica Jones and Fist Tower again. And I get to like 0 Red Skull and put 18 power into play on the last turn? So, when you say Sera Miracle, which deck are you talking about? I guess is my big question. There's a few different Sera decks. I'm gonna do this and play for all 3 paths here, I think. It'd be safer to Captain Marvel Fist Tower. If I would have played Captain Marvel into Fist Tower on 5, I wouldn't have gotten Jessica Jones +4. Yeah, Captain Marvel will not fly into Fist Tower. We'll be okay here. I sound like Rick Sanchez. You mean I sound like Rick Sanchez? Wubba-dubba-dub-dub! Is there any patch information on the release of the new patch? Just early next week is what we know from Second Dinner. Yep. We play left, so he ends up middle. Amount of joy I got from the YouTube video yesterday when you made turkey noise was immeasurable. Happy to be of service. Okay, so this is one of those instances where priority with Juggernaut really matters. Because we have priority, our name's highlighted in gold. Juggernaut gets to kick away anything they play to the Angela path before Angela gets triggered. Just send those into Sokovia here. Well, the patch at Steam and Android at the same time. We actually haven't had a patch since the global release, so I don't know the answer to that question. I would imagine that'll be their goal, but I can't say with certainty. Yes, double Daredevil means no Daredevil is correct.
Victory.
You know, I wonder, I think I'm gonna wrap up on this one because we gotta move along to the next exhibition. The core of this deck seemed very reasonable. I feel like the one thing that kind of stands out to me is I wasn't really a fan of Professor X here. I know we have Daredevil and like the information for that was okay, but I kind of feel like I just want another like chunk of stats for the top end. And honestly, I think I just like Gamora in this slot more. Like, Gamora is another card that like has some small synergy with Daredevil. Yeah, and like one of the things that's nice about Gamora too is Gamora plays on turn 6 along with Zero, right? Similar to Red Skull. You get like Gamora into Zero or Zero into Red Skull for like a bunch of stats. So yeah, I think especially because yeah, the fact that Professor X stops Captain Marvel from working is another knock against him. Oh, I missed it by the way. Our every plate ticker went up. Whoever did that, make sure you slide into my DMs to collect your free sub gift. Appreciate you checking out the sponsor. All right, next pool build around. Johnny California, are you here in chat? You have willing to buy a card or two here in your notes. Does that mean I should build with like 2 wild cards? Assuming you're willing to use collector's tokens? What does that mean? Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think that's something I'm gonna ask people. Maybe I'll add. I think I might add a spot on the sheet for this. How many collector's tokens do you have, and are you willing to spend? Yeah, and like these, and that's one of the things too. So like I've got the top 5. Who unpinned my message, by the way, mods? We've got the top 5 Series 3 collector video up, but those are kind of generic, right? Like a lot of what you should be doing with collector's tokens is specific to your collection, right? Like if you're 1 card off of something, it makes sense to like do that. I set it to not unpin till the end of the stream. It gave me the option to unset it over timer at the end of the stream. So what do we have here? They want explicitly not destroy. So I assume that means they don't want that destroy sub package that we often play. We mentioned Cerebro. Is Cerebro 2 appealing to you, Johnny? Because you have Cerebro, Goose, and Brood, and Mystique's a really good card to pick up with tokens anyways. So Cerebro 2 is like real close and reasonable here. You have 3 of the 4 really good pull 3 cards for it. We could kick the tires on that a little bit. Yeah, let's do that then. With those 3 plus Mystique and then pull 1 and pull 2 cards. Have a Cerebro 2 deck built? I don't think I do. Yeah, let's start. We can do it from scratch. So for those not familiar, let's pull up Cerebro here for a second so you can see. Cerebro, powerful build around card. Ongoing, your highest power cards here get +2 power. So this is Cerebro 2, because we're gonna build this deck so all of our cards have 2 power, so they all get the Cerebro bonus. Is the base idea of what we're looking to put together here. Oh, Brood's another one, and a couple more boosters on to get that final split. Any reason I'm not splitting cards? So Cerebro, I'm waiting to split because I already put some boosters into the base Cerebro version. So I want to get this one to infinite and split this one first before I split this one that I actually care about, because your total number of splits counts towards each split for all variants of the card. So if I split this one first, when I split my variant, it will be a second Cerebro split as opposed to a first Cerebro split. And I only do this when I have a base version like this that I already upgraded partially. So if I didn't have this upgraded past like green or blue, I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, it's a very like end game min-maxy type thing. When you're starting out, you can mostly just click the button and keep going, but it's like a super like niche edge case. I'm gonna min-max the shit out of this type thing. Hey, Kidster, thanks for the prime, appreciate that. All right, so Mr. Fantastic, Mr. Sinister, and Storm. Do I have any kind of ink splits yet? I actually do not, because I play a lot of different decks on stream, so I don't really have time to get a ton of boosters into a single thing. I could probably get an ink split on Angela if I split her. I've got almost 1,000 Angela boosters because she's just the best card in the game. All right, we need Mr. Marvel. Yep. Chat, is there a Mr. Marvel in Marvel lore, or can I call Blue Marvel Mr. Marvel without making nerds upset? I always end up calling Captain Marvel Mrs. Marvel, but there's actually a Miss Marvel, so people get upset. can't do anything without making the nerds upset. That's probably true. All right, what do we want for our last card here? Do we want... It could be Iron Man, right? Iron Man's probably good. This archetype is not playable without Mystique. It probably needs Brood as well. You want Beast? Nah, I think Beast is kind of silly here. Yeah, I think I like Iron Man. Sometimes you just gotta go tall. This deck has a hard time getting tall sometimes, and Iron Man helps with that. I think Hobgoblin's probably worse than Iron Man. Hobgoblin's probably worse than Iron Man. It does help with negative locations, that's true. Oh, I don't think... Oh, we do have Daredevil in this pool. Okay, I'm willing to give that a try. That actually sounds fun. This pool has Daredevil. I like that idea. It's like some outside the box thinking. I do have this sick Hobgoblin variant as well. He's lovely, chat. How does Invisible Woman work with Mystique? Mystique copies whatever was right before her. Here's the TLDR. Won't Blue Marvel steal the streamer bus? He won't, because he gives all your other cards +1, so he brings all your 2s up to 3 alongside him, and then they all share the buff. Goose is actually a really important card for this archetype, chat, because Goose stops Enchantress from being played in his path, which means if you put Cerebro and Mystique behind Goose, you remove counterplay your opponent could have for our payoff. I think we need to storm Bar Sinister this game, because our deck's not very good at leveraging it. Because Blue Marvel and Bar Sinister messes up Cerebro, right? Does it? You end up with +4 on everything and they all get +3? Oh, for fuck's sake. Our Brood is insane now. It's something. YouTube was right. Nerf the Scorpion. We're a Cerebro -2 deck now. I think I'm passing. Oh my god, that's an insane draw. Oh my god, that actually fixes everything, right? Nightcrawler has such good random utility. Okay, how many blue marvels do I want? Yeah, they're retreating, actually. Sick. I'm gonna assume there's no Killmonger in their Ebony Maw deck. Does Mystique work in Bar Sinister? She does, yeah. So her copies won't have her on reveal, they'll just have the ongoing effect. Now, because the question always comes up, Mystique does not get double ongoing effects at Karmatage. She replaces her text after her on reveal with whatever ongoing she has. She does not gain it twice. Is there a hidden camera in my room, chat? Are we getting, is Ashton Kutcher about to pop up? We queue up with the Cerebro 2 deck and immediately hit running scorpions? Are you kidding me? What is happening? Then we get Vipered. And then we get Vipered? Well, I'm glad I didn't play Cerebro, I guess. What a big keck, huh? Okay, so we'll Iceman them, and then we'll Blue Marvel, Bar Sinister, and then we'll Mystique the Blue Marvel and hope to win right and center. You're gonna play Cerebro 3 and you will like it. It puts the Viper on the skin or else it gets the hose again. Come on! RQR Master X85. One of the OGs, chat. They've seen it all. 82 months. From Hex to Runeterra to Moto to Paper Magic to everything in between. Thanks for sticking out. Hopefully it's treating you all right. Good to see you back. I think Wave She-Hulk could literally go into every deck. If you think just generically in a Khazar deck, organically, maybe. Maybe. I believe RQR is the second longest tenure only to Tumos. They've been around the block. Remember that Pokemon regionals you went to? I try not to. Is She-Hulk the best Pool 4 card? She is at the top of my list of powerful Pool 4 and 5 cards, yes. If you want to know what the other 5 are, be sure to check out the YouTube video from this afternoon. LOL. What happened at the Pokemon regionals? I had an opponent point blank cheat me by lying to one of their equivalent of a judge, the Pokemon professor or whatever it was, and the rules in place for paper Pokemon support to protect against that sort of thing are really abysmal. Yeah, it could be an Ultron incoming. I think we Blue Marvel, right? I'll snap them. I Blue Marvel into Cerebro plus Mr. Fantastic. Or Mr. Sinister. What's going on, my dude? Oh, you're a little short, bud. They can see your hair.
Yeah, because my hair could see you.
Okay, so Cerebro is going to put their Ultron tokens are +3, so they're gonna have 16 here.
Oh, 6. Hey,
This
Daddy.
would be, hold on, bud. This will be 15. Is that enough?
Opponent.
We win the right. Does this win the left? The left will be, yeah, we win left and right with this, right? Yeah, we beat Ultron left and right. What's your question, dude?
Why that card deal -8?
Because this card's a tricky card. After you play it, it flips over to your opponent's side of the board. And it gives them -8.
Oh, very tricky.
From a free-to-play standpoint, do you think it's worth spending tokens on any pull 4 cards? I would not. I would complete my pull 3. Unless there was a pull 4 card you were absolutely dying to have and you thought you were going to have a ton of fun with it, you should always prioritize fun over everything, chat. Because games should be fun, right, Jake?
Yeah. So, Daddy, I only eat a cupcake, but I eat a whole type of mac and cheese. Can I have a bowl of spicy chips?
You can have a bowl of spicy chips if you bring me a cupcake first. Bring your dad a cupcake, and then you can have spicy chips. For those of you at home that don't have children, as the children get older and level up, the key feature that they offer is they will bring you things from further distances. When they're toddlers, you can point at something across the room and they'll bring it to you. When they're small children like Jacob, he's 8, he can go fetch me something from another floor. Eventually, they level up to the point where you can have them fetch something somewhere else in town with a car. Looking forward to that upgrade eventually. You boy, go to the grocery store. You boy, fetch the takeout.
Aid my hand.
Free labor. They're not free labor, chat. They are very expensive labor. But they're labor you've already paid for. They're like prepaid labor. Far from free. Prepaid. Telling me it's a pre-order bonus, something. Chat.
Avengers. Assemble.
He did bring me a cupcake. Do you want to come say hi? Yeah, you can see Bees' hair on the TV. It's a lot of bar sinisters, chat.
So what kind of strategy we doing?
I think we're actually passing here, right? 'Cause we're gonna Blue Marvel right. I think I might snap with the bar sinister, actually.
You mean like battle snap? You mean battle snap?
You brought me the cupcake with Jacob.
Wait, Daddy.
This is very nice
Do
of
you
you.
mean battle snap?
It is like a Thanos snap, yeah.
Like this. But it will just blow up.
Only half the people disappear, Jacob. You tried to steal my water?
What's
You
up?
tried to steal my water?
Yeah, I just doing Daddy's wedding.
For those that are new to the channel, this is my lowest level child. She's 2.5.
And this is the child.
You are the highest level child. That's true. You're almost 9.
I need to be. Oh, I have my tippy toes, but you can't still see me. Oh!
You did bring it to me. Thank you, baby girl. Are you being good for mommy today? Our deck's pretty good at sneaking into Death's Domain. We have both Nightcrawler, Brood, and Mr. Sinister.
Pretty good.
So they have Cosmo, could be a Destroyer deck, could be an ongoing deck, could just be a disruptive deck. Thank you for bringing the cupcake.
Cardo, which looks like dog, but it basically out of space.
It is a space dog. Yep, you can go upstairs with Jakey.
What?
Love you, baby girl.
What do?
He is a disruptive card.
A destruction card? It just destroyed all
Can you
the-
go help Haley get a cupcake too? You're a good helping boy, Jacob. Thank you. So Daredevil on both sides, they just cancel out. This is very obviously our Daredevil from the Bugle. Cerebro here. It's unfortunate that Nightcrawler flipped up on Cutlawn, but I guess we probably want him to end up here anyways. Oh, my recommended pull 2 deck for climbing. Exclamation point pull 2 in chat. We lost the coin flip here on having priority, which is unfortunate. So I can't Mystique safely. Is awkward. Do we just like Storm Iceman left? I don't think I want to coin flip the Mystique. I think I fall too far behind if I coin flip where the Mystique's going against their Cosmo and lose. Storm turn 6 lock in. I mean, so the Destroyer deck typically only plays to 2 paths anyway, so like doing this the last turn doesn't really accomplish much. Am I flipping a coin for this Hobgoblin? I almost feel like I am. The best deck in the game. I think a lot of the top decks are close, but the Destroyer archetype that this opponent is playing is probably close to, if not the best. And we can see it if we get Cosmoed here, which is unfortunate. Exclamation point top 5 decks in chat. Would get you my thoughts on the top decks right now. Final turn. So if they Spectrum here, they go up to 9 in the middle. I think this is the play, right? Let's go. Mr. Sinister mid gets us to 12. Yeah. Cool. So Mr. Sinister mid beats Spectrum, and they can't destroy her here, obviously. The kids be classified as being part of the disruptive archetype. Only for my opponent. Only for my opponent. Oh, I need to draw a Storm. Otherwise we get got here, right? Wasn't thinking about that. That'll be fine. We'll draw a Storm. I would not recommend playing this deck without Mystique. Do not think it is playable without her. See, chat, just gotta believe. you don't have Goose, Invisible Woman is okay. So Invisible Woman can stop Enchantress in a similar manner to, oh, this is the Spectrum ongoing deck. Got it. It's like, what are they doing? It's a Spectrum ongoing deck. Patriot or Cerebro is better currently. I think Cerebro 2 or Cerebro Destroyer are the best options there. I'm not a huge fan of any of the Patriot decks at the moment. If you haven't looked at it yet, Mystique is the #1 card I recommend crafting from Series 3 cards with the token shop. She is a phenomenal pickup. She enables so many archetypes. I think we beat a Spectrum here, right? Spectrum will put 8 power mid, which puts them to 13. And then we're gaining another 4, and then we're gaining another bunch more from the Cerebro. And then Spectrum will give them 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Sorry. We'll give them 12, 13, 14, 17, 18 over here. And we should have more than that, right? We're going to have 5, 18. I think we lose the left by 1 here to Spectrum. Running out of time, though. I think we're 19 here. Oh, no, we're up by 1. Okay, sick. Yeah, I guess I could have counted that with Mystique on Blue Marvel, I didn't need to get rid of Nidavellir. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably what I should have done. I only counted this with the Cerebro bonus, but I didn't need the Cerebro bonus to beat Spectrum here. So I probably should have Mr. Fantastic. Because Nidavellir was beneficial to us here if we were already winning here. And that, yeah. So Storm here was actually wrong because I didn't need to get my Cerebro bonus into the middle. Yeah, I didn't play leader because of Cerebro. But that's actually another thing. If I would have... No, because Spectrum wouldn't have been good for me to copy, right? Because my Blue Marvel would have gone up. Yeah. So I should have not played Storm. We should have played Mr. Fantastic. We would have counted everything. There were a lot of numbers to count there. And I had to do extra mental math because of Nidavellir going away potentially. So I was a little bit slow. Pretty close to a fair Asgard, huh? That location is not great for us. Here, Mr. Sinister and Scarlet Witch. I think I'd rather win Asgard than fill the raft, yeah? Yeah? Agree or disagree? I'd rather win Asgard than fill the raft. Because I can't, Like, I could... Filling the raft, like, denies them a 6-drop, but we can't really play a 6-drop, right? Whereas drawing Mystique and Blue Marvel here would be very beneficial to us. Storm to get rid of Warrior Falls, also beneficial for us. Last time I filled the raft, I had a close to perfect hand and Agatha popped out. Oh man, that's a big oof. When will you play Cerebro 14? I posted a video with Cerebro 16 yesterday. It's up on the YouTube channel. It's very good. Well, I mean, we got an extra Blue Marvel out of that, at least, I guess. Yes, if you are not close to the level 1000 breakpoint, I would recommend hoarding your tokens. Well, this game just got a little weird. I think I snapped them. Is Cerebro 7 playable? We memed with Cerebro 7 a little bit on stream last week, I think, and it was less bad than I was expecting it to be, but it was still far from good. Is within 100 levels close enough? If you have enough gold to roll 10 quests on Monday night after the new weeklies roll over, you could probably get 100 before the patch. Probably. I don't want to be held liable if you miss it, but if you have gold hoarded up to roll up a bunch of credits Monday night and get all the weeklies for next week, you probably get there. It might be tight though. The exact math on how much you get per week varies based on how many weeklies you have and where exactly you're at on the collection level track. You need to be 1000 before the patch updates you in order to get the bonus. It's going to be a one-time bonus at level 1000. 200 levels is impossible without spending money, yes. You will need to buy Mr. Broad something nice if you want to clear 200 levels. Nah, I think with 50 you'll be fine. Just do all your dailies. You should be good with 50. If you are more than 100 away today, I would not expect to make 1,000 unless you spend money. Is a realistic expectation to have. Why is Blue Marvel? Blue Marvel makes all your 2-drops into bigger things. He's great. Wait, are they Cerebro 5? I think they're Cerebro 5, chat. Well, that's awesome. Important sequencing here. I'm playing Cerebro 2nd because I want to be able to Mystique my Cerebro next turn. want my chair? Or you want to come see me? Okay, you can have my chair. All right, so Mystique's got to go in the center because she's got nowhere else to go. And then we'll Mr. Fantastic right to bolster the center. We're gonna get plus 8 more over here. We're gonna get plus 8 in the middle, so we'll be 20, 24. Oh, that's a big new bot. Damn. Damn. Don't you try and take my chair out of my office. You are allowed to visit. You may not rearrange my furniture. Yes, the opponent's Cerebro 5 draw there was very good. Okay, pick up. Okay, chat, we'll put the desk down because she really wants to sit in the chair at the desk. Does that mean I get this one? I thought that was your chair.
I got my chair. I see that.
Got extra energy. Get Cerebro into Mystique Cerebro into Goose Sinister or Goose Devil.
Oh, you fixed your pancake, Dada. You fixed your pancake.
I did finish my cupcake. It was very good.
Yes, you fixed your pancake, Dada.
Ooh, that's a piece of candy.
That's my Dada. Dada, I got a new sweater, Dada.
You got a new sleeper?
That's it, cool, Dada.
Now you say this much hair on you. Hey, I got plenty of hair, Chad.
I like Dada's hair. I like Dada's hair, Dada.
Okay, so
Up there.
I want to double blue Marvel next turn, I think. So I think we'll Sinister here, and then Sinister, and then we'll Marvel across.
Ooh, see that? I like see that.
All right, go mid, go mid, go mid. All right, so you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. Okay. Dada. I see that. I see that.
I'm gonna snap. They might stay. Actually, what if we Hobgoblin here? What are the odds they fill mid? We have priority. I bet they don't fill mid. I think we Hobgoblin into blue Marvel.
Say Dada, say Dada.
You are on the TV, baby girl. You're such a ham.
Me. Oh, Dada, Dada, up there.
That is a camera up there, baby girl.
I think that's right, Dada.
You did drink my water, baby girl. Yeah, we get to double blue Marvel here, which adds 8 more to the left, and then it puts a bunch here and a bunch here as well. Yeah, the Hobgoblin into London. Thank you, baby girl. The Hobgoblin into London, basically giving us an extra big playoff of London was huge here. I did eat my cupcake. I did eat my cupcake, baby girl.
Just take it, don't Dada.
Yep. You can sit there, go ahead. Update is early next week, likely Tuesday or Wednesday. Oh, man, these locations are not great for our hero, chat. We can't play into Stark. Oh, actually, we can play Cerebro. Speaking of these locations, if we put Cerebro into Stark Tower, it powers itself up, right? Which is kind of great. How do I handle losing in general or streaks? Take a break, change the deck I'm playing, learn to retreat better to mitigate the losses that you're experiencing. Wow, that's insane. I think we snapped the Hobgoblin into Superflow, right? The rock into Stark Tower is another thing that Cerebro powers up, right? And then actually, let's just do, oh yeah, I need to Storm here to get the bonus. And then we'll Mr. Sinister here. And then next turn we can like Brood plus Iceman. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a Patriot deck. That's true. I have a video up on a Pool 3 Patriot deck. Yeah, if you look on the Snap YouTube channel, there's one up there.
All systems go.
I did finish my cupcake, baby girl. Well, we're not winning Stark Tower regardless. I'm adding 12 here. I think we just missed Mr. Fantastic to insulate the center, right? To go up to 18 here. So we'll be 18 and we'll be 12 over here with them at -3.
I see up there, Daddy. Oh, Daddy.
All right, is 18 enough to win mid? Maybe? Maybe? I think we're good, right? Man, that was another sick game. This deck's really reasonable. I think this or the Destroyer Cerebro deck are definitely the best ones. I like this build a lot. Hobgoblin's actually been an ace suggestion. I forget who made that in chat, but whoever you were, that's been great. That was a good shout out. Those are the Pokeballs. Yeah, someone asked if I play Pokemon TCG. I play it casually with my kids.
We still make these balls.
Yeah.
I like these balls, Daddy.
You can take them upstairs and add them to your treasure chest. Go ahead. Your treasure hoard. You may take my Pokeballs. Ooh, piece of candy. Yes, Daredevil Hobgoblin Space Throne is like peak rude. Alright, I can take my actual chair back, chat, instead of this folding chair. Man, talk about some locations here. Oh, you're my hero, opponent. Actual hero. Wait, I can't, I actually can't play any of my stuff mid though, right? we won't be able, well, we could, if Hobgoblin gets to go Space Throne on 5, we'll be able to Cerebro the Space Throne, right? Show me all secrets. With Electro, they have 6 resources this turn. They might play something big in the space throne. We'll see though. We shall see in the literal sense.
Wakanda forever.
See if they have something weird like Claw here. Blue Marvel's adding 4 to the right, so we win that way. If they Zola, they go to 0 mid, right? And then we win. Close game. Needed every point there.
Victory.
Someone asked, why are you not playing Destroyer? That's all I'm seeing at rank 90 as I head to Infinite. It should be an Infinite 2. Okay, so I enabled easier matchmaking. And if you're not familiar how to do that, you click into the shop. And then you click here. And you click here. Give a second. It lags for a second. And then now I have easier matchmaking for a little bit. Wakandan Embassy, chat. Wakandan Embassy. Is there a gold limit? I don't know. What's the limit on your credit card? Just became Cerebro 5. Low-key kinda did. Or Cerebro 4 technically with Marvel.
Wind, aid my hand.
Is that a tax write-off? It is, yes. It's important to understand for people that don't live in the United States or do but don't understand tax law. A tax write-off doesn't make something free, chat. A tax write-off is like getting a 25% discount. Why not Goose left? If I Goose left, where am I playing my Blue Marvel, chat? If I play this here, I go to 20. Oh, I could also get bigger in the middle, right? I could go Brood Cerebro here. Brood Cerebro is 21 middle, right? Oh, I can't Brood save Cosmo. Oh, yeah. This is 28 left. 28 left probably doesn't, right? He says famous last words. Sera Warpath? Really? We're good, right? We're good? We cool? We cool. Alright. No Lang, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. This deck seems really good. Like, I like this one a lot, Chip. Yeah, Wakandan Embassy actually did some work for us there since Brood was there. Oh, it's the easier matchmaking. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, thanks for re-upping that Prime Phoenix. Appreciate the 20 months. No, I actually don't think we're missing anything. That's one of the reasons we picked to build this. Okay, I think we storm Atlantis. And then we'll go Cerebro mid into Mystique, Mr. Sinister left. Nice hookups. Swaption, thanks for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate you re-upping. That's rude. I think I'm inclined to go like Mystique here, Mr. Sinister mid now. You think Daredevil is broken? I think Daredevil is broken when I lose to it, and it's fair and balanced when I win with it. So if I blue Marvel, I go up to 22 in the middle, meaning they have to play a 8 power thing in the middle to beat me there. It's probably right. I think if I only go to 20, they only have to play a 6 power thing to beat me. And their biggest thing in the Sera deck is usually max. So I think Blue Marvel here means we win mid in most situations. Dr. Doom's not in the range of cards I play around here. Oh, Mojo. Mojo is a card they could have. Does that do it? They're gonna get tiebreakered, huh? Oh, because we lose the Baxter building bonus too on an exact time. I do full deck submissions too, Crockett. I imagine I'll start getting more of those now that we have collector's tokens, because people want to submit deck ideas before they commit tokens to buying cards. So yeah, if you have a specific 12 card deck you want to see played, I accept those as well. Hey, Chrome. Thanks for re-upping that Prime. one of the streamers I watched on occasion, I think it was Jim Davis. He always says the second month of Prime's the most important one, because it means not only that person remembered to renew, but they decided to renew at the same channel again. I think he's probably right about that. It's a pretty sharp take. Jim Davis is a Magic the Gathering content producer that I've done some collab stuff with on occasion. Really nice / good dude.
It's clobbering time.
He used to travel to play on the same competitive circuit I did when I played Paper Magic years ago. Hey, Pelican. First months of Prime are also great too. Appreciate the Bezos Bucks chat. Well, this game rocks. That's astute. I have a lot of 1 month subs to channels and very few 2+. Yeah. Can I stay in here? I don't know that I can stay in here. I mean, I guess I'll give him a cube. 1 cube to show me Patriot. They left. Good beats. Oh yeah, he did make Worlds this year. I haven't been following Magic stuff for a while now. Forgot he made Worlds. Always like to see good people succeed. Well, Iceman into the cloning bats gets us another card to play next turn. Yeah, Hobgoblin over Iron Man due to board space limitations and just like flexibility and its disruptive aspect too has a lot of value. Has synergy with Daredevil as well for like tagging a key spot. Like we stole a space throne with it earlier today and it was really good. Best on reveal deck. I don't think there is a competitive on reveal deck in pool 3 right now. If you look at my top 5 decks list, basically all of the best decks in Marvel Snap right now are playing Cosmo or Enchantress, which really make Wong a very mediocre card. So I think the on-reveal archetype struggles in the current metagame. Wong is very signaled, scripted, whatever you want to call it. It's very obvious what's going to be happening and how you can disrupt it. What are the odds of being in pool 2 with only Infinite, Storm, Iceman, Scorpion, Cloak, and Warpath left? I don't think really any of those cards are very amazing. I mean, some of them are fine, but I don't think any of those are like the best cards in pool 2. Jay Wolf. Karin Daris, thanks for the brand new Prime. Most of the time, when I hear people complaining about their lack of opens, is generally speaking, I think them looking for a cop-out rather than being reflective and being like, oh, I could improve my play. Marvel Snap does a pretty good job of ensuring you have the tools to be competitive at every point. You just still need to know how to play with those tools to be successful. I think Marvel Snap is the best new card game to release in a very long time. I am playing a bunch of it because it's the best card game on the market right now, in my opinion. Do you have a good Quinjet build on my YouTube? I have a ton of Quinjet decks. It's actually one of my favorite cards. If you look up the Moon Miles deck on my YouTube channel, it's my favorite Quinjet deck at the moment. It's excellent, IMO. The other thing I find, well, that's an insane drop. The other thing I find myself saying to Marvel Snap players quite frequently is you need to be less focused on winning when you're still early in your collection path and just be focused on earning cards and learning from your games and getting better. It's so crazy to me how many people expect to show up to a brand new card game that's very different, right? Like, Marvel Snap isn't like Magic or Hearthstone or Runeterra. The way you play to the board instead of attacking life totals is a very different style of gameplay, and people just expect to show up and get to Infinite the first week. Like, the game would kind of suck if, like, it was super trivial to, like, learn everything, right? The reason why the game is good and interesting and deep is because there's a lot to learn and get better at. If you understood everything there was to learn about the game in a week, there wouldn't be any long-term depth or reason to keep playing it. Brood boosters, chat! We're getting there. We're getting there. I would like to split you, Brood. Hey, Cliff Jumper, thanks for the half a year. Glad you're enjoying the Snap-a-Lappin'. I am too. And Waffle Lord, thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. We've got a few new subs today, by the way. Folks, make sure if you're in Discord, you join the subs Discord server. We got a super active channel in there for Marvel Snap. One of the things I always like to plug in there, we have a Pool 3 build suggestion channel, where if you're someone that can't afford to donate to the channel, but you're a sub, I poke my head in there and look at people's Pool 3s and comment on them every evening usually. There's also another of other really knowledgeable subs in there that comment on stuff too while I'm live during the day. We got a great community for Snap and politics and food and sports and other games. So be sure to pop on in there if you support. Think I want to Cloning Vats the Mr. Sinister, because it's going to go back into our deck anyways, and I'd like a chance to draw my Cerebro when it comes back out. It's for the Prime Haze. Dude is a lovely one. Fill that on up here on the right. Hey, make this day. Appreciate the prime. This is probably going to be a Blue Marvel into Cloning Vats angle. They likely want to play cheap stuff into the Lockjaw path, so I think I go Goose right, Daredevil mid, and then we'll go Blue Marvel into Blue Marvel Iceman. Is the game different between mobile and PC? No. Not only do you play with the same matchmaking, but the PC client right now is actually a very early access build that's basically just a direct port of the mobile client. I don't want a Goose left because I want to copy my Blue Marvel on the Cloning Vats. Yes, the Marvel Snap public roadmap, if you haven't seen it, exclamation point roadmap in chat, includes a desktop version with a widescreen user interface in summer of 23. What's going on, the Penetrator? Thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. Appreciate the support. Roadmap or Broadmap? Why not both? Father of Adolescence. Is that a game? That's not a title I'm familiar with. Yeah, this list has been great. It really. I'm gonna post a highlight with this one. Well, based on these two locations, I think this is we're not playing Cerebro game, right? Oh, God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, I'm gonna do that on stream probably early next year. I've got a contract to do Moonbreaker for another like month and a half, I believe. And then I'm still doing the Genshin Impact story, but we'll probably be through the Genshin Impact story like January or so. Damn it, they hit my Brood. That's sad. I wanted to go Goose into Brood on Murray Isle and get them building. Yeah, Brood and Murray Isle is gonna be great. Now it's less so. Have I tried Flesh and Blood? Oh, and I can't play Brood here at all because of Goose now and the Iceman. Alright, we'll just pick a mulligan here. Soul Dip, thanks for the tier 1 sub as well. Welcome, welcome. Would I run Hobgoblin without Daredevil? I don't think so. I think if you don't have Daredevil, you probably play Iron Man. I think the information with Daredevil makes Hobgoblin a lot better for sure. So, I have heard nothing but good things about Flesh and Blood TCG from a gameplay perspective. However, Flesh and Blood has an absolutely atrocious card acquisition model, having super rare cards that frequently hit 3 digits in price that are must-play in competitive decks. And the fact that the makers of that game do shit like run their promos through a paper shredder to increase the artificial scarcity of them is just like beyond late-stage capitalism disgusting. So no amount of good gameplay is gonna make me touch something like that, regardless of what reviews it gets. There's enough other good games that don't do stuff like that I have no reason to touch that one. They did what? The Flesh and Blood company posted a video of them running extra copies of like a tournament promo through a paper shredder to let people know their copies that they had at home would be sufficiently artificially scarce and thus valuable. The Flesh and Blood people seem more interested in milking a secondary market by making their own lottery tickets than actually producing a game worth playing. Hey, Norf, thanks for the prime. It's super gross. Starlit Citadel is going to shuffle the Xandar. We're going to need to draw Storm in order for Cerebro to work this game. Okay, that's fine. We were dead to the Xandar anyways.
Escaped.
Thanks for the Biddy's quirk. Alright. Okay, sure. Copied 2 things for them and we got Daredevil into play. It's a relatively even scar, could be worse. Hobgoblin with Superflow is fun, because we'll get to Hobgoblin the Superflow on 4 and cut off the extra mana for them. Yondu is not a playable snap card outside of Death Wave, and you especially should never play Yondu and Korg in the same deck, because giving them a rock and then blowing that rock up is like a bafflingly bad sequence. Kinda want a Mr. Sinister here for more bodies, but at the same time, Mr. Fantastic is more resource. I think because I have the extra energy from Superflow, I could just not be resource efficient here. Just want to put the most bodies over here. Utilities, thanks for the brand new Prime. Good evening. With the Nightcrawler drawn to sneak into here and the Hobgoblin into Superflow this turn, I'm going to snap them, I think. And I think because it looks like they're winning the Flooded, they probably stay. That should put us in a pretty good spot, I think. Thanks for the Prime review. I'm not a good listener, but the gist of what you said is we should put our phones through a paper shredder to maximize collector tokens. What's going on, Charlotte? Hello. This definitely isn't live, though. Pre-recorded in front of a studio audience. Okay. So they ghosted us there, right? The absolutely longest possible timer Cosmo into the Superflow when we played Hobgoblin. Just actual biggest scum possible. puts us to 20 here, and it puts us to 15 here. I'm sure if they stay, we lose because they know what's in our hands. Yeah. Yeah, there's some where it's like, you know, it's close. Maybe they're not sniping, they lost. Maybe they're just a genius, chat. Or maybe they heard us say that they're sniping and they stayed in to throw us off the trail.
Victory.
Maybe their brain is just much bigger than mine. We just didn't see this line. Or maybe they are sniping and they just couldn't count. That's also a possibility. I don't know. It's hard to know. It could just be a genius, chat. There's too many layers. There's too many layers. Maybe they thought the Ronin was bigger than it was. Bar with no name. Cerebro loves to drink at the bar with no name. We snapped the Ant-Man and Jotunheim, right? Hobgoblin and Bar is not fun, chat. It gives your opponent -8 and lets them win there. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's very Monka. So this is the one upside to the Cerebro Destroyer list. Is Monster Island does kind of put us in the trash can here. Don't play Blue Marvel. Why wouldn't I play Blue Marvel? What am I missing? Oh, we lose Bar with no name. Okay. This is why I asked. Man, look at this absolute Chad snapping while we have Daredevil in play. They're probably right. We should probably leave. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. We're out of deck submissions for the day. This is usually the part where I pick a deck to play for the last hour or two of the stream. But I honestly think we might just keep playing this deck, chat. I kind of want to get boosters for Brood so I can split it. This list has been kind of great. Is Cerebro a top deck? No, I don't have it on my list of top 5 things, but I think it's competitive. I think it's fun. We're filthy casuals here who play games for fun, chip. I think I like storming Limbo. Hey, Limbo, gonna storm ya. Yeah, I think this one's probably gonna end up in a highlight, Magic Man. We had a really good set today, showcasing the flexibility of this list. Armor into Sentinel, okay. Long-time listener, first-time caller opponent. I'm here. What you're doing sounds great. can't do that there, chat. I think we play him right to keep them honest over here, and then we'll get to go Cerebro into Mr. Fantastic. The goose animation always makes me jump a little bit when I forget I can't play a card there. I like go to drag it out, and he like pops up with his tongue. It's just like, oh, great, I can't. That's not allowed. Snapping's probably good here. I agree with that before they see we're beating them in the flooded. Because even if they have a way to get more power into the flooded here, we're adding, what, 8-10 into the flooded this turn? And there is very unlikely that they put 3 cards into here. And even if they do put 3 cards into here, we're gonna be at 15. So they need to play 3 cards here, and they need to total 13 power across 3 cards. Not impossible, but definitely improbable. Are we good? We're good, right? 11-9? Close. Close.
Victory.
Exclamation point balance in chat to get a list of cards I would buff and a list of cards that I would nerf. I think balance in the current state is pretty good. Almost all of the balance changes I suggest are literally just like +1 attack, -1 attack, +1 cost, -1 cost. They're all very minor, and I don't think any of them would make any of the cards I talk about touching unplayable. Cost changes are minor changes. It's a little bit bigger of a change, but like, for example, a -1 cost on Nick Fury is kind of a minor change, right? Because it's like really fucking bad at 5. If you want a breakdown for how long it takes to get a full pool 3 with collector tokens factors in, I had one of those posted on YouTube last night. At 4, it may be better than Moon Girl. Nope, not even close. Which is why it would be a good change. Sequencing here, we want a Nightcrawler and then Cerebro just in case we draw Mystique. Snap too late. Mr. Sinister, a good card. Mr. Sinister has good synergies. Is there a reason I have the infinite versions of my cards in my deck? Because it brings me joy to see all of my cards have a similar outside of their frame border. It makes me happy, chat. I follow the advice you hear me repeat constantly on this stream, chat. Do the things that spark joy. The uniformity is pleasant to the eyes. I think if there are any of the cards in the new card drops that have a chance to break the game, I think Galactus is definitely the one. which actually made me really laugh because I've seen some other creators rating Galactus as like the worst tier in the game. Like when they rated all those cards together, they put him the lowest, which really made me chuckle. I was like, are we sure about this? Are we sure? Are we sure? We're sure. Can Marvel fly into the goose lane? She can, yes. What cards you should purchase with the 6K credits? Yeah, I'll be talking about that when people submit things moving forward. Can point out key things. Also, another thing people can do when I look through their collection, you can say, okay, Jeff, I have, collector's tokens for 2 or 3 cards or 1 card, so you can pick 1 card to put that I don't have. That being said, I'm not taking more deck submissions today. We'll be back with those on Monday. In fact, this deck submission here, oh no, hoisted. This deck submission here that we're playing, wait, did we get it? We got it, okay. This deck submission here that I'm playing right now, the person was like, I'm willing to spend two cards worth of tokens. And we looked through their cards, we were like, oh, you're just missing Mystique to make a sweet Cerebro 2 deck. So we built it. The collector's tokens are gonna make the pool build-arounds a lot more fun. Being able to tell people, hey, this is your collection and you just need to get this card and then we'll build this deck is gonna be great for content. It'll be great for people playing more things. The tokens are so good, chat. They're so good. I'm so excited. Invisible Woman makes this deck more consistent. I think Invisible Woman is much worse than Goose. I know that you, a Twitch chatter, just watched my Cerebro get Enchantress, so immediately you thought of Invisible Woman, but Goose is better at accomplishing that. Goose can't hide Blue Marvel specifically, but Goose is a disruptive element in addition to hiding Cerebro from Enchantress. I want to run that as well. Yeah, I don't know that I really have room for both. I think Iceman could be the cut to play Invisible Woman, but Iceman's pretty good. I am actually going to have a video going up this weekend, Drumpunk, talking about how nonsense it is that people are calling Tokens Nexus Events 2.0. I don't know. The people saying pools 4 and 5 are a problem. I think pools 4 and 5 have a potential to be a problem if the timelines are too long. But if cards move from 5 down to 4 and 4 down to 3 in an appropriate time frame, it's really not a big deal. Nexus Events was a monetization of Genshin Impact style loot boxes during the closed beta that people were appropriately upset with because you literally couldn't free to play them. The only option was spending a giant pile of gold. Whereas like the token system, even with 4 and 5, I would not cut Hobgoblin from this deck. Hobgoblin Daredevil has been absurd. It's been very, very good the entire afternoon. Brood's not replaceable in this deck. It's a key card. I do not think you can play this deck and expect it to be competitive without Brood. Yes. You have a 2.5% chance to pull a pool 4 card at any point, and you have a 0.25% chance to pull a pool 5 card. So pool 5 is very unlikely. Pool 4 is relatively likely. You're gonna get a few of them. And again, if you want full breakdowns and everything we're talking about with regards to collector tokens, my thoughts on them, what's good, bad, otherwise, or possible, it's all up on the YouTube channel. Full breakdown there. Okay, so like, what's their plan here? What's their plan here? They look like the Destroyer deck. They can't play Destroyer and win. Like, I assume they're leaving, right? Is there any way this loses to anything? Puts us to 28 in the middle. Even if they Iron Man here, we win. Jeff has to Nadia Hoagland plans to pull his Series 5 cards naturally. Listen. Sometimes they just come in pairs, Metsu. The real test will be if I can C6 my Rosaria when she comes back around. Fingers crossed they put Rosaria on Raiden's banner. I would really like to pull for Rosaria's while pulling for Raiden. Oh, did I lose to Destroyer mid with that line because I moved the Nightcrawler? You're right, I did. I needed to leave the Nightcrawler on the left. Good shout. Nadia is a character in Genshin Impact. A Black Lotus do I have? I have a house and 3 children. Oh shit, Mr. Sinister in DC. I've made a terrible mistake that I will fix with my storm. Shh. It's okay, it was calculated.
Wind, aid my hand.
Why Hobgoblin instead of Iron Man? To make the deck inaccessible to people that don't have Daredevil. Is Genshin worth getting into as a new player? I think it's fun. If you enjoy single-player, story-driven RPGs that have a loot grind system, I enjoy it. I started playing Genshin like 4 months ago-ish. Yeah, so like, obviously, I can win the negative zone here. But I don't know that 16 is enough to win left. This wins negative zone, no problem. Does 16 hold left? If they have Mystique and Cerebro doesn't. Am I still playing Genshin? Yeah, I am. We play it on stream for a couple hours every week usually. Yeah, this is Cerebro Mystique and we die. Gross. Got me. Wait, did we do it? I think we did it. Yes, victory. Nailed it.
Victory.
If you're a fellow Genshin enjoyer and you joined the subs Discord, by the way, we have a Genshin Impact thread under the Gaming General channel. Since it's not one of the main games that I play, it doesn't have a dedicated channel for it, but if you click in threads in Gaming General, we have a fairly active thread that me and a bunch of other people chat in whenever stuff happens, or I have questions or they have questions. We should be able to clear 1,000 from 940, no problem. Especially once the weekly missions roll over Monday night. did have a good one, Grindel. Life is swell. This location is real, not good for us.
Wind, aid my hand.
Aid my hand. Cerebro. Bird. Going on, Impact. Thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back.
Escaped.
The patches have typically been late afternoon, early evening. I have not seen the Black Panther movie. My family has been like perpetually sick off and on for like the last 2 months. I haven't gotten out to do a whole lot of anything. Plus Snap has been soaking up a lot of my time. Am I gonna snap by all 5 of my tops from my 4-5 video? Yeah, definitely, Vin. Plus Galactus and Thanos. I am going back into full spend mode and getting back to a full collection as quickly as possible. Do I follow the MCU movies? Yeah, usually. I have a small backlog built up on Disney Plus stuff, but usually I play, like 3 or 4 times a year, I like sit down and watch everything I haven't watched yet. Can you deduct Black Panther movie tickets from your taxes? Asking the real questions. I feel like Titania is one that could cut in either direction. I feel like she's a card I'm really gonna have to see play out before I can say one way or another if she seems good. She reads as either completely busted or possibly unplayable. How much money have I spent on Marvel Snap? I don't actually know. Oh, I forgot to play Iceman. I don't actually have a number offhand on my spending for Snap at the moment. Whenever the tank hits 0 and I need gold, I just put $100 in. Oh, I'm definitely past 4 digits, chat. Definitely past 4 digits.
Wind, aid my hand.
We hit 4 digits during the closed beta. Hey, Lavangi. Congrats on hitting Infinite. Playing Hobgoblin. Then we're like Cerebro Mystique next turn. Is this enough to win on the right? This is 5 plus 4 is 9 to their -6. It might be. I can't Ultron, so I'll lose my Cerebro bonus, so. A couple people have been asking me, so just for clarity's sake, as long as Snap continues to sustain as my primary source of income, I plan to hit that max spend and have all of the new cards as soon as they come out for content featuring purposes. And if you're wondering, Jeff, what does it cost to do that? I highlighted it in my breakdown video. It's right there.
Snapped.
I actually just mailed my credit card to Ben Brode and just said, run it up. We'll take care of it later. We could move Nightcrawler. Oh, is this Patriot? Okay, cool. Got him by a lot. Good.
Victory.
Keeping cards common no longer impacts their chance to get boosters on them. How profitable is it to be a content creator while spending that kind of money? I make low six figures here between Twitch and YouTube. My best year on Twitch was the year Magic Arena hit open beta, and I made about $260,000 that year. And then the subsequent years have been like 150 to 180 depending on the year. So we don't make ninja money playing card games, but I live very comfortably in the cornfields. And for people that are new here, when I say cornfields, I mean my backyard is literally a cornfield. Well, it's half a cornfield now. They've just knocked out half the cornfield to put another house up behind me. For the sake of being purely accurate.
Opponent snapped.
And for the record, that's also why I don't do things like spam you all with adverts constantly. I only run them when I go to the bathroom, because I don't need to make the viewer experience worse for the sake of making a couple extra bucks when I already live comfortably. I'd rather just have a better product. You get all this growth from Marvel Snap, or did you play another game? I've been streaming on Twitch for almost a decade. It's been my full-time job for about 5 years now. I did Magic the Gathering before this. This might be a... It's probably a Mr. Fantastic into Iceman, Blue Marvel, Cerebro Mystique here. Yeah. Magic the Gathering. Yeah, to talk politics for a second, and I say politics because it's stupid that this is considered political. Part of the reason this is able to be my job despite making that amount of money you just heard is, one, that's a pre-tax amount of money. I lose 25 to 30% off of that number. And two, my wife has a traditional job that provides us with health insurance for our family. The first year when Magic Arena hit open beta, when I made that $250,000, we looked into her quitting her job to do business management and stuff for my job here, and pricing it out for our family of 4 at the time, it would cost us somewhere between $25,000 and $40,000 per year to replace the healthcare her company provides our family. And again, for people that live outside of the United States, that $25,000 to $40,000 per year doesn't actually cover deductibles or going to the doctor for the most part. It's just like catastrophic insurance in case someone like gets cancer or gets hit by a car or ends up in the hospital for months, so you don't go bankrupt. Get this? It's gonna be close. We did.
Victory.
Healthcare is a fundamental human right, and no one should get broke. No one should go broke because they got sick or a family member got sick. And there's a lot of people that suckle at the teat of these big health insurance companies that will tell you stuff like, well, you pay that much money, Jeff, because you get better quality of service. My wife needed to go to urgent care to get a prescription for a sinus infection 2 weeks ago, and we sat in fucking urgent care for 2.5 hours waiting to be seen. Anybody that tells you the US healthcare system is more expensive because it gives you better results is a fucking idiot who's never actually used it. We do not get better results. We get fucking gouged for something that should be a human right. This deck is so awkward into the raft, because like we're really good at filling the raft, but also we're kind of never want to play the cards we get from there. Is like this awkward kind of back and forth. Hope for Arnim Zola. Unless you get Galactus. Galactus would be funny. Not very good though for us. I guess we're doing this. We're probably both filling. Actually, if we're both filling it, I probably don't want to do that, right? Am I filling it anyways? My hand's kind of awkward in those Cerebro no Mystique. Oh, and I can't play Blue Marvel this turn either. Oh, I forgot about that. I think this might be a retreat angle. This is a retreat angle.
Escape.
Ooh, that's a good thought. Yeah, I think I wasn't thinking about Dream Dimension making my Blue Marvel cost more. We definitely should have Stormed Dream Dimension there. That was a much better play. Okay, we still don't have Brood Boosters, chat, but I think I'm gonna change decks. This deck was great. I'm actually gonna leave this deck in my deck inventory, just rename it Cerebro 2. I have no changes to this deck list for the viewer build. It was great. We still need 16 more boosties here. I'll play for the last little bit, huh? What else do I need boosters on? I want to play something that has a card I want boosters on. I need Gamora boosters. We're 7 boosters off of Gamora. I think I need Giganto boosters. Oh, that's the Lockjaw Discard. We could gamble with the Lockjaw Discard deck, chat. I need boosters on a lot of these cards. Our odds of getting a booster I'm happy with getting is like really high here. All right, for the record, I don't think this deck is very good, but it's fun. It's a high rolly casino loving good time. So the basic idea here is we've got Dracula that discards a card at the end of the game. And we've got Morbius who gets bigger every time we discard cards. And we've got the goodest of boys here who swaps cards in and out of our deck when we play them at his path. And the basic idea is we play things like Swordmaster and Blade and Hellcow to discard cards and then flip them into our deck to get more discard cards out of it. To then power Swarm as well as Apocalypse. Let's give it a go. Give it a go. My eventual goal, chat, is to have one of every unique card split. Why play Gambit? Why not play Gambit instead of Blade? Because being able to play 2 discard cards on turn 4 after you Lockjaw is very good. So the resource efficiency on Blade is valuable. The patch will be early next week, likely Tuesday or Wednesday, according to Ben Broad's Twitter. Do I have all the possible card backs? I think I'm missing one of the season pass card backs from the closed beta. I didn't hit infinite every season in the closed beta. I was playing for fun like a filthy casual, chat. Is Hellcow needed? I think this deck is a lot worse without Hellcow. Hellcow really kind of puts your Morbius into overdrive, giving you double discards. Playing for fun, I know. Apologies to everybody who's disappointed in me as a filthy casual. What is fun? Oh, I always forget we have a lot of ex-Magic the Gathering players in chat. So fun is when the game that you're playing sparks joy for you and makes you happy. I know that's something that's strange for some of y'all. Wow, Dracula really saved us here. If we hadn't drawn Dracula to play mid, I would have played discard cards here, and the bad dog would have just like hurt our good boy. Alright, can we just spread this out? We're staying in. You snapped playing Ronin against my discard deck. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him here. So if we Moon Knight, this is getting +4 more, but the other Monster Metropolis bonus is going to go away here. They have 4 cards in hand. What happened? 5 cards after they Devil Dino. Their Devil Dino is 11. That would be 14 here. They play Devil Dino here. It takes the Monster Metropolis bonus away. Am I supposed to Apocalypse and then Dracula and hope to hit the 50%er on Chavez? I guess they could also just play center though. This is close. Yeah, I just played center. Okay. I'm about to get Maximist. Oh no! Hoisted. Okay, come on, Dracula. Come on, Dracula. Oh, we're gonna be a little short still, right? Just a little bit. Ah! Get torched. This 5 into 6 is so strong. Even against our discard deck. Moon Knight boosties, chat. See? I told you there were so many boosters we'd be happy to get. Ooh, don't draw Blade. Don't draw Blade. Don't draw Blade. Woohoo! Sokovia discard by Apocalypse. Papi! Alright, we didn't draw Blade. We're 10 out of 10 snapping up here. 10 out of 10 get snapped. So any way to ensure you get certain boosters? There is not. You are slightly more likely to get boosters on cards that have fewer than 20 boosters, but only slightly. Hey, Black Gloves, glad you're having fun with it. Takias, thanks for checking out the Every Play promo. Appreciate the support. Enjoy your 6-month sub gift. I think we hold on to Swarms for now in case we draw Lockjaw here, right? I thought I was gonna delete this deck, Marty, but I really want to get infinite splits on these cards. I think anyone has spent more than Marvel Snap on me. Do you think you should get an exclusive credit card back? I actually do not have the highest collection level in Marvel Snap. There is a collection level leaderboard on snap.fan for people that use their tracker. Where is it? Where is it at? Player leaderboard based on collection level. I'm actually only number 7 on the Marvel Snap leaderboard for collection level. And that's only people that use their tracker. So there are probably other people not using their app that are also higher than me. We go Lady Sif here. Well, actually, is my deck 3 cards? Lady Sif here, Swordmaster here. Hope to ditch the Apocalypse and win left and right here, I think is the plan. No one cares about 7th place. You gotta do better than that. To be fair, chat, my goal isn't purely to spend endlessly. I only wanted to acquire all of the cards, and when I did that, I stopped spending gobbles of money. And now that there will be more cards to get, I will resume spending gobbles of money. You could say their system is working as intended. Our best draw next turn is Colleen. I think Moon Knight could use a buff, maybe? I'm 1 in 5 for Moon Knight to discard a card I don't want it to discard here. And for people that are bad at math, that means there's a 100% chance I discard Dracula this turn. Whoo! We hit the swarm, chat! Lucky! Lucky! Oh no! Oh no! Wow, that's actually pretty bad for us. We really don't want both of these in the same path, huh? I'm not playing the swarms out yet because I don't want these to hit discard things and discard my other discarders, yo dog. So next turn we'll go Lady Sif, Swordmaster, Swarm all over here probably. That is true. The effect on this is one that's pretty tilting and powerful. Agree with that. want to go Swarm, Hella? That's an interesting thought. We do have one more turn here. I don't know that I want to fill my board up, though, randomly, right? Hey, the real Tuba. Thank you for the brand new Prime. And Black Dragon, thanks for the 2 months. We could do this as well.
Opponent snap.
You're snapping me? Really? Dude, I'm gonna do this and hold a Swarm for a second. Oh no! Oh no, chat! Oh, chat! Exclamation point card sheet. Someone asking, can you replace Lockjaw in this deck? Not really. Cards are the deck name for a reason. That was about as Monka as it gets. Here comes Magneto. I mean, Magneto moving Dracula to somewhere else would be good for us, right? Low key cracked. All right, if we get Hell Cow back out of the deck here, we win, we tie the left, and then we win the tiebreaker. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I think Colleen's pretty important to this deck, yeah.
Victory.
Listen, chat, sometimes RN Jesus takes the wheel, and he drives you right on up to a 24 power Dracula. Sometimes he's just like, yep, in it to win it. See, like I said, I don't know if this deck is good or super consistent, but it is fun. If you want a casino experience, chat, this is definitely the best casino experience in Marvel Snap. Or you could pull 2 decks, a Storm deck. Yeah, look at the pull 2 Disrupt deck, exclamation point pull 2 in chat. Ah, Lockjaw. My people talking about my variants. My Lockjaw is my favorite Lockjaw variant, chat. There's ever gonna be card trading? No. 0%. Adding trading to a digital card game creates a secondary market nonsense that's just like, kind of sucks to be blunt. I have no desire to play a Magic the Gathering online style experience ever again. Artifact. Oh. LOL. Okay, so, oh my, wait, okay. So Colleen. Oh, damn it, Rock. I can't Colleen guaranteed discard the Swarm because we drew fucking Rock. All right, I guess we have to do this, huh? Oh, I could have rocked the Lockjaw. Yeah, I guess that's fair. In my brain, I was like, I want to Swarm there next turn. But yeah, I should totally just rock the Lockjaw. Yeah. Oh, shit! Arrow! Why, Arrow? Why? And then we just get arrowed again here, most likely, right? I guess there's no guarantee they copied her with Moon Girl, but like, they probably copied her with Moon Girl, right? She's so good, chat. Copying Arrow with Moon Girl is absurd, by the way. If you haven't seen the Moon Miles deck, it is phenomenal. We'll play a little bit of that. It's definitely my favorite deck right now. Yeah, getting to Arrow on turns 5 and 6 is incredibly strong. He says before he wins the game anyways. Do 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 beep 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 do do do. Easy clap. Dracula wins the 1 and 3, chat. Easy clap. Oh, Dracula boosties. Would love to split some more of these cards, chat. That's why we're playing this deck. I've got 1, 2. That's half this deck, not infinite yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 cards without infinite boosters. It's so gross, chat. It's so gross. Chat, would you think less of me as an individual if I ate peanut butter directly out of a jar with a spoon on stream? Because I'll turn the camera off before I do it if you'll think less of me. You are an American on Thanksgiving. Oh, hit on Oscorp. Rude. Rude.
Opponent snapped.
My hand's not great. I think I'm leaving.
Escape.
Mystic for Hire. Thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Link for the Moon Miles deck. Check out my Snap YouTube channel. It's the one with the Moon Girl meme on the front page. Swarm boosties. Swarm needs 18 more boosters to get a red border, chip. We need 90 boosters to go from blue to red. Yes, you do. The Colleen's pretty important for this deck. I agree with that. Noise. I've been using Snap.Fans Tracker app. Okay, I think we can persevere through the murder world, chat. I believe. My understanding is that peanut butter in the United States tends to have more sugar in it than a lot of the peanut butter in other countries. I think we're actually just passing here. Because I don't want to play either of these while I have Dracula. And I can't play, I don't want to play Dracula in either of these paths. That's true of almost every food. Yeah, I believe that. And listen, chat, this is the year 2022 and I'm on the internet, so if someone says something I believe that validates my worldview, there's no need to fact check it. I just accept it as true, okay? Oh yeah, they must have missed the fact that they could have goblin to the left. This might just be a Swordmaster Moon Knight turn. Just let RNGesus take the wheel.
Assemble.
The one thing I'll never quite be able to get over in my adult life is how the people who always told me growing up you should never meet strangers you meet on the internet for lack of safety concerns now regularly get their medical advice from random fucking Facebook groups. I don't know that I'll ever be able to compartmentalize that transition that happened in my lifetime. Something feels like it snapped somewhere in the middle there. It's the best pull 3 deck at the moment. Top 5 decks. Get my review on those. Morbius loves the miniaturized lab. Which deck is better, Patriot or Discard? I genuinely don't think either of those archetypes are super great, but this one maybe gets the nod. Maybe? My poor Morbius Sokovia betraying us. Ooh! Well, that's a piece of candy if I ever saw one. You tipped Mystic for hire? I don't see a donation sitting anywhere. I see a tier 1 sub. But yeah, in general, I don't take deck submissions in advance. Just day of. Alright, so we want a Colleen Wing first because she discards my guaranteed lowest card, and then we'll blade and we'll have 2 swarms in our hand when we blade. Hey, Becca, thanks for keeping on with your sub. Welcome back. Oh, we lost Helcow. That's sad. Okay. Quite the swarm building up here. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. Okay, so am I supposed to... I think I only play 1 swarm out here. It could be right to play them all out so that whatever discard card we hit with Sokovia guarantees hits Apocalypse, but could go either way on that. Yeah, Morbius would have been killer if Sokovia didn't get rid of him. Agree. And then we do draw Chavez next turn. Well, I guess we could technically hit Chavez off of the dog. We're 1 in 4 to do that. Wow, punished for not swarming. My poor swarms. What do you gain from not holding swarm to last turn? It gives me the option to play the swarms to the left. To the left, to the left. Gonna play the swarms in the slot to the left. And this Dracula is gonna go to 15, so we're technically winning all 3. They would need to put 3 power here and 6 power here, but they have Captain Marvel as well. Is scary. Huh? Yeah, I think we lose to Captain Marvel here. She just jumps straight. Well, I guess I have to win here. Yeah, we'll stay for a cube. Is that good? I think we're good, right? Yeah, good.
Victory.
We Chavez over Apocalypse because Dracula takes on the bigger stat line here. I wanted them to have to commit power here in order to win the right path, because Dracula discarding Apocalypse beats Killmonger and Jessica on his own. How can you counter decks like what I'm playing? Cosmo disrupts it. Enchantress turns off. Morbius. Shang-Chi can kill our non-Draculas. Maximus makes them draw cards. They don't get to guaranteed discard Apocalypse. Last turn Maximus is kind of nasty into this deck. Solid disruptive play. That's also true. You could also mitigate your losses and retreat. One of the things that's bad about this deck is it's not great at getting cubes off of better players because your hand plays kind of face up. Your opponent knows how many swarms you have, and they know how big your Apocalypse is at all points, and better players will be able to compute, okay, I'm beat here, or okay, I can beat this. Against good players, you almost never get a turn 6 that you win. Ooh, Karmatage. Yes, unless you are at the 5,000 credit limit, you should hold on your stuff for now. Lockjaw in the middle is a little bit risky because they could Cosmo here. The Destroyer deck is a Cosmo deck. Dracula to the left. Gonna Dracula to the left. We have Colleen plus a Sif or Colleen plus a Swordmaster next turn, depending on what they do and what we draw. If we pick up Apocalypse, we'll want a Lady Sif because she always discards our biggest card. If we don't draw Apocalypse, we'll want a Swordmaster to have a chance to get more swarms. Lady Sif here and play this one to the right. I'm gonna have 2 swarms to play here next turn. Yeah, we should probably snap here before our hand gets flipped face up. Is accurate. Why are you saving credits? Because caches and reserves will be better after the patch drops. Boosters are getting removed from caches and reserves. I guess if I would have Colleened middle, I would have gotten a bunch of swarms because of Karmatage. But I kind of don't need more than 2 swarms, right? Assuming I have unlimited boosters, how many collection levels is 5,000 credits? 50 credits is 1 level. Is this better? This is probably better, right? Yeah. Is turning their mojo off worthwhile? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's a good chance we flip Morbius out, right? This deck definitely has interesting percentage plays in it, too. A lot of little things to tickle the brain. By the way, chat, I haven't mentioned my schedule at all. Outside of, like, new card releases or some type of special event happening, I am going to be going back to no longer streaming live on Saturday and Sunday. So we're going to do plenty of Monday through Friday, still 8 to 10 hours on these days. We've got great metrics like we do today. But I'm going to rein the work-life balance back in a touch again. I do intend to keep doing YouTube videos 7 days a week, though. So keep an eye on the Hoaglandia channel if you want content from me on the weekends. Still going to be pumping that out. But Twitch Live's going to go back to Monday through Friday, like 9 to 6. We should have Moon Knighted on the bar. I don't know about that one. Work-life balance, not a true American. I just enjoy being married and would like to make it to my 10-year this spring. It's a good deck for Dr. Doom. I really like Dr. Doom as a 6-drop in the Pool 2 Disruptive deck that we played on stream a few times. What's the plan for tomorrow's videos? I think I'm gonna put up an initial set of brews with some of the new Series 4 and Series 5 cards. I think I'm probably gonna put up the video talking about why calling the Collector's Tokens Nexus Events 2.0 is not accurate. I've heard that complaint a few times, and I think it's pretty nonsensical. I'm gonna talk about why. It's better by like a really significant margin, Dara. Not that I have to tell you. You're good at numbers. You understand what I'm saying.
Opponent snapped.
Can you play Lockjaw without discard? Yeah, I think there's a bunch of great Lockjaw without discard lists. In fact, if you look on that YouTube channel I was talking about a second ago, there is explicitly a deep dive on Lockjaw that talks about a bunch of different lists, both budget and non-discard. Oh, what a beating. Well, that's super unfortunate. Damn. Yeah, but 100% the devil is in the detail of how long will it take to move things down. For sure, for sure. Oh, I'm gonna discard 3 cards, 4 cards. This will be 32 here, so we lose to Hammer. They're not guaranteed to have the Hammer, he says, before they play Hammer. Oh, I guess they put 4 Hammers in their deck, right?
Mjolnir, to me. Mjolnir, to me. Mjolnir, to me.
Yeah, wow, huge difference maker here. Their Cosmo's the reason they won, right? If their Cosmo hadn't been here, we'd have discarded 2 more cards, so these would have been what, 48 or something like that? Some very large amount. Yeah, we would have been plus 16 there, 48. So I asked about non-Thor Lockjaw, or non-discard Lockjaw, and we just lost to Thor, so let's play that a little bit. I need Giganto boosters too. Wrong one, where is it? There we go, Lock Thor. Swap in my red border Giganto here. This list is fun. It just like slams a bunch of beefcakes into play. Seems like you want to be playing Cosmo in this metagame. Cosmo is a very powerful hate card and a very bad dog. I like this deck a lot better. I think this deck is much more consistent and easier for getting higher cube games than the discard Lockjaw deck. You have Thor, and this deck, or Lockjaw, this deck gets to play Thor with Mjolnir to play fetch with. This deck gets to play Vision too, which I think is an incredibly powerful card. I think Cosmos should be nerfed? I think the Cosmo decks are competitive, but I don't think any of them are like at the very tippy top. Like I think this deck is on my list of top 5 decks, and I think it's definitely the weakest of those 5. It's still competitive and good, but I think the other 4 things on there are a little bit above. Is Yellow Jacket a consideration here? I don't think you need 2 zeros, and Wasp is definitely better than Lockjaw or Yellow Jacket. Wasp is not a card we play out early. We're playing this in our deck to play fetch with Thor. Or play fetch with, Play fetch with Lockjaw. Womp womp. Why is Mysterio in this deck? Mysterio is in this deck because the Mysterio clones trigger Lockjaw because they count as playing a card out. Cerebro 2 is great. We spent a lot of the afternoon playing Cerebro 2. It was a ton of fun.
Time's up.
Yes, you do have a 0 power illusion in your deck when you do that. It is accurate. The awkward part about this play is Mysterio and Jotunheim loses us Jotunheim. Why are Mysterio clones different from other things producing tokens? Because it needs to be able to hold up the illusion. I think we win the tiebreaker here, right? Because we're 1-1 on the right, and we're up 5 in the middle, up 4. And they're only up 2 on the left. First and only tiebreaker in Marvel Snap is total power. So when we're tied 1-1 here, the game goes, oh, they're up 2, we're up 4, so we win. We're up in the middle. Okay, now, since we drew Lockjaw here, I'm actually going to wait to play Mysterio out because I want to use that Mysterio clone to tuck into my deck with Lockjaw. They played their Lockjaw left. I think I'm Thor into Lady Thor here. Well, they're Lockjaw negative. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna snap them now because I get to go Mjolnir center into Jane, pull Mjolnir back out.
To me.
Not Wasp. Sick. And then Jane redraws Mjolnir along with Wasp here. Should we get essential deck components using tokens or generally strong cards? You should do whatever will make you happier, chat. The beauty of the token system. I want a Jane Jubilee before I put cards in my deck because my deck has Magneto and Infinite in it. The beauty of the token system, chat, is that it excellently supplements the existing collection system and that what's correct to do and get varies depending on what what your collection looks like. The correct cards for one person to craft are different than the correct cards for someone else to craft.
Mjolnir, to me.
Yeah, I honestly did not think that they could add card targeting to the game without giving up the core of what their collection system wants to do, and they did exactly that perfectly. Their team really is fantastic at what they do. You know what else is fantastic at what it wants to do, chat? This deck. Just all the beef.
Victory.
This is my preferred Lockjaw build. I think this deck is very good. It's also a ton of fun. You know what else is very good, chat? Giganto boosties. All right, can we get 15 Giganto boosties before this stream ends? Probably not, but we can dream. If you negative your deck again, does it change back? It does. This deck playable without Jane Foster? Yeah, definitely. Chilling on the Wasp. The Never Lucky title is because someone from Second Dinner watched my stream for a couple hours one day and they're like, this dude definitely deserves this. I was watching KM Best stream the other night and he opened a cache while he was like mid-complaint on stream. And he got the title, I Whine on the Internet, out of the cache he opened. And it was just the funniest fucking moment I have seen on a Twitch stream in a long time. Just like, very perfect. Just like mid-complaint is opening this cache and it pops up with I Whine on the Internet. And it was wonderful. Hey, Bide Faye, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Wait, they Killmongered? That's what's happening one way or another. I hate you, Dream Dimension. Why do you ruin all my fun? I tweeted a screenshot of his face when it happened. I don't have a clip offhand. I don't know if he clipped it or someone in his chat clipped it, but isn't it correct that you should always wait on your Jiro drops until you have a trigger or hit on the last turn? No, not necessarily. Especially not in my deck where I can hit Chavez out of the deck, right? Like this, right? Like if I wait till the last turn, I can't Chavez. Also, there is value in redrawing. There's value in redrawing my Wasp the following turn so I can play it with Lockjaw again. Also has value.
To
To me. They did nothing. Are we getting Infinauted? We beat Infinaut, right? Because we're winning all three paths. I feel like Lockjaw is such a great example of the type of card that's only possible because of the small, that's only possible to be as good and sweet as it is because of the small deck sizes in this game. Being able to look at my deck and go, oh, there's these 3 cards that are these 4 or 5 cards. These are my output ranges. Makes it incredibly consistent in a satisfying way. I really hope they fix the Mysterio bug in this upcoming patch, because I will split the crap out of this variant. Yeah, KM Best MS is accurate. We were talking about him. Chat, if any of you are hanging out and you're looking for Snap streamers to watch, especially in the evenings after I'm off, he streams a little bit opposite of me, make sure you give his channel a follow. Plays a ton of stat, makes a lot of good content. If you watch the update video from the Marvel Snap folks, he was the content creator they had for their community spotlight. All right, so because I drew Lockjaw, I think we chill on the Mysterio. I think this is gonna be a Thor on 3, Lockjaw on 4, Mysterio on 5 angle, perhaps. Replacement for Giganto. You can play the Hulk. Hey Shade, thanks for all the snap contests. I posted a fun Ronin deck and the pool 3 build suggestion if you get a glance at it. Yeah, I'll scroll through that tonight like I usually do. Thanks for the 2 months. Ronin's one of my favorite cards, so I'm curious to see what you're doing with it. What was the Mysterio bug I mentioned? It's a graphical bug. When you have a Mysterio variant, it plays out everywhere on the board as the non-variant. So you don't get your artwork. It's big. It's big Sag. Big Sag. They're like Vision more than Captain Marvel. Yeah, a lot of the time. Vision's also much better than Captain Marvel in this deck specifically, because if Vision flips out on your Lockjaw path, you can move it off of your Lockjaw path to then play more cards out here. How can they show them I'm a whale if they can't see my variant? It is kind of a game-breaking bug, not being able to share my variant. It's kind of a big deal, chat. Just Magneto mid. Maybe I was supposed to have Mysterio'd earlier. Although I guess if I Mysterio'd earlier, I wouldn't have been able to play both of these here. We're gonna go up to 10 on the right. We're gonna go up to 20 in the middle. Magneto's gonna grab these friends if they don't play here, giving us a better chance to win left and right, while still giving us the ability to tie center. Okay, wait, are we good? I think we're good, right? Because we go to 20, and then we're going to 32, and then we grab them at least 5. All right, come here, bud. Come sit on Papa Magneto's lap, Tough. Oh, wait, no! Oh, no! Bad dog! Damn it, Lockjaw! Bad dog! Oh, man. Hoisted. Brutal. Savage. Wrecked. Oh, man. What a bad dog, chat. He's usually such a good boy. He's usually such a good boy. Papa Magneto, come back. I love you, Papa Magneto. Priority diff for sure. Yeah, if we'd gone first there, we'd get the W. Even good boys sometimes make a mess. I do in fact make a mess sometimes too. All right, chat, this is your reminder that you've probably also been sitting for too long. Let's stand up together. Well, I am certainly glad we didn't elect to play Thor middle. What do we think of Magneto left to pull Lockjaw here? So that way I can Mjolnir in the middle and then play Giganto and Wasp over here on the last turn. That's probably good. Then we assume like 10 power Thor plus Sunspot win, right? Do we think we need extra in Sunspot here? I think I might need extra in Sunspot. Do we just go to 22 on the left? Yeah, I think we go Wasp plus 4 on the left, and then we go to 22 on the right. Sorry, I keep saying left. It's on the right.
Mjolnir, to me.
Mjolnir, to me. Oh no! Oh no! Come on! Come on! They took 2 cubes on the 1 in 3. You know, I almost made a joke. I almost made a joke about not needing to worry about getting Killmongered out of their Khazar deck. Never lucky, rubber ducky. He's got our number, chat. He's putting us on notice. You know who doesn't have our number? The delivery person for these Giganto boosters I ordered. Where are the Giganto boosters, chat? Why are they not on my card? What's going on, old Delgado? Thanks for the brand new Prime. Really appreciate it. Happy Friday. Oh, did the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special drop? I heard that was gonna be a thing. Was it good? Tell me it was good. If it wasn't good, lie to me. Hey, well, I appreciate you dropping off that Prime, Delgado. Deligato? Probably. I'm bad at usernames. Chris Beaver, thanks for the quarter of a year. Why do we get the Giganto boosties when they retreat, chat? Why do we only get the boosties we want when they leave early? Hey, it's Dexter, chat. Speaking of other Marvel Snap creators. I mean, I think we Mysterio the Oscorp Tower, right? I drew Thor as well. I'm gonna snap that with the Lady Thor lined up here. All right, chat, it's on. It's on. Come in for the cubes. Assemble.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Thank you, chat. Oscorp Tower really isn't inside of the Christmas spirit when you think about it. I needed 9 boosters for Cosmo. It took 20 games. Meanwhile, my Ant-Man got to 200. My Angela is currently at 999 boosters. When we go back into max spend mode with the new patch, she's definitely getting split a couple of times. Don't tell Christy. Is 999 a cap? It is not. It just like happened to line up to that much. All right, so this is +5. Not that I can afford to Wasp Pierce yet. This is 10, 18, 21, plus say like a 5 to 7 is gonna be 26, and then 34. This is 10, 18, 23, 29. Well, if I patches, thank you for the sub gifties. Want to vision mid and play for left and right? Yeah, maybe that is better. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we bail. I think we bail on Stork Tower. Whoa!
All systems go.
The no rescue juke. In Twitch chat talking me out of drawing my hammer. Just doing my part. Yep. It's 19 enough here. It might be. It might be. I'm gonna stay. We'll gamble. We'll gamble 4 cubes. Why no Washlings? I didn't know where I wanted to play to. They played Sera, I retreat. They don't strictly know where we're playing for either, right? I guess they could maybe infer that we're playing for Wakanda. Vision leaves us some nice flexibility on this last turn to kind of... We could get shanked. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Dexter plays the more linear Sera spew deck. I don't think they typically play Shang-Chi. Captain America is usually more indicative of linear, meaning they're not interacting with me. Are we good? I think we're good, right? Yeah, cool. Close game.
Victory.
Dexter is streaming too. We shouted them out here a second ago. Vision is a card that the more I play him, the more I really like him. Just super powerful effect. Okay, I mean, all things considered, that's a pretty fair scar. I think our hand's good enough to snap. We'll just chill for now. Your Lockjaw has disappeared since you called him a bad boy. That's kind of accurate, isn't it? There he is. I think it would be good to change Vision to a 4/6. I don't know. The more I play with Vision, the more I kind of like him and where he is. But I have a greater respect for Vision the more games I played with him. Poor Sunspot. One Jane Foster, please. Alright, sure. And we just incidentally can't do anything this turn, so we get to lag idly Infinite. Deal. Vision. Vision was one of the cards I played the most in Pull 1 and Pull 2, in part because I have the sick variant that I have. I opened that variant super early.
Union to me.
Speak of the wonderfully handsome devil, and he will appear. So this actually lets us beat... This gives us the ability to beat Arrow here, right? If they Arrow here and Death here, I lose with this. If they Arrow here and Death here, I lose if I go here. So we're a coin flip, Vision versus Death here. I'm gonna go both right. I think they're more likely to play mid because they're further ahead there. But it retreated. Okay, yeah.
Victory.
We're 1 in 12, chat. I repeat, this is not a drill. We are 1 in 12 to split the Giganto. This is not a drill. You are right. This is a card game. Not a drill. That's accurate. I usually like to Thor before I Lockjaw. I'm gonna get that hammer going. Playing Thor before we Lockjaw means I have a better chance to draw a 0-drop next turn.
Wind, aid my hand.
Aid my hand. Oh, Iceman. Come on, Iceman. Never fails, chat. Never fails. Sniper, no sniping. All right, so we gotta win Murray Isle now. I would like one Magneto or Infinite in the center, please. So accept Vision. How about a Wasp, chat? The best Lockjaw can do is a Wasp.
Opponent snap.
Ah, but I'm out. Take your cube.
Escaped.
The worst part about this is, chat, we're about to get 5 Giganto boosters. No! Oh, chat. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out today. Oof. Oof. Never lucky rubber ducky. 49 out of 50. Pain. Pain. Shoulda stayed in, coward. Shoulda called the snap. On the bright side, you can no longer get too few Gigantos boosters. That's just the facts. Just the cold, hard facts. anybody was wondering where the beef was, it's in our hand, is the answer to your question. Melon Pitch, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Okay, that's a piece of candy. Magneto variant, sure. He's one I waited a while for. As soon as I saw him at my shop, we snapped him up. God, this is rude. Come on, opponent, I have a family. Think of my family. Okay, so we Lady Thor here to fish up our thing, and then the Thors win the center, and Giganto and Wasp and Mysterio win the left. I'll snap them here. Nah, that doesn't matter. We're not playing for the right. Hey, River Horse. Glad you're having fun. Should I Magneto Storm out just in case? Nah, 18 should be good mid, right? 18 beats Doctor Doom. Is there anything that 18 middle doesn't beat here? What does 18 middle lose to? Captain Marvel? Tiger. That's true. Tiger's a real card. They're playing a Destroy deck, so they probably don't have Tiger. Captain Marvel could tie it. I don't think I need two more here. I'm gonna Magneto. Just grab Storm out of here. Magneto grabbing Storm to win the game is also a flavor win, so we have to consider that.
Victory.
Your when to snap video was a game changer for me. I hit Infinite with a 54% win rate, but still came up in cubes overall. I think 54% is a very respectable win rate. I'd assume a lot of people that have a win rate much higher than that are probably still lower in the ranks, mostly beating up bots. My win rate in 8,000 matches is only like 53-ish%. And I concede, I retreat like 25% of my games. Now, one stat that's interesting, and I've actually talked to the snap.fan people that we're gonna get this stat added to their website, I think. My win rate in matches where neither player retreats is actually almost 60%. What do I think? I think that's probably actually the most important stat there. And I definitely don't only think that because it's impressive for me personally. I'm saying I'm fair and balanced here with zero bias. Hey, welcome to a live one, Rizzle. At the very least, it's a super interesting metric. Agree with that. This game is addicting. That's because it's just so well done. It's one of the best designed card games I've ever played, probably ever played. You can use the snap.fan. That is a website, snap.fan in your URL. Make an account, you can use their tracker. All right, we got Jane Foster back out of here, which is great for us. One Lady Thor, please. I actually don't even have Mojo in my latest ongoing Destroyer list. Exclamation point top 5 decks are my favorite Destroyer deck. Exclamation point card sheet, Clown, to grab the sheet. I don't know that I hate Thor being in the Magneto path. They're two large lads that can be large together. So happy together. What is in my deck? 5 cards. My 5 cards are Magneto, Infinite, Chavez, Vision, and Sunspot. Okay, so I'm gonna play Jubilee in the center so she can pull Sunspot for us. Shang-Chi or Enchantress and Deathwave. I think Enchantress is much better against the meta decks than Shang-Chi. Wow! Brutal! Savage! Wrecked! We'll never know. We'll never know. Oh, they Yondu'd our Sunspot. Okay, there was something else in my deck that I wasn't thinking of. Never a Giganto booster, chat. Never a Giganto booster. I'm in a desert, and Giganto boosters are water. And there's none in sight. Does Daredevil fit into any of your Pool 2 decks on YouTube? Kind of. So you can play Daredevil with the Disruptive package core, but you need to retool the 5 drops. Your early Daredevil package is basically Daredevil, Gamora, and Professor X. And then you kind of fill in the details around that. Daredevil seems like a 1-card archetype enabler. I don't know that it enables an entire archetype, but it's an irreplaceable piece in a package, basically. Is I think how I would explain it. There's nothing else that fills the same role it does. They'll never know where the real Mysterio is now, chat. We'll keep them guessing. Gotta keep them on their toes. Alright, I don't know if my body is ready to lose to this Killmonger, but I'm gonna soak in an Infinite. You can't use Snap.fan on Apple. You cannot. You gotta use a piece of hardware that gives you freedom with the software you're allowed to use. I have an updated breakdown for Pool 3 completion here. I posted yesterday, demo. This video talks about the breakdown for Pool 5 and Pool 4 card acquisition, as well as the new Pool 3 timelines.
Victory.
Yeah, Cable's the first cut in the Pool 2 Disruptive deck for sure, Potato. Never a Giganto booster. Almost ready to split Mysterio 3 times, though. The Cerebro Destroyer deck is no joke. I built it as like a, this might be a meme, and I think it might be both the best Destroyer deck and the best Cerebro deck. It's really, really good. I think average cubes, loss versus 1 and wins would be a good stat. Sure, there's a lot of interesting stats you can pull that way. Okay, do I do this now? I don't want to hit hammer off of Lockjaw. So I'm gonna Sunspot and then Thor, because I want to draw Hammer naturally next turn.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Me. So I get to go Mjolnir into Wasp, into Jane, redraw them. Easy snap. They might retreat here, but this is our only chance to get another cube out of them. If they don't stay in here, there's no way they stay on turn 6. Our turn's about to be insane, so let's go.
Mjolnir, to me. Mjolnir, to me.
Well, that's unlucky. Ugh, damn, I think we lose now, right? Wait a minute. This pulls Patriot out of here, right? Which means they're gonna have, and it pulls Cosmo over. So I'm gonna have, they're gonna have 6 plus 8. They're gonna have 14 here still, damn. No, but wait, it pulls it out of the middle, meaning in the center, they have 3 plus 9 is 12. So we tie, I'm assuming they're playing Patriot here, or Ultron. So we'll tie, and then we'll win the tiebreaker, right? No, they're gonna play Ultron in the middle. Oh no, they have Wasp! Oh, brutal. So close. So close. I needed just like literally anything other than Jubilee fucking Mjolnir. Just any other hits back out of our deck here. Sad. Sad, sad. Extra sad, no Giganto boosters. Listen, chat, I don't have a problem. I can stop looking for Giganto boosters whenever I want to. I just don't want to, okay? I just don't want to. I'm still alive. Yeah, as long as we kind of stay above 2,000 viewers, I plan to run late in the evenings. It's hit or miss. Our viewer count usually drops off about 4 to 5 o'clock central as people leave work, but staying high a little bit longer today, probably because of the holiday. Can you believe that, by the way, chat? People watch twitch.tv while they work. It's insanity. It's me, I'm people.
Victory.
Unironically, how do you have fun when you lose a game? Because I don't care about my rank on the ladder. My goal when I play games is to have fun, or like, honestly, and this is something I haven't really talked about, the booster system, as frustrating as it can be at times, like missing my Giganto boosters here, it also gives me a non-competitive reason to continue playing games, right? Like, the fact that I'm looking for an outcome at the end of the game that isn't just I won, I'm also hunting these boosters, makes losing easier to stomach in a way, because the end result of the game isn't the only thing I'm after, if that makes sense. It's one of the many systems in Snap that makes Snap feel better to play than a lot of other card games. Rank is worth so little in this game. Rank is worth very little in every game, chat. It's just a number. For now. Rank is worth around 1,100 credits a month, though. Sure. It's a pretty marginal amount in the grand scheme of things. We'll Wasp into Lockjaw's path, and then we'll Gene, pull it back out. I think this deck is both good and great. This deck's on my top 5 decks list. I think it's very reasonable. Alright, so we're probably getting Ultron again, huh? So their Ultron tokens are currently +5, so that's going to put them to 24 on the right. And it's going to put them to 21 in the middle. More importantly, they're going to go to 13 here. So if I do this, we're up by 1 here. And are we dead even here in the middle then? This puts us 21 to 21. Then I have to tie break here on the right. That might be doable. We're only up by 1, so that'll be 24. What's the last card in my deck, chat? What's the last card in my deck? Is it? It's not Sunspot. It's Thor. Thor puts me to 21 here, so that loses the tiebreaker, right? I love you, baby girl. You're such a sweetie. Is Magneto mid not better to win that location for sure? Okay, then how do I win the game? So if I Magneto, does Magneto mid win the game? If I Magneto mid, I have to also win right. And Vision stays here, so I'm at 18, and then I go to 21.
That's my dad.
I am your daddy. They'll be at 24. Yeah, it's still 24 to 21. Magneto mid also loses.
Oh, TV's on it.
You see the TV? Haley's on the TV. See the camera?
Yes, I see Pickle up there, Rod.
Oh, you saw the camera upstairs? Mommy's got daddy on the TV?
Yes, what was that up there?
Yeah, she can see you upstairs. Can you say hi to mommy? Can you say hi? I'm assuming the opponent has Ultron. The opponent is 75% to have their payoff. Oh, I don't know if you can understand her, chat, but she's saying my dadai. She doesn't want to share me with you. Your opponent is 75% to have their payoff on the last turn of the game. Hi, chat. I don't know that chat deserves your highs, but you're very nice to give it to them. Oh my gosh. At least it's Subterranea in a TVA game, I suppose. We've downgraded to Lockjaw.
Time's up.
This is Haley, Alice. You drink my water. All right, we're down 3 rocks out of 5, chat. Jubilee's gonna hit here, I believe. I believe in Jubilee hit. They played the card on the location, putting rocks in their deck. Honestly, I think the fact that they played out aggressively to the location, putting rocks in their deck, is more indicative of them having Ultron in their hand, because it was them signaling the strength of their hand didn't matter. Is like the TLDR. All right, it all comes down to you, Jubilee. Hit me, dealer. And a 4th rock for the people. There was no other way for that game to end, champ. No other way. Two rocks in my deck of 9 cards. 100% to hit a rock. 0% to hit a Giganto booster. Never lucky. Never lucky. You say never lucky? You say never lucky? Thanks for the pride, Betta.
Hi, Mama. Hi, Mama.
With Lockjaw in hand, I'm chilling on both Wasp and Mysterio here.
Mama, hi. Hi, Mama.
Can you go upstairs and tell Mama hi for real? Go give Mommy a hug. Actually, a pretty awkward location for us. Definitely don't want to Lockjaw into it. Oh, we can Mysterio into Shuri's Lab is good. The mission refills randomly change. No, you get to bank mission refills now, Chad, is how they work. So if you don't use mission refills for a few days, you can bank up to 10 of them. You get 3 per day, but if you don't use your 3 in a day, they roll over up to 10. You're very loud, tiny child.
Yeah.
You're very loud. Yell. Yell, yell, yell.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have one Monster Metropolis. Giganto being huge in the Monster Metropolis is really fitting. This is another reason Vision is great, by the way. Because we popped Vision up here, which means that we can slide him out.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Cloud Rush. Thank you for the brand new prime. Appreciate it. And Mysterio under Shuri's Lab, for those not familiar, is 10 power. So we're at 25 here currently. I think we just Chavez here. Yeah, put him sleeping.
Victory.
Daredevil's your first pull 3 card. That's a great one. More Mysterio boosters. Well, we're almost ready to split Mysterio 3 times. All right, chat. The toddler is restless. I have been live for 9.5 hours. I think we're gonna go ahead and call it a day. She wants my chair and be real bad. I am taking this weekend off from being live. There will be 2 videos up on the YouTube channel Saturday and Sunday. So be sure to check that out. If you didn't check out today's videos, I accidentally published 3 videos today. One of them was supposed to go up this weekend, but that's fine. So we have Discard Lockjaw as a highlight here this morning. And then we have the best series 3 cards to use tokens on, and the best series 4 and 5 cards I'm going to be looking out to spend my tokens on. So be sure to check these out if you haven't already. I will be back Monday morning about 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We'll be doing a full day of Marvel Snap again. Oh, Dad, got to raid somebody. Hold on. Yeah. Heading out. Gobble, gobble, chat. Happy Turkey Day to all everybody in the U.S. All right, chat. We'll see you later.